Well, a very good morning to you all from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, just south and west of the city of New Orleans. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Morning. By
Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning, Brendan.
Not by Joseph Woodrock, who has decided to take the morning off, as he did yesterday. We are joined by Zach Johnson on production for our 7-hour Sunday race around NOLA Motorsports Park, the impossibly flat, but actually still very challenging and quite entertaining NOLA Motorsports Park. You may notice, eagle-eyed viewer, that the track is damp, the sun is hiding. The wind is also blowing, and as I just said in the chat, it's January in Louisiana. Ryan, you were here last year. This looks oddly similar to the way we started the Sunday race last year as well.
It does, and if it is true to form, it's not going to continue to rain, and we'll eventually get a dry line going here rather shortly as soon as the cars start circulating on the track. But yeah, pretty familiar.
Yeah, the one thing we don't have is sunlight. Whereas last year it was very, very wet, but the sun was out and it started to dry things up. I haven't seen the sun since, well, the entire time I've been here. It's been cloudy for literally 3 days, and we had rain last night. It stopped raining this morning. We do have another little window for weather this morning, as we did yesterday. Anticipate seeing potentially some showers between 9 and 12 local time. Again, very unpredictable in how they pop up, when they arrive, and how long they last. But nevertheless, the start is a damp one this morning, not unlike what we saw yesterday during the middle portion of the race. It is a 7-hour enduro. Normally, this would include a quiet hour, much like we see at Barber or Road Atlanta, to allow for local services to take place. But here it's just driven by a desire to change things up, change some fuel strategies, make travel home on Sunday evening a little bit easier, and all in all, to make our Sunday a little bit shorter. 8 to 3 is our running time today. 3 o'clock local time will be our checkered flag, and we'll wrap things up for round 1 of the 2023 World Racing League season, powered by Hagerty. The grid this morning, gentlemen, take a look at racehero.io. You may notice Stratus 58 and Stratus 59 listed as your front row starters in GTU, just up behind the pole sitter. That is not the case at all. We, in fact, have... we have the 58, yesterday's runaway overall race winner, starting at the back of the GTU fields. So they didn't make grid this morning. It'll be the Stratus 59 on pole next to the Racer Motors number 6. Followed by Capstone Motorsports and 94 Motorsports, and then the 58 off the back. Now, the 59 is quick, so there's every chance it's going to look exactly like it did yesterday, with the 59 in place of the 58 kind of running away at the front. But nevertheless, a little wrinkle to the way we expected the grid to start this morning. Same thing goes in GTU, for what that's worth. No sign of the Screaming Goat number 29, which we expect to be on the trailer and headed home this morning. No sign as well of the number 123 from NFC Motorsports. Mercedes-AMG GT4 is nowhere to be found at the moment. And I'll let Ryan kind of take things away here briefly while I work out a slight video issue.
Yeah, not a problem. So we're going to get 2 pace laps here, I believe, which should allow everybody to feel out the conditions on the racing surface right now. As we saw yesterday, I think the GTU cars are going to start to pull away, especially as the track conditions improve. It also looks like the GTO cars are going to slow up just a little bit and give themselves a gap so that they're not tripping over each other into the first few set of turns. It's a pretty smart move on the part of the pole sitter and GTO here to just kind of give a little bit more space so that there's no issues on the opening lap. It's nice to see the 909 automatic racing car returning to the pole position after posting a blistering lap yesterday. They ended up having a driveline issue towards the end of the race. They fell all the way to 6th, I believe, yesterday. So not really the result they would have wanted, but still on the pole here today, hoping to take the class win today. Of course, NOLA Motorsports Park being the only track, I believe it's the only track on the calendar that counts for every single championship.
It
the
is.
National, the Midwest, the East, as well as the GTU. So a good points finish here, while your competitors aren't here, you're using up one of your drop races, effectively, by not coming to this event. So it's a good job for the 909 to get out there and just score some points. That way they can use their job later on in the season, as opposed to some of these teams that didn't show up this weekend, who are now going to effectively be using NOLA Motorsports Park as their drop event. They have to have a good season for the rest of the calendar.
Yeah.
So even in spite of them finishing 6th, the 909 has put themselves in a little bit better position than a lot of the other teams that aren't here this weekend.
In fairness, up until about 10 minutes to go yesterday, 450, they were on for much, much better points than even P6. Remember that car was very much stationary in the middle part of the S's with
Correct.
about 5 laps to go from what we believe was a transmission or driveline issue. Certainly, the engine, the car had power, the engine was running, but not motivating anything, just stationary and the occasional rev up down in the shortcut through the S's. And car ended up P6, as Ryan mentioned. The NFC Motorsports Mercedes has joined the back of the GT grid, and we'll start shotgun on the Grand Touring over field, the GTO field. And the GP classes starting a short distance behind our GTO and GTU field. GP1 pole sitter, Birmingham Road and Race to number 98. Choice Racing listed alongside. Really good fast lap yesterday from that number 98 to put him on the GP1 pole. GP2 pole sitter, the number 75 from Valdez Motorsports next to Scallion Motorsports on the GP2 front row. And GP3 headed up by the 85 from AOA Racing and the number 318 from Voodoo Garage NOLA. If you're new to the World Racing League, all of these grid positions are set by fastest lap in the Saturday race. So it's not about finishing position. It's essentially using these laps in the 200-plus laps we had yesterday as an opportunity to set a qualifying time for today. They've done that. We're going to get a wet start this morning and a green flag soon to wave down the front straightaway and begin our Sunday 7-hour enduro from NOLA Motorsports Park. The field of 5 GTUs, all Sebaco NP01s, head under the green flag, and the number 6 has not gone off the grid. The number 6 has no power, accelerating away, pulls to driver's left as the GTO field accelerates behind them. The car comes to a stop at pit out, and we've got it'll be a yellow flag here just at the starter stand with that number 6 Racer Motors NP01 stopped to driver's left. The car just failed to accelerate and then ground to a halt. Now pulls away. I look further down towards turn 3. It's the number 59 from Stratus Racing, leading its teammate, the number 58. Followed by the 4 from Capstone and the number 84 from 94 Motorsports. Further back in GTO, as the GP general production field gets their start for the Sunday Enduro, it appears to be the Thunder Bunny 111 who's gotten the jump on the Automatic Racing Aston Martin and will lead the GTO field away through the infield portion at the start of lap 1. General production led at the moment by what appears to be Choice Racing away from the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race BMW. And the Grand Touring field now works their way through the latter portion of the lap, in through the S's already. The lead GTO cars picking their way through the back of the GTU field. It is Thunder Bunny, number 111, leading from the number 909 Automatic Racing. The number 12 from Team ACP leads its sister car, the number 52, and then the number 99 from GTR stuck back in there. P5 at the moment in the GTO field.
It looks like a nice, good, clean start for everybody on this damp morning. That's always nice to see. Again, we've had a little bit of an advantage built in that the field is not nearly as big as we're used to seeing in WRL. So there's fewer cars out there to hit, more or less. Fewer objects means a little bit easier to stay safe, a little bit easier to grab your own slice of track to kind of defend, a little bit easier to stay heads up and Unfortunately, it looks like the GTO cars are starting to catch the GTPs, so that line not drying out nearly fast enough as the front of the GTO field starts to catch the back end of the GTPs. Of course, we've got the first and second place that both the Stratus and the Racer Motors car starting to streak out to a bit of a lead, and then the GTO cars are actually through on the back half. So again, I expect that as soon as we start to get a dry line forming, that this ebb and flow here will kind of work back in the favor of the GTU cars, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I think the back end of the GTU field is more likely to sit in behind the GTOs for a little while. Those Stratus cars are well sorted, and they've got excellent pace, lap on lap, even in the wet, which I'm actually a little surprised to see. I thought maybe the GTOs would be able to take the fight to them a little bit more, but already at the end of lap 1, the margin between the lead Stratus car and the number 111 was 9.1 seconds. 59 from 58, 111 leads in GTO, and the number 123, that's the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, as we jump on board the Team GTR 99 BMW. That Mercedes found itself in the pit lane before the green flag ever waved. So they were late to the grid, ended up in the pits at the end of their pace lap, and then essentially took their green flag, or took their race start, as the field came around to complete lap number 1. So that 123 already, I mean, it sits right in front, right behind now the number 111 Thunder Bunny. Just in front. They've just come off the last corner here. So it's Mercedes just in front of that Toyota Supra from Thunder Bunny. So it's 98% of a lap down at the end of lap number 1.
It looks like the 52 was having a heck of a time trying to get around that GTP car.
So the Capstone Motorsports number 4 sits just in front of the 52. The number 84 sits just in front of the number 99. And the Racer Motors car is just fallen in now behind, or let's say just at the front of the general production field. So that was the car that was stopped at pit out just after we started, or took the green flag this morning a couple of moments ago. And already a little bit behind the 8 ball at this early stage. 157.391 is your fastest lap at the moment from the Stratus 59, which is a good statement on track conditions this morning. Remember yesterday that at the height of the rain showers and the dampest portion of the race, we were up in the 205, 210 bracket, even for the NP01s. And now finding ourselves a good 15 seconds quicker than that, although still about 10 seconds off of the ultimate pace of those cars. On board the number 522 from Choice Racing.
Will Choice there.
Yeah, up on the curb, and it sent the car, as you mentioned, just a touch sideways. We talked to Will at the end of yesterday's race and thought that maybe he was going to have Bill Choice start the car a little bit quicker in the rain. But obviously Will has been handed the starting duties this morning. That's the PC race. It's a 313 from Cipri Motorsports. There are way too many black and blue BMWs in this field. Entirely too many. So that's one of the GTO BMWs that they're working through along with the number 6 from Racer Motors. Will's off to a really quick start this morning, leading the Birmingham Road and Race car, albeit just at the start-finish line. Last lap, it was half a tenth of a second. Thunder Bunny's number 170 came in, is tucked back in there somewhere. That's off the back of the GTO field. Moorhead Speedworks is third in GP1 at the moment, leads from MMR, the number 125 Ford Mustang. PC Racing finds themselves P5, Ginger Racing P6. So a mostly BMW affair at the front of GP1 at the moment. The Ford Mustang, of course, sitting there tucked in amongst all of them. Overnight Motorsports P7 and the 94 Corvette, which found itself on the podium in GP1 yesterday. The car that was fundamentally a week old, or a build that had been completed a week prior. A really, really strong finish for the 9.4 car. Arguably the strongest finish that team has had in any class.
Keep in mind that Corvette was finished Friday.
Right. Well, Friday last week. Or Friday this week.
This week.
Oh, my. I thought it was Friday last week. Oh, my. That's even more impressive in that case. Really, really nice work by everybody down at 9-4. A little bit behind the bulk of the GP1 field at the moment, but remember, this is an endurance race, and ultimate lap pace very clearly does not get you the win in all cases. GP2 at the moment being led by the number 469 from Rapscallion Motorsports. JNR, the number 178, sits there in second. Stands Racing, the number 198 in P3, and GP3 at the moment led by the 85 from AOA Racing.
Well, Brendan, unfortunately, has just given a really good rundown of everything that's going on, so I don't have much to say at this point until the timing updates. Now, we were watching a little bit ago the two Stratus cars out front, the blue and yellow prototypes, absolutely dicing up their field. It's always impressive, I think, to see the fastest car in the race, especially a car that's built so different, work its way through the traffic in multi-class racing. I've always been a huge fan of how that works, and there's some strategy there as the yellow Stratus car goes through, followed by the blue one there on our main screen.
Just been told we have been advertising the 2022 WRL at NOLA.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's been adjusted. It's the first race of the season. We're allowed this.
Absolutely.
Like signing your name and dating something 22 and then just having to write over top of the 2 would make it look like a 3.
Fortunately, that's easy to do this year. With the 2, getting it to a 3, you get the 3 goes under the line a little bit, but you can make it work.
Sure.
Yeah, you're just excited signing it.
We're just excited to be here at NOLA Motorsports Park. That's all there is to it. The year doesn't matter. We're excited to be here.
I don't think nobody pretends to NOLA is not a bucket list track, right? It really hasn't been. IndyCar had their one opportunity here. Things didn't go terribly well. But they've continued to reinvest in this track. They've repaved portions of it. The part of the paddock has been redone. The facilities are actually not so bad. And especially with the weather we've had this weekend, it's actually put on a pretty decent show.
Absolutely.
It'd be nice to have some more cars, but all things considered, this is a pretty good way to kick off the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. Battle on for the lead in GTO. The 909 absolutely hounding the back of the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, that Toyota Supra. I think we got the onboard here from the 909. We do, down the front straightaway. A little bit on delay here, but this is the Aston Martin that was dead stick yesterday at the end of the first 9 hours. Drafting up behind the back of that Supra, just under 140 miles an hour down at the end of the front straightaway, according to the Sentinel GPS. Staying off the curb, the Thunder Bunny Supra drifts a little bit wide, and then swings it back to the right to get back to the apex for turn 2. Really good traction off of the slow and medium speed corners for this Aston Martin.
That's going to be down to being it's a little bit bigger car, Brendan, a little bit less squirrely. That Supra is designed to be a little bit lighter, a little bit smaller car, and so it doesn't really surprise me that the Aston can get the power down, whereas the Supra, I think, a little bit smaller rear tire.
Yeah, that Supra, it's a little more nimble. We heard yesterday from Jason Marks, who, of course, runs the Hitman, or normally runs with Hitman Racing, the number 34 Toyota Supra, the first of the GT4 Supras to join us here in the WRL. Thunder Bunny's picked one up for this year. Really, really good launch and stability off of the corner for the Aston Martin. This is the previous gen Aston, so not quite up to the same modern specification that the GT4 has got, but this Aston Martin has been put through the paces over the years in endurance racing, whether it's here or in the Pilot Challenge in years prior, and is clearly a well-sorted car, especially in these changeable conditions. Up the inside of the number 109 Mazda Miata on the way into turn number 13. That 109 has just stretched itself out through the high-speed corners just a touch. Let's stick with the 909 down through the front straightaway here, because I think a move could well be on. The 111 dives at the inside, of the number 3 and then thinks better of it, but it's balked badly under acceleration, and the 909 gets a decent jump. Now, the top speed of this car at the end of the last lap, much, much better than that Supra, gets a good slipstream up to the start-finish line, pulls out to driver's right, and is going to attempt to make the move anyway on the brakes into turn number 1. It's a slightly damper portion of the track, but better positioning. Gets up to the apex curb to driver's right, and job done. So Brandon Kidd gets the move done on the number 111 Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra, and we have a change for the GTO Class lead.
And it looks like the number 111 is going to come under attack immediately there from the number 12.
We've got an early guest to join us. Talk us through a little bit about yesterday and looking forward to today. Happy to say that Sadakal Kalsa joins us. I think last time we talked to you, you were not with Random Vandals, but now driver of the number 82 for Random Vandals Racing, right?
The 82 Continental BMW M4 GT4,
Yes.
Continental tires, Random Vandals.
I noticed your Continental hat as well. You're fully in on Continental this year.
The team is going for the championship 2023. We're going to try and lock down that GTO WRL championship.
I'm impressed. This is, I think, the first time from memory. We've had the Cooper branding with the Round 3 cars in the past, but to see a second tire manufacturer come in and go all out, car branding, team branding, championship chase, that's fantastic. So it's yourself, Mo Dodka, and
Michael Gilbert.
Yeah. So the 3 of you guys.
And actually, it's not me. So yesterday during the podium, I was wearing Mo's extra suit. So Mo has 2 suits, Michael has 1, and I borrowed one so that we could look super cute for the podium picture.
So it's Mo 2.
Yes.
Got it.
It's Mo and Tall Mo.
I like that. So yesterday, right? Well, let's start a little earlier than this. Random Vandals been around for a long time.
Yeah.
Right. We've seen them in other 200 treadwear.
What a champion.
Sure. Right. We've seen them in other 200 treadwear endurance racing series. We've seen them in SRO. I think we've seen them pop their heads into IMSA every now and then as well. Obviously, the familiar forest green and white, the black trim. I saw the brand new BMW M4 that's down in the paddock as well. But this year, a full 2-car effort with the 28 and the 82. Excited to be with Random Vandals for the year, I'd assume?
Yeah, I am stoked. So in 2022, I followed around my buddy Rob Walker Racing to all 7 of the SRO races. Random Vandals was there too. They were in the 98 car. It was Paul Sparta and Al Carter. Mm-hmm. They were always super nice to me in the autograph line and when I had questions walking around the pits. So to be with a team that is have a great time all the time, it's really fun. It's a great group, super pro. And it's a fast car. It's a great vibe too.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy to be, an arrive and drive nerd in a very well prepared and serious effort.
Does it have the feel of arrive and drive, or do you feel pretty well integrated into what the team's mission is going into 2023?
So Paul Sparta is a leader.
Okay.
He is he's got a tight hold on the reins of what everybody's doing. So he conducted a meeting for the 28 car, the green car, and then he also after that he conducted a meeting in terms of like what the objectives are, how we're going to play things, the seriousness of the radio communication, and when your radio guy tells you to bring it in, there's no questioning, it's just do it. So yes, it was very explicitly communicated to me of what the goals are, how we play our cards, and who has what responsibility. So I am folded into the effort, I think, very well. Mm-hmm. And yesterday I did not drop the ball when it was handed to me. And same with all the other guys, so that was great.
We saw you, I don't know if it was you in the car, but good chance, a heck of a battle with, I think it was the 170 from Thunder Bunny, the Porsche Cayman. that you?
You know,
No, that's okay.
let me tell you this. I have no shame about admitting how novice I am. So every lap, every corner, I am trying my damnedest to keep the car underneath me and not in the bayou. And that plus the visibility out of the rear of the M4 GT4.
Oh, really?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on behind me. I think there was a period of time where I had the 99 behind me, the 89 after it got back on track. So unless somebody really presents themselves really explicitly, I'm nearly blind to what's going on behind me. So it would be really easy to dive bomb me and just door me, and there's a good chance it would be my fault too.
There was no contact or anything. I just the mid part of the race yesterday, as the track was a little damp and then beginning to dry out. I think it was 28.82 and the 170 were all you guys were all tied up in a pretty decent battle down in P7, P8 overall. It was fun to watch anyway, from our perspective.
Oh, can I say one thing?
Yeah, please.
So, like I said, I am doing my damnedest to keep the car underneath me. I'm out there. I'm trying to figure things out. I'm trying to feel out an individual tire. So the outside rear tire versus the outside front tire. And I think about those individual things, whether I'm getting to the apex or after the apex. I'm trying not to spin the tire. I'm trying to not have the traction control cut in as I shouldn't be power overing. So me having a tough time with the car, and then the GP3, GP2 dudes out there, I can present, I can get alongside them, hypothetically getting into turn one, but then it gets to a place of all right, great job, Sodacol, you're controlling the corner. Now what's your plan? And so I don't have enough mental, I don't have enough processor power left over to think about my plan from before beginning of braking to all the way to track out when there's traffic. So when it's just me in a corner, I can think about beginning of braking to the end of the corner. But when I'm getting by one of these other guys, it's I can only think about the first chapter of the book.
Sure.
And then I don't have a picture, and then everything else that happens just unfolds.
Yeah.
So those guys just putting up with my amateur skill set, I really appreciate those guys and how patient they are and how good they are to me. Those guys are the best. I love them.
Sure. I think it's easy to forget that this is still amateur motorsports, right? You still have drivers of widely varying experience levels, some that are attempting to climb their way up the ladder and are here to showcase whatever talent they've got available to showcase, and others that are trying to hone their craft and do something that is entertaining and a passion that they have, but are still very much learning the craft, right? Not just learning racing, but to do it in a multi-class environment and to do it in a way that requires you to take care of your car, take care of your resources over a 7, 8, 9 hour race. And it's easy to forget that, there's still a field of 35, 37 drivers out there at any one time that are, like yourself, learning, honing their craft and pushing themselves further, right? To be able to project out further ahead, to be able to set up a pass if they need to set up a pass, to understand how to communicate without using hands or words, but communicate your intentions on track as a driver, right? Yes. And I think that's just part of the learning process. And I'm pleased that even just as a fan and as a bystander, that WRL provides a platform for all of those skill sets and all of those levels of development. By all accounts, it certainly got you guys to a decent finish yesterday.
Yeah.
P5?
Podium, P3.
Podium. Oh, P3, right.
I doubt it was P5 overall, but it might have been close.
It might have been close, actually. I don't remember now. You did say podium. Yeah. So we had the automatic racing Aston we lost at the end of yesterday.
Yes,
which you were a benefactor.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Look, that's a great finish. I know Mo's obviously got some years of experience in WRL, and certainly has some pace. He obviously is going Lamborghini racing later this year as well.
LST bro.
Yeah.
Lambro.
You're not a Lambro, are you?
No, I'm no Lambro.
Gotcha.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, sure. No. So is this your only racing? Is this your plan for the year?
My plan, 2023 is going to be wild. I think what's going to happen is WRL Road America Rob Walker Racing, featuring Sodacall, is going to show up with Autotechnic in, I think, last year's, also in F82, M4 GT4. And then we may also do Ohio, Mid-Ohio.
Oh, nice.
With, who do you call those guys? Autotechnic.
Gotcha.
So that's possible. So that's my WRL plans.
Okay.
I have POC, Southern California plans. I've got a Lucky Dog race in a few weeks. My schedule's, I don't have enough vacation days at work. So I hope
this
my boss isn't listening.
This isn't full season effort for you. This is, you're here for NOLA, you're with the Random Vandals guys. They're going for the championship, and you're just here to be a part of that for this weekend.
Yeah, so
Gotcha.
To put a very fine point on that, I plan to race here later this year. And so this has been this is the fourth day of a test for me to get me up to speed for a NOLA event in May.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I was looking for an M4 GT4 ride. My boy JCD put out some feelers, found Random Vandals, tricked them into letting me drive one of their cars, and I'm out here doing it.
Did you get yourself some wet weather experience yesterday?
No. Yeah, I had the easy session, and as such, I maybe had the fast lap in the car too. So no.
So you qualified the car for today?
Technically, yes.
Yeah,
I guess so.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Your plans for today? The rotation is?
So I'm in the car next.
Okay.
I'm told that I need to be in the pit box in like 5 minutes.
So that's Eastern time.
Well, yeah, he told me that 8:30.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. We're all on the same page.
So my plan is, so let me back up. The Mo in the car right now, he's going to do a double.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like if it's dry like this, then maybe it won't be 2 hours and 45 minutes of a double. Maybe it'll just be like 2 hours and 30 minutes.
It might not be dry like this.
Oh, rad.
Yeah.
Okay. Regardless, double. So we're going to go Mo, double, Sodacall, double, Michael, single.
Okay.
And that should get us to 7 hours.
So you guys are treating this like there's no just single, cycle through the drivers. This is, we're setting the strategy from hour one, pit stop one, and going for it. You guys are committed.
Yeah, so
nice.
Part of that has to do with the tire plan that we have. Our tire doesn't have the same ultimate grip as what the other guys have. And so what we've got to do is, so ultimate grip may not be our explicit strength. We have other strengths, so we got to work to those. Okay. And then, specifically that strength is, there's the guys on the Yokos that are, going through 10 tires in a day. Wow. Whereas, we made it all 9 hours, and then we still have a ton of tread life left on our contact force. It's like ECF, Extreme Contact Force, FCR. Yeah. We got a ton of tread left on our tires from yesterday.
I'm impressed because this is known as a pretty abrasive circuit, even with the repaving down the front straight here. Last year, tires were the talk of the town all weekend. It's tires. I'm impressed that Continentals will last the full day. That's impressive.
And then some.
Nice.
Yeah.
Happy to hear that. Well, so we'll keep an eye out for you guys. I've got one question for you, then I'll let you go. Got to settle the debate. Continental, orange or yellow?
Oh, it's gold.
I went with marigold yesterday.
Oh, okay, good. So you're
goldenrod, marigold. Yeah. I went complicated, but it's got to be yellow, right? It's yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, yes. In the world where you can't be right and you have to choose one, yes.
What? I feel like we need to have like an art student on or something to tell us because there's no way that's yellow.
Ryan's
on no planet is that
he said
yellow.
Orange yesterday.
It is orange.
I said the black and yellow Continental BMW, and he said actually I have to correct you, it's orange. And then it sparked like a 5-minute dissertation on what is orange and yellow. So I'm glad we have it from a driver.
Debates. I think I want to mic drop with this. So just like say this statement and then just walk out. But Assetto Corsa is the best. iRacing sucks.
My man, Assetto Corsa. Thanks. You have said that to a commentary room full of sim racers. So thank you for that. So that'll set us up for the next 6.5 hours or so. Sonic Corsa with the mic drop. Thank you, sir. Come enjoy it. Come see us yeah, if we don't see you the rest of the weekend, come see us maybe at Mid-Ohio or at Road America. Take it easy, man.
You know what I like about having Sonic also on, Brendan?
What's that?
You know what I like about having him on? In addition to being what appears to be a really nice fellow,
Oh, yeah.
He's incredibly honest about his own skill level. And I don't see that a lot among racing people in general, I guess you could say. I think everybody is either trying to look good or is just really quiet about it or whatever. Like, there's not a lot of honesty with struggles, I feel like, or not even honesty. It's just people aren't, like, upfront about it and waiting to tell people about it. And Sonic Hall was, like, very honest there about, like, yeah, no, when this happens, I'm kind of having a hard time. And so it's just really refreshing for me to hear from somebody doing racing that it's like, yeah, I don't have it all figured out. And it makes me feel good that he doesn't have it all figured out. He's still a really nice guy. He's still here to, run the series. I don't think I noticed him in the car specifically yesterday. Did you? Was there a time when that car was going, like, much slower? We were like,
No.
oh, must be some fool driver.
No.
Exactly. And so I don't know. It's really refreshing for me to hear somebody be just open and frank about, like, yeah, no, we're out here trying to get better, and yeah, when this happens, it's really stressful. So I just found that really refreshing. I really liked it.
I think that type of honesty lends itself to a much more conservative and I think more consistent presentation on track. Right? If you think you're out there or you're out there and you've got to keep up with the guys that you're racing with, or you've got to keep up through traffic, or hustle through the corners and make all the passes where you think the opportunities present themselves, it's very easy to get in over your head, right? And what that will eventually earn you is a trip to the steward's room and a couple of laps worth of penalties. Right?
Absolutely.
If you're driving in over your head, okay, maybe you get away with it at a place like NOLA where you've got some long straights, good braking zones, and only 37 cars. But wait till you get to Barber, which is tight, twisty, and technical, and has 60 cars, or you get to Mid-Ohio, right? Eventually, that type of mindset is going to bite. And it's not just going to bite you, it's going to bite your team, and potentially whatever car you take with you, right? And that's not a statement on what does happen in WRL, but it is a statement about racing. I mean, that is just... Absolutely. You've got to drive to your skill level and be honest with yourself about where you're at and where the car is at. Cars change over the course of a race and over the course of a season, and you've got to drive to what, especially in an enduro, where consistency matters over the course of a stint or two stints. You've got to drive to what the car gives you. And I agree with you. It's nice to hear that type of honesty from a driver that is, in his own way, still learning.
Absolutely.
Right? And like I said, WRL provides a great platform for drivers with that mindset to come in and to know that, the drivers surrounding them are being held to that same standard. Absolutely. It's not a professional standard. It is an amateur standard, but one that allows for that freedom to learn, that flexibility to, encourage everybody to be safe and to be conservative, without putting the emphasis on ultimate pace or racecraft.
There's a series out there that runs on Saturdays and Sundays that's like a major endurance series for the entire country, and their designated amateur learning class is a nightmare. It's just an absolute just crash fest completely. And when people get out of the car, they act like they're a gift from God and that nobody has ever done anything better. I have conquered business. I am now here to conquer this carbon tubbed car with a Nissan engine.
Subtle.
And it ends up being just complete and total mess, and they're tripping up other cars that are in lower classes, and it's a whole thing. But here at WRL, the way the class structure is set up, somebody like Sadakal, who hasn't been driving since he was a fetus, can be in the top class as well as be successful in that class. And successful by he's able to get track time and not make a mess of it. And so I think it should go out to anybody who's looking at WRL and thinking, is this the place for me? It's a place where, as an amateur driver, you can go and there's not pressure to, like, you got to get that guy on turn one and you got to get past this GTD car, you got to get there, and then you crash, and it's the whole nine. There wasn't really any. I don't think we saw anybody, especially on camera, get punted yesterday at all, which is not an uncommon thing in WRL. Most of these races, we don't see somebody get completely, wiped out. Does the occasional touch on the body happen here and there? Absolutely, but you're like immediately penalized for it when it happens. So it's a really, really good place to ply your trade. Even if you are an amateur driver and you're looking to be in a little bit faster car for whatever reason. Sounds like Sotokal's a really big BMW guy, so the idea of driving the newest M4 around that you could get your hands on, that's a really cool thing to talk about. So yeah, I'm happy a space like this exists for people like him, and I really think more amateur drivers should look into this to where they can learn their racecraft when the lights aren't on, you don't have all the press and media there clouding everything else up. I just think it's been really, really fantastic.
I am not a driver myself. I don't pretend to have any real aspirations of doing that, although taking the Genesis around here at 35 miles an hour setting up cameras was not an unenjoyable experience. I do really enjoy the strategy aspect of endurance racing, right? It is, I don't pretend that it's not my first love. I have been into, sports cars and particularly endurance racing since a fetus. And it excites me just as much that not only do you have the opportunity for drivers to be real endurance and multi-class drivers and to learn through that process, but there are teams with the same mentality. I mean, sure, it's great to show up as a pro team with pro crew and, the war wagons from NASCAR teams and all the laptops and the screens and make it look really impressive, but also that you can show up as somebody who is passionate about racing and, be funded by people who like to spend their money to be able to go racing, and that you can also present yourself as a strategist, right? As somebody who is really heavily invested in maximizing the potential of your car, your drivers, your resources, your team as a whole, right? We had this discussion with Tim Myers last year as a guest commentator. We've had this, who is very much presenting as a professional team. We've now had this discussion with, Random Vandals, who, yes, they're, Mo Dodka is here for the full season, Continental Tire is in for the full season. They're going for a championship and they have resources to support it. But that, by and large, everybody is here to make the most of these weekends from a fun perspective and from an enjoyment perspective, also to maximize results. And that comes both on track and off the track, down in the pit box, down on the strategy tower, if you like, back in the garage area. And it's just a fully well-rounded experience for team driver and crew alike. So, wax lyrical a little bit more about WRL if we'd like, but I think it's a good way to kind of kick off the Sunday and a reminder that, yes, we have these results. Yes, we have everything that we're chasing. It's wonderful to have podiums, but also there are people with widely varying levels of experience and passion behind the scenes that, make these 7, 8, 9 hour races what they are.
Brendan, if I may,
please.
We're currently on board the 522 Will Choice at the controls. He's being chased by both the 147 and the 98. All three cars are separated by less than 2 seconds, and the 522 has a nice rear view camera on board it. So I think we're going to kind of stay on this battle right here if we have a moment. You just can't quite tell in the rear view mirror. I believe that is the 147 still directly behind him. That'll be the 147. This is an all BMW battle right here. All 3 Series, all E46s. So they're all going to have a similar performance envelope as far as trying to catch somebody and make the pass. Personal
best from the 522 and the 147 last time around. Birmingham Road and Race just about 0.2 off of their own best, but we're now down into the 54s in GP1, a 54.998. From Moorhead Speedworks, a 55.065 from Choice Racing. Birmingham
we'll see him go by here.
Lap, also a 55 flat.
So that's the orange car is the 147 with the Birmingham Road and Race car a little bit further behind. And then if we could get the next camera here. Perfect. So there's the Choice car. And then there, oh no, I'm sorry, that would be the wrong, I was looking at the preview. There we go. So
no, that's Moorhead and Birmingham.
Cars. There we go.
Yeah, that's Moorhead and Birmingham. So Choice is actually just drawn away a touch And it's allowed that that Birmingham Road and Race number 98 right up onto the rear wing of the Moorhead Speedworks 330 CI.
We're going to see him going away into turn 9 here shortly. There goes the GP. There goes the choice car. Oh, no, there's the choice car. That was the Camaro.
Camaro.
Yep, okay, yep. Looks like the 147 sticking a little bit closer to the apex there, trying to take the inside line. That's going to put him on the outside, and the Birmingham Road and Race on the inside of the next part of the S's.
I'll tell you what, whoever's driving the 147 at the moment, and I'm sure YouTube here can... whoever's at the Moorhead Speedworks controls at the moment, I assume it's Chadwick, can get us a little more information there. They're really charging through the medium and high-speed corners. I think that choice car is a little bit better on the brakes, certainly down at turn 1 and through the more technical infield portion at 1 through 4. But once they got into the 8 through 13, 8 through 15 portion of the track, the 147 pulled in probably close to a second on the Choice Racing BMW. I wouldn't be shocked if it's Johan in the car, to be honest with you. That's a guess. But they're really putting in some laps. They're a little wide out at turn number 2. And it's allowed the Birmingham car to close in just a touch. But like we said, these 3 cars, 1, 2, and 3 in GP1 within 2.1 seconds of each other across the line.
Now, of course, keep in mind that Will Choice admitted yesterday that GP1 car he's driving, the 522, has every modifier known to man. So he's going to be down on power versus the 147.
I'm not convinced the 147 doesn't have every modifier known to man.
Well, that might be the case as well. But it would certainly support that the 147 looked like it was able to drag up to the 522, but then on the S's, the 522 had a little bit better pace.
Yeah, we mentioned yesterday that 522 is fundamentally a GTO car detuned to run in GP1. Their GTO car is now the BMW M4. Not quite ready to go for this weekend, but they wanted to bring it back out. They had it just kind of sitting around. Got it ready to go, classed in GP1.
They are right there all together. They're very, very close. I think we'll see the 147 try to make a move down here into turn 13.
Finish eating, Ryan. It's okay. We got this. 522, 147, and 98. This all happening about 12 seconds up the road from the number 125 MMR Mustang. Not off the pace, but these 3 leaders in General Production 1 are just pushing each other so hard. 153.523 quickest lap in class for the number 147 last time around, and this is a good statement on the condition of the track at the moment.
I think the 147 might have him here into turn 1 if he can drag up. Nah, not quite. No,
definitely not. The track. It's a good statement on track conditions at the moment. We're starting to dry out, and ultimate pace of these GP1 cars is going to be down in the 51s and 52s. So there really isn't very much left in it, even with the damp patches we see, down the majority. Well, certainly offline, but even online, we're still just kind of getting there. But it's not hampering the pace of these 3 General Production 1 leaders too much at the moment. Back on board the number 522, the M3 from Choice Racing. You see the 330 CI bright orange, yellow, and black in the rear view camera in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. That is the Moorhead Speedworks BMW. Takes a look to the inside, but the number 522 charges right back to the apex, gets on the throttle really early on the way through turn 4, and just draws away a little bit from that number 147. I don't know that the 147 is really being held up here, but you get the feeling that if traffic just holds up the number 522 in the wrong place, that the 147 has the ability to really pounce. And there's a chance that the S's coming up here might be that opportunity. Sends it into turn 8, down a gear into turn 9, and through the left, and right. In the middle portion of the lap. Look at how much speed this 522 is able to carry. Closes up to the back of what I believe is the Overnight Motorsports Porsche Cayman at the tail end of the S's, and on the brakes into turn 13. Not really been held up, but he is going to be kept out wide here at the apex just a touch. Almost hurt the 147 more than it hurt the 522 there.
And of course, don't forget the 98 has been putting in great laps while the 522 and the 147 have been exchanging blows. The 98 on the other monitor going into turn 13, 14, 15 had closed up a ton of space on the 147, so they are there as well. They've posted laps faster than the two cars ahead the last two laps, so they've closed up to 1.2 seconds. It was out to 2 full seconds at one point, and their fast lap is right there with the rest of the guys, so keep an eye on that third place number 98.
They're being joined at the moment by the slow NP01 on the way out of turn number 2. I don't have a color or a number on that car. Maybe the capstone car. And that car is stopped very much on the racing surface. Pull up our race control log and see if any of the corner stations have eyes on the number.
Not yet.
84 is the call in the race control log, which will be the 94 Motorsports. Sepico NP01. But that was all happening, by the way, as the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG was coming up to actually pass them for position. Remember, that car essentially started from the pit lane a full lap down to the leader, 99% of a lap down to the leader anyway, and is on something of a recovery drive at the moment. I believe it's still just about on the lead lap in GTO. But it's still having to pass cars in the overall classification, including that three-way lead battle in GP1.
We also have a fight for the lead in GP3 as the number 85 AOA Racing chases the RX-8 of Voodoo Garage NOLA. They've been trading back and forth faster laps, but the gap's staying at about 1 second between them.
Our producer just asked us where Choice had gone, and he scooted away at the front by a whole second and a half. I think that NFC car working its way through may just have put off the 147 and the 98 enough to allow that Choice Racing car to get away at the front and be passed in maybe a more convenient or less costly location. Not the fault of anybody, just the product of multi-class endurance racing being what it is. In the process, set the quickest lap in class at a 153.2. So now we're starting to get these last couple tenths of seconds that the track conditions have kept us from putting in. I think we're just starting to get those back.
Choice car just set a personal best, a 153.2.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah.
I think we're just getting that pace, the ultimate pace now, back out of the track, or from the track. And even up at the front, Stratus Racing, the number 59, quickest lap of the race 2 laps ago, 147.142. Automatic asked, actually it'll be the Thunder Bunny car with the quickest lap in GTO at the moment.
There we go. Here's on board the 147.
NFC, sorry, 151.1.
Unfortunately, it looks like the number 98 has also allowed the gap to get bigger. So now we've got all 3 cars separated by 3 seconds. Let's see what the timing updates to. The 147's closed back up on the 522. That's going to be the ebb and flow of traffic here. And the number 98 sets its personal best, now only 0.8 seconds behind Moorhead.
Easy on the way into turn 1 here. Remember, we've got the stop car at the exit of 2, so we'll have a yellow flag and neutralized zone on the way through the first portion of the lap. There is the NP01 just off to the left. Based on what the starter's got in his hands, we may be prepared to go double yellow to go get this car here. Following around the number 59, which is on its way into turn 14. And there is the call for double yellow.
And that is unfortunate because I think that might set off a round of pit stops, which would kind of break up this battle a little bit, I think. So I'm going to be disappointed if that's the case. But with 47 minutes in, that's a pretty substantial portion of a stint. So probably a good idea if you're a strategist to go for the yellow here, or take the pit stop under yellow here.
48, yeah, I would think so. I mean, even though the track's been damp and you could probably stretch this out a little further, I don't think you would pass up the opportunity to hit here. 25 laps completed. Certainly the NP01s are going to start to butt up against their fuel window, or be much closer to the end of their fuel window anyway. GTO cars I would expect to come in as well. GP1 might be close, but we'll wait and see. Look to my right. Oh, it's impossible to tell cars in the pit lane here. I think the Rapscallion car is in. That's the number 469.
So that Rapscallion car's pitting from the lead in GP2. They had built a almost a minute 10 gap over Stans Racing.
Random Vandals is in the pits with the number 28 MMR in the Ford Mustang. Pulls into the pit lane a little bit further behind them. Automatic Racing stays out. Thunder Bunny stays out. Looks like the ACP trio stays on track as well. I think here the issue might be if you're in this lead bunch in GTO, that if you were to come in before the field is queued up, you'd be in danger of losing the full lap to GTU leaders. And while that's strictly speaking not, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? You've got to keep your class in mind. It does put you at the risk of maybe going a lap down to your class or being split by the overall race leader, which would put you the better part of a lap down to your class. And I think if you're in that camp in GTO where you're, barely but still on the overall lead lap, you would do everything to protect that at the moment. Get yourself queued up behind the safety car and then come into the pits without losing all that time. I'll tell you what, safety car's keeping the pace up here. Still getting queued up behind him, but not hanging around. The 82 is underway and stays on... let me just confirm that. I think they've stayed on the lead lap, or at least... Oh no, they've already gone a lap down. Anyway, they avoid going an additional lap down. The 28, the sister car, did not. Looking down in GP1, Moorhead stayed out. I don't think the 522 or the 98 have. I think they've both been in.
Yeah, we're going to need to wait just a moment for timing to kind of update here for us.
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing out the window here, Moorhead definitely did not come into the pits. They've assumed the GP1 lead, and the 522 and the 98 have not yet come through.
A little bit crooked on the 909 box.
Yeah, had to pull in front of the 99 BMW there and wasn't able to quite make the arc into the pit lane. 58, the Stratus NP01 heads back out on track. So looks to me like they've split the strategies there on the two Stratus NP01s. 522 leaves the pit lane just in front of the 98 from Birmingham Road and Race. The 89X Camaro leaves as well. So at the front of the field at the moment, overall, Stratus 59 leads the 12 and the 52, which means it's currently a 1-2 in GTO from ACP Tangerine Associates. Good work, at least for the moment, to assume the GTO lead as the field gets split on pit strategy under our first full course yellow. of our Sunday 7-hour enduro at NOLA Motorsports Park. Zach, if we're ready to go, I think this would be a good time to pay some bills, bearing in mind we've got to cram our brakes into a mere 7 hours of racing today. So with 53 minutes down and 26 laps complete, we'll step aside from NOLA Motorsports Park, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. We'll be back on DriversEye Live in just a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
DriversEye Live at NOLA Motorsports Park, doing our duty to bring you the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. Brendan Kazmarek joined by Ryan West and JT Tammy this morning. Zach Johnson on production. I sit at start-finish, just past start-finish, here in Avondale, Louisiana. Round one is already 10 hours old. 9 hours yesterday and the first hour complete this morning. There's 6 hours of racing to go today. You notice it's very gray. Has been all weekend. Potentially some rain to come here in a little bit this morning. Certainly before noon, I think, would be the expectation. Although the passing showers in the area looks like they've just built up around our location south and west of New Orleans. Let's wait and see on that. I don't think we need it. We certainly got plenty of spice yesterday with the rain showers that popped up just to our south and west, rolled over and left us with a wet track for a little while. Also had spice added this morning with our first full course yellow to go recover the number 8494 Motorsports Sebaco NP01. The field under the control of the safety car, currently the number 28 Random Vandals Racing BMW M4. Is that first car tucked up behind the Ford Mustang safety car, such as it is this weekend. Pit stops from the race leading number 59 Stratus 59 NP01. The leader is currently the sister 58 car, just up ahead of the Thunder Bunny number 111 Toyota Supra. 58 was your race winner yesterday. That's the blue-colored, all blue-colored NP01. Pit stops finally from the number 12 and the 52, ACP Tangerine Associates. And we mentioned just before break, I think it was JT, good to let this timing situation kind of cycle through once and get a handle on exactly where we stand. This one has really shaken things up quite a bit. I think everybody except for Thunder Bunny. No, Thunder Bunny has pitted. Wow, so they've come out real winners here.
Yeah, it seems just when they decided to pit, whether before or after they've caught the safety cars, separating some of the field right now.
I think Stratus split the laps they put it on as well. I think 58 was in as the yellow came out. 59 waited a lap and then was brought into the pits. That allowed the GTO leading number 111 Supra to split them in the overall classification. ACP Tangerine Associates, even having waited to pit, the extra lap, has still come out second and third in GTO, just ahead of the Automatic Racing number 909, Overnight Motorsports in the number 200. Right there in P5, having not yet pitted.
Yeah, so I was watching that car. Initially, it was keeping up with the Team GTR BMW until the BMW was finally able to get down into the 56-55 range. But so for the first 10 laps or so, they had a decent fight going.
The number 147 that leads GP1 at the moment is the first of the, I think it's actually the only GP1 car, certainly in contention, that hasn't yet pitted. MMR was definitely in from fourth. We know the Choice Racing and Birmingham Road and Race cars were in. Overnight appears to have pitted both their cars, as well as the number 44 from PC Racing. Lights out on the safety car as the field winds its way through turns 9, 10, 11, and 12. And within short order here, just at the completion of hour 1 of 7, we're ready to go back to green flag racing from NOLA Motorsports Park. Still very breezy, and I don't say that just because of the wind noise in the camera, but I look to my left in the little retention creek that exists just past start-finish off to the left-hand side, and ripples of water running through the creek. Not helping to dry the track very much, but we're mostly there on pace. The green flag waves, and the Random Vandals number 28 leads the mass of 35 cars down the front straightaway into turn number 1 for the 30th time of asking. It's a big jumble of cars meeting at the apex of turn 1, 2 wide, a couple of rows deep into the right-hander, and then swinging back to the left as the track narrows on exit, and the field sorts them out through the left and right hairpin sequence that is turns 3 and 4. Be interesting to see how long it takes the 909 to work through these two ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs. I would assume the 909's got the pace on a pretty consistent basis to get back up into second. It's certainly been the case most of the weekend, but oftentimes can be hard to pass cars in your own class because the performance is so similar. Even if you've got a couple of tenths of a lap, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to dispose of them the way you might a general production car. GP2 at the moment still being led by the number 469 from Scallion Motorsports with a lap over the 198 from Stans Racing. Good battle still in GP3, although we've lost the 318 Voodoo Garage NOLA RX-8 for the time being. Finds itself 2 laps off of the class lead. AOA Racing leads the 109 from Roberts Motorsports, that red Mazda Miata. I'll tell you what, the 147 at the moment is putting in some work going through the 14 and 15 complex. Already passed a few cars off the green flag here, and now sits what is still essentially third on the road, splitting the Racer Motors and Capstone Motorsports Debico NP01s. On board the 909, eyes on that gray BMW just up ahead of it. That is the number 12 from ACP Tangerine Associates. And the more multicolored BMW that sits just to its right as we swing off turn 16 here is the team car, the number 52. So this is your battle for second in GTO at the moment. The 52 lets off the throttle a little bit and then fades right just up in front of the number 909. Not a block, but they're having to split that number 59 Stratus NP01, who just does not have the legs down the front straightaway. Despite being at the same power to weight ratio, it runs significantly less horsepower than these GTO cars do. And it tends to stall out there at about 135 miles an hour. And it really backed up a couple of the GTO cars. Now they've got to work through traffic, and it's allowed those two ACP BMWs to scurry away off the front of the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin.
Still a huge gaggle of cars up here at the front of the field. They've all kept it pretty clean recently, so that's been nice. Keeping with the theme for this weekend of drivers making reasonable decisions and not bumping other cars, it's been fantastic.
I was going to say, I feel like we normally sort out these big gaggles of cars a lot quicker than we have so far off of this restart. But as you say, that seems to be as much a reflection of drivers, keeping cool heads and being smart about how they deal with these things than more than anything. The 99 BMW is down in 16th. And I have some questions. No penalties for that car, but they've dropped fully off the lead lap and are actually just up ahead of the number 82 Random Vandals BMW M4. So I'm curious as to how they've ended up that far back. Was okay.
Keep in mind they did have a bit of a slower stop.
Oh,
they were also kind of blocked in
by the 909.
Yeah, so they did have to roll the car backwards, get it fired, and get out.
Yeah, that's a good point, JT. So that makes some sense. Unfortunately, it's kind of put them behind the 8-ball here. The pace not quite there, although I suspect that owes a little bit more to the traffic that they've had to deal with over the last couple of laps than anything. Good laps being put in from the 200 and the number 123 of NFC Motorsports, the 89X. Also sets a personal best. Keep eyes on that Mercedes AMG GT4. 150.954 is the new fastest lap in class. That car on the recovery drive after starting almost a full lap down to your race leaders. Ooh, sparks out of the right front of the number 6 Racer Motors NP01. Absolutely wringing the neck out of that car through the S's. It's done it again at 13. I think what's happening is the right front corner of that car is grinding up along the raised curbs at the apex. Curbs do have some height to them. They're fairly wide, so it's a gentler slope than you might find somewhere else, but still noticeable. And I think it's just clipping the right front corner of that car on the painted curb, and every now and then it'll send a shower of sparks off the corner of that car. It actually looks pretty good in this light. Our cameras won't really ever pick it up, but standing here trackside, it's kind of neat to see. So this 123 does find itself the better part of a lap down to the 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, but instead of being in the last place in the field, it's now up into P6, so they've got to do a fair amount of work again in terms of pace to get part of the lap back, but at the very least they've stayed on the overall lead lap, and that's left them in a better position than they otherwise might have been.
Absolutely.
Actually, just barely on the overall lead lap. That 58 car has just tucked in behind them as they work their way through turn 4. On board the 909, still just up in behind the number 82, that is the gold and black BMW M4 you see there to driver's left. Passing the, I think it's a 191 from overnight. JT's blue hardtop.
Yep.
And this battle happening just behind, I think, the number 12 from ACP Tangerine Associates. Oh, there's contact there. What happened there? That was very odd. The 82 just didn't go on the exit of turn 4. The 909 had to check up and sort of did, but wasn't able to get the car fully stopped. I won't editorialize here, but I don't know that that's a place I would expect a car to not be accelerating if I'm the 909.
So you will editorialize?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
just so we're on the same page there.
Yep.
So, what was once a clean run is now no longer a clean run.
Yeah, we'll wait to see what race control has to say about that. We saw it happen in real time there, so that's an interesting one. Certainly you expect drivers and cars to behave predictably on track, but it do happen. So we'll keep an eye out and see if anything comes down for that number 909. By all accounts, other than the contact itself, it appears to be no harm, no foul. The 82 is carried on with no issues. The 909 doesn't appear to be slowing down at all. And as they sail off down into turn number 3, 82 defends. 909, I think they've actually just come up on perhaps the number 3. That is the number 3. Be interested to see what kind of paint scheme that Corvette ends up with. Can't imagine it's going to stay plain white for the full season. The 58 Stratus NP01 really hounding the back of the number 123 NFC Mercedes AMG GT4. And this would be to put that car lap down to the overall race lead. Sets up the pass here at turn number 16. And that'll be moved on.
Just realized I've been muted.
Welcome back.
Thank you. No, I called that bump and everything on the 909 and...
Oh, we heard that.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
I don't know when I got muted then. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Watching down the front straightaway here, that black car you see passing the orange Mustang is the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. That car is so late on the brakes into turn 1. I mean, it's just... And I suspect that's because it's got such a positive turn-in.
Yep.
We heard that discussion yesterday from Jason Marks, that you can be so precise with the front end of the car, just based on how that car behaves, that it really allows you to not charge the braking zone as such, but to be late on the brakes and still get good, positive feedback from the car without it washing away at the front end as you go to turn in.
I'm very excited to see that the number 123 is on the lead lap still, in spite of starting at the back of the grid. Now up to 5th place. Pretty good recovery drive for them.
So I think you were muted for that discussion.
Got it.
They've just gone a lap down to the overall race leader, but are still very much on the lead lap in GTO.
Got it.
Ideally, what they'd like to have happen is to get back past that NP01, and then to have a safety car come out so that they go around.
Right.
As the 58 and, by result, the number 111 get queued up behind the safety car. That 123 catches up to the back of the queue and now is on the tail end of the lead lap, with just the field in front of it rather than 99% of a lap down, which is where it's, now it is a full lap down, but that'd be the ideal outcome, just not quite going their way at the moment. And despite being by some margin, the quickest GTO car on track. Down into the 49s. Quick laps from the 12 as well. When we saw this yesterday, we believe at the hands of Terry Borchelli. I'm not entirely convinced that's the case. 151, 282, and those two ACP cars are definitely hanging around with the Thunder Bunny Racing Supra. Within, both cars within 8 seconds of the class leader. Automatic Racing sitting there in P4 and GTO at the moment. Debris being reported at turn 3.
Guys, we've only got 5 hours and 47 minutes left to go.
I know. That's wild stuff.
Absolutely.
I think I'm into this. As a matter of just personal opinion, I think I'm into this long day Saturday, shorter day Sunday. And I'm not very much a sprint racing guy, but 7 hours is still a proper endurance race. But it does change the mindset a little bit. You know, it takes usually an hour to an hour and a half for these races to settle in. And, you know, by this point, we're under 6 hours to go.
I feel like a 10 and a 4.
I would not be into that.
Let's just stretch it like one more notch.
I think 4 is a little too short for me.
All right. I just like the long ones. I like the 12, the 10, the 14.
Oh, same. I'm a big fan of the 14.
Nah, screw it. Let's just do 2 14s. How's that sound?
I don't...
What do you think the impact on budget is for that? We're just going to double the rowing time for the weekend.
I can't provide details on this, but some years ago there was interest in running a different organization running a second 14-hour on the Sunday at Daytona.
Wow.
Yes. So basically sharing the weekend, doing a 14 for WRL Saturday and then a 14 for a different organization on Sunday, which would have been very, very interesting. It didn't shake out that way, but the 14 is still one of my favorite events of the year. I'd actually love to see it be a 24, but I'm not sure NASCAR and Daytona would ever allow another 24 to take place at Daytona that isn't the Rolex.
The Daytona 2359 for WRL.
I'll make it a 23 or a 25.
Ooh, don't know if you can do 25 either.
Anyway, didn't somebody try and do like a Spa 23 hours or 22 hours years ago? Like Krevenik tried to do a 2,000 mile or something completely random.
Yeah, I kind of remember that. On board the 909 here, still stuck behind the Random Vandals BMW here. You can see that body damage on the back right, but the car still seems to be going the way it needs to go.
Yeah, I'm not actually convinced. Well, I'm not entirely convinced the 909 is massively being held up here. There it is on the way into the corner, but then it really falls back.
Mid-corner.
Through the medium speed corners in particular. It's decent on the brakes, it's decent on turning, but all the way through that long sequence of corners, it's really giving up time to that number 80. Look at how much the 82 is drawn away.
Well, I think that's going to come down to, advanced stability control and traction control and stuff. You're a little bit more confident in the left-right still being on the power when the computer's there helping you out. Whereas the Aston Martin, probably not nearly as advanced a system.
No, I think I made the comment yesterday that Aston Martin is a little bit more brute force when it comes to extracting pace out of the car. But the BMWs, even from, I remember the Nürburgring 24 hours in the early days of GT3, the old Z4 GT3, the big V8 engine. The car sounded great, but it also had, some of the best stability control of its time. And in the rain in particular, the car was just absolutely, it blew the doors off everybody. I think it was Maxime Martin just in an absolute deluge, running laps 15, 20 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else in GT3. And really kind of, at least in my mind, set the standard for, what's possible with advanced electronics and stability control in a GT3, GT4 type car. And again, that was the Z4 that really set the standard early on. And clearly making a difference for the M4 GT4 there as well, even the previous generation. Ooh, sorry, wide. Down at turn number 13 for the number 28 Random Vandals M4 has allowed the 111 to sneak through and put a lap on the, is that still the first of the, that's scrolling through time, first of the Random Vandals cars?
I think that would be the 28.
No, it's second of the random vandals cars. Sorry, so the 82 is a good bit further ahead there. The 52 is side by side with the number 99 down the front straightaway and into turn number 1. The 99's got some straight line speed on the ACP car, but ACP car defending there a little bit, despite not really being in a battle for an overall position there. That 52 up in second overall, 99 2 laps, or I'm sorry, a full lap down.
True, but with penalties and stuff, that 1 lap might end up being important.
Oh, sure, yeah. Protect the margin you have while you have it.
The 98 and the 522 are back only being about 3 seconds apart. Looks like it was 2.7 the last time by. So that's the number 522 Choice Racing BMW in GP1 versus the third place number 98 BMW in GP1. So that battle for first place is starting to get a little bit far ahead. The 147 has really consolidated its lead there, out to about 20 seconds ahead of the 98. But the 522 and the 98 are still pretty close together on track.
So keep in mind the 147 did not pit. It stayed out to build that gap. So it initially had a 15-second gap that they've been trying to expand.
Well, we know these E46 BMWs can go quite a ways on fuel relative to some of the other cars in the field, especially in the 330i trim as opposed to the M3. Saving a little bit of fuel there, so that'll help them out. The 147 did just put in a personal best of 152.2, which is only going to help their cause here, trying to get away. Are they hoping for another yellow, or there's no way they can create enough of a gap to pit without being caught, right?
I wouldn't think so.
We just saw on the preview screen, going down into turn 2, the 98 has closed up on the 522, only half a second when they passed the line.
The only thing I'd say here is that I think there's a chance, based on when that yellow came out, that Moorhead is going to be able to save a stop relative to the 522, the 98, anybody else that pitted under that first full course yellow.
So
I can't think of any other reason you'd stay out other than trying to do this race on 4 stops.
And then it's a full 20-second gap back to the 522 and the 98, so they should be coming up here in a little bit. That's the GTO runners going through. And then that's them right there. That's going to be the 98 and the 522 going down into turn 7. We'll pick them up here going into turn 9.
Race leader in the pits, by the way. 58 from Stratus Racing.
So there goes the GTO cars.
I think this is early.
That's unscheduled. Yeah. It pit during the yellow.
Mm-hmm. Lap 40, having previously made it through to lap 26.
There it is, the 98, still right on the tail bumper of the 522 there, going through the S's. Don't think they'll be able to get the move done into 13, but we'll pick that up here in a moment.
So through comes, sorry, is it the 59? Definitely the 58 into the pits, right?
58 is blue, 59 is yellow.
I'm 99% sure that it was the race leader into the pits, but timing disagrees with me. So now I'm confused.
Both Choice and Birmingham both set their fastest laps as they come across the line, fighting for that position.
3 seconds. They're going to be going down into turn 2.
Oh, yep, good catch, Zach. It's a flat tire on the number, well, we think a flat tire on the number 125. In any case, that car is grinding to a halt. That can't be a flat, can it? Outside of turn 8.
Oh, it looks like the move is done on the 98. So if we can pick that up on turn 4 or turn 5, it looks like the 98 has got by the 522. Let's see, they'll come up here in just a moment. They'll be right after these cars is the GP1 field. Oh, no, and it's got back by. The 522 has got back by through turn 4 and 5. Now the 98 is going to try to harass them through the S's.
I stand corrected, by the way. It was not the 58 into the pit lane. They just swung it out very wide. And then I think the 200 came into the pits. Ah, nope, it's the 6. So it was a blue NP01. But it turns out it was the Racer Motors number 6 that ducked into the pits. So I stand corrected on that. Not your race leader. However, I think we may have another round of stops coming here because I think we're going to have to go full course yellow to retrieve this MMR Ford Mustang.
A little bit further in GP1, I had noticed both the 44 PC Racing and the 46 Ginger Racing had really lost out during the initial pit stop under the first full course yellow. This had promoted both the 191 and the 197 Overnight Motorsports Boxsters ahead of them. PC Racing has managed to get through both, getting around the 191 this last lap here, promoting themselves back up to 4th. Ginger Racing a little bit longer to get around the 197 and was about to get in the process of hunting down the 191 before we've gone yellow again.
Yep, that's just happened. Call came in from race control next door to me here. Full course yellow for the second time, 1 hour and 24 minutes and 41 laps completed. And this to go retrieve that stationary number 125 orange and black Ford Mustang down at turn 8. Highest speed corner on the track down there. Tipping into turn 8 there in a GTO car, about 115, 120 miles an hour. Lights get cycled on the number 125. Lights are now on, but it doesn't look like that car is...
So it was interesting. Zach had noted earlier that it was wiggling around a couple different times. Previously, I believe during the first full course yellow, and then again coming across start finish line when being lapped by a couple of GTO cars. So I wonder if maybe there's a fuel pump issue.
That's interesting. You know, I noticed we briefly, I don't remember if it was in preview or was being shown on the screen, but the car was not fully up to pace going into turn 6.
Yeah.
And let's be on replay here.
So this is coming across
definitely not up to pace.
The start finish. So I mean, the only other reason I can think of them wiggling on the front straight is just communicating to the cars. But it.
Fuel pumps.
Ooh, is that was that a misfire under braking there?
That car's just got no power. Gentlemen, I'm going to go step away to go adjust our turn 13 camera so that the most interesting part of the shot isn't hidden behind the timing tower. Let you carry things for the moment while we sit under our second full course yellow of the morning.
So the thing I'm curious about here is going to be, it looks like the safety car when we last saw it through turn 3, or either turn 2 or turn 4, we saw the safety car pick up the GTU leader, which would be this blue Stratus car. Where does that leave the 147? It looks like the 147 has pitted, but I think this... they should be on the same lap when they come out, but I think they're going to lose out on this one.
Yeah, they'll definitely have to slot in behind.
But as we talked about, if they can save a stop throughout the course of the race, then this might still be okay because they will cycle back to the front on the next 522 and 98 pit stops. So, unfortunately, because the 522 and the 98 were right behind that gaggle of GTO cars, it shouldn't have disrupted that battle too much. It looks like they're 3.7 seconds apart on track as they sit, which means they should be pretty close to each other. Now, as the 99 gets tries to come out in front of the Miata and doesn't quite make it happen in time. That was a little close to the pit lane. Still trying to do up his belts, of course. Got a little bit distracted there. Just looking through the order here. And we can't quite pick up I believe this is going to be the 522 and the 98 right here. It is. So there's your two cars right there dead center on that camera. They're going to be headed up the straight. Looks like a lot of the GTO runners are diving in for the pit lane. Now, they're still going to have a fair amount of traffic ahead of them. And I don't know if you were noticing, JT, or not, but as a group, the 98 and the 522 weren't really getting dropped by the GTO runners that badly. They were still keeping a pretty decent pace, trying to battle with each other. So I think the traffic might make this a little bit interesting for both the 98 and the 522 in terms of trying to defend versus not tripping up somebody else in another class, having to go around some lower class cars. So I think on the restart, that'll definitely be the thing to watch. I don't know if the 522's onboard is cooperating currently or not, but if it is, that will be an interesting one to be on board with for sure.
Yeah, I mean, right before this full course yellow, both the 522 and the 98 were both setting very quick laps, running between, 152 to 154, which, is just slightly slower than some of the GTO pace we've been seeing. If you go a little bit deeper in the GTO field, you would see that pace a bit more common. So it's the quicker end of the GTOs should be able to get around them. But once you start getting a bit further back, they're gonna start to be the same pace. So that's gonna be a lot more difficult for the GTOs to get around. I am wondering though if Moorhead was just mainly trying to get pitting off sequence. Maybe they did feel they could, run slightly longer over a stint. Maybe they felt they were losing too much time fighting in that battle.
I mean, the first yellow happened around 48, 47 minutes in, and we're now at an hour and 30. So I think this might have been near the limit for what Moorhead could have done anyway. So this might have helped them out significantly. They're currently 44 seconds behind the number 98, versus the minute or two they probably would have lost had they pitted under green. So this might have played directly into their hands. And if they can truly save a full stop, 44 seconds is not a big enough gap from the 98 to avoid the 147 being able to leapfrog them if it goes green the rest of the way and everybody has to stay on cycle. Now, that being said, if the last pit stops were around 48, 47 minutes, and it's currently an hour 30, we did not see the 522 or the 98 dive in for the pits on this cycle. So they may still have a little bit left in the tank as well.
See the 125 Mustang now coming down pit lane under tow rope, which means we should be going green relatively soon. Yes, the pace car's in, followed by, I believe, the 200 Porsche. That is not going to be a very timely pit.
No, not at all. So that main group of cars is going to go, hopefully they can get themselves sorted out, because it looks like they're about to go 2 or 3 wide. They're going to narrow back down to 2 wide going into turn 1. From back here, it looks like they've all stayed pretty reasonable. They filed into a nice, neat line. This opening turn 1, trying to get around other classes with a damp track on the right-hand side, always a little bit on the shady side. Looks like they've managed to keep it clean, though. The number 98 is still behind the 522. Just saw them go through the shot there. There's the 147, so I think on track they're going to be a lot closer. Indeed, when they came past the start-finish, they were 9.7 seconds, and I believe they'll be a little bit closer than that now as well. So we see the cars coming through turn 4 here. Big gaggle of GT cars right there. Got the 909, a GTU. And we're just going to see this is turns 5 and 6 coming out. Big group of car, hoping that we keep it steady here. And it looks like we just barely missed it. It looked like the 98 had some distance between it and the next car, but I couldn't quite tell if they were ahead or behind the 522 still. If we could pick this up in turn 9, I'm sorry, turn 13. Yeah, there we go. Turn 13 here. The leader's going to come through. Of course, the leader of the pack, not necessarily the leader on track. And it looks like the 98 has made the move. The 522 is at least a few car lengths back. So the 98 has got it done there, currently in the lead of GP1. We'll see the gap here. 1.6 seconds separate the 98 and the 522. We're going to wait for the 147 to come through as well. Look, again, they were less than 10 seconds before. Might end up being a little bit longer than that now. We'll see. The 147's lost time in traffic. They're now 12.5 seconds behind second place. So we'll still be able to watch this, the 98 and the 522 battle. It's been tight the whole way through. And as we look at the turn 2 camera, it looks like the 98 is starting to eke out a little bit more of a lead there over the 522. Going on board on the preview screen of the 909. Looks like a lot of traffic there as they were coming up pretty close at the back of the GTP cars there. Got the J&R Civic on the left side. He's going to try to go around the outside here. 909 files back in. A multiple lap lead over they've got a multiple lap lead over the number 178, the J&R Civic. That's a car that we've seen have quite a few troubles in trying to get running just as far as reliability. So it's nice to see them out there about to pick up a podium today, as long as they can keep it clean, I reckon. And then the number 75 Valdez Motorsports car in third position in GP2. Just check in at that battle at the front of GP1. Looks like Birmingham Road Race has now eked out almost a 4-second gap over the 522. So the 522 doesn't have the pace right now to keep up with the number 98. If you recall, about an hour ago, the 98 was in third position in this group of 3 at the front of the GP1 field. And so now everything has been inverted. You've got the 147 in third, the 522 in second, and then the 98 in first. Again, the 147 currently 20 seconds behind. It was as little as 9 seconds at one point on the pit cycle. So they've lost a little bit of time in traffic, certainly. But they're hoping to save a stop here. The fuel windows in GP1, I think, comes down a lot to how you drive the car, as well as how the strategy ends up playing out in your favor. So I don't think we'll have an immediate answer on what's going on here. As I say that, both the 98 and the 522 set personal bests, a 151.2 and then a 152.2 for the 98 and the 522 respectively. The 147 also puts in a personal best, a 152.2. So right now the number 98 has a full second in hand over the 522 and the 147. Just in terms of raw pace, they can really put their foot down and get out there.
It's hard to tell, but coming across the line this past lap, Automatic Racing was 1/10 behind the number 12 ACP car. For third, I believe ACP taking that position.
Get back to the 909 on board. That would provide a little bit more clarity on that situation.
Yeah, it looked like the 909 was just losing a bit of pace on the 52. Up in second.
It looks like a random Vandals car from here directly ahead of the 909. So I wonder if the 909 has gone back through on the 12. Unfortunately, the 909 does not have a rear-facing camera.
That's correct.
That's...
Ooh, a little bit of a
wiggle.
Little bit of a moment there for the random Vandals car.
Stick with this one, Zach. Stick with it.
Gonna go right down the inside of the Random Vandals BMW. Oh, but he runs wide over the rubble strip and into the grass. The Random Vandals car goes back through. Oh, and he's lost it.
Almost spin.
So that's gonna let the 12 back through, I reckon, and then he's gonna have, I believe he's gonna have the 89 breathing down his neck here shortly. Let's see. Now the 89 has about a minute's gap in hand there. We'll see his updates here shortly.
They were all together there. It was the 28, the 909, and then the number 12, and the 909 sent it, but couldn't get the pass to stick, ran out over the curb on the exit, and the 12 snuck right back through.
So the 909 now back down to 4th place. The number 12 Tangerine Associates car into 3rd. The corporate teammate, the number 52, up into 2nd place. The top 3 in GTO, I'm sorry, the top 4 in GTO only separated by 14 seconds right now. So that's very much still up for grabs here. Again, the 89X having set a 151.3. So they've set several personal bests here recently since we've gone back to green in the number 89X. Wonder if they've had a driver change recently, or maybe, Brendan, is it noticeably drier and or warmer out there?
Definitely not warmer.
Okay.
No, that's yeah, it's not warm. It's still a little breezy, but I think the level of dryness that we have online is about as good as we're going to get until it starts to rain again a little bit later. I mean, honestly, everybody's behaving as if it's a dry track, so I don't think even the offline dampness is really creating major issues, unless you're like the 909 and you send it up the inside, right? And then all of a sudden the grip is going to go away. But for the most part, in the braking zone at turn 1 and most of the other passing areas, you can, treat it as if it's a largely dry track. Having just gotten back up here, I assume the 111 took the overall race lead on pit rotation?
Yes.
It did.
Right. Okay. So the GTU leaders 2nd and 3rd, 52 and 12, 4th and 5th. A good little battle here between the two ACP Tangerine Associates cars and that 909 Aston Martin. Good battle also with the 99. Just a shame there's no rear-facing camera back to the number 2. They are right together across start-finish, less than a third of a second. Good showing for ACP this weekend so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Every now and then they have these. It's largely a arrive and drive type program. ACP obviously has tons of experience. They run in the Preventing 24-Hour series, so they've got international experience. And then every now and then you'll have a race like this where they show up with the full slate of cars, and they're all super competitive. Daytona is another one where I can remember, all of a sudden you've got these 3 ACP cars that are all really competitive. And it's nice to see them having another one of those type of weekends here, again. Certainly they're consistent. You don't see them running into a lot of issues, but all 3 cars have a really, really good start this morning. The 2 GTU leaders right up with the number 99 GTR BMW through the final sequence of corners and onto the front straightaway. That car is already a full lap down, the number 99, relative to the 111, but only just. And lapping marginally quicker than the Supra. So I think there is a world here where the 99 can get itself up back onto the lead lap. Worth keeping an eye on that blue M4 for that purpose.
Just another check-in with that GP1 battle up front there. The number 98 currently 5 seconds ahead of the 522, and the 147 still about 27 seconds behind the leader and 21 seconds behind the 522. So that battle has certainly cooled off for the moment.
The number 12 puts in a personal best 150.958, and all of a sudden the 909 automatic Aston Martin that was embroiled in the battle with the number 12 has fallen 7 seconds off the back of that car.
And of course, the number 12 putting in a personal best here, a 150.9. So a lot of pace from the 12, and I think a little bit more conservative pace from the 909 right now, especially having that big moment that they had in trying to stay ahead of the 12.
Yeah, he got away with that one. We saw that a few times in the damp yesterday, but that was sketchy for the 909. And honestly, when he sent it up the inside, it looked like he was going to be able to haul it off the exit curve without much issue, but the car just never really bit at the front and carried off into the grass. And once it was two wheels in the grass, there was no getting it back.
The leader, the number 111, puts in a 150.3. That's their personal best. And I believe that's going to put them on par with the fastest lap of the race so far in GTA. No, the NFC Motorsports has a 149.6 in its back pocket. So one of the faster laps we've seen recently. And not quite, but almost the ultimate pace of the field. The 123 currently lapping in the 152, 153 range. So even though their ultimate pace is quite up there, they're not doing that right now. So the 111 doing exactly what it needs to do to stay out in front in GTO. Now a 10-second lead over the number 52 Team ACP BMW.
It's really good to see that 52 out today, considering the impact it had in the final corner yesterday. Good to see that they...
That's a good... I had actually completely forgotten about that.
Yeah.
That was a big hit. And it looks... I mean, the performance is obviously there, but it looks absolutely fine.
Yeah, so, I mean, absolutely great job by the team to get that fixed and prepared for this morning.
Big gaggle of about 5 cars down at the turn 14 area. The GTR 99, the 59 Stratus NP01 is in there. I think the 522 is in that battle, or in that pack as well. And unfortunately for the 99, who's trying to get themselves back onto the lead lap of the race, that 111 is just kind of scooting away at the front. But that 111 is coming under fire now from the 58 Stratus Sebico NP01. Not a class position battle, but it is the battle for the overall race lead with that blue low-slung prototype just tucking in behind the Supra, pulls to the left out of turn 2 and on the brakes into turn 3 is going to look to make the move. They come out of shot, or head out of shot and into the left-hander there. I think the move will be done by the time they come back into shot here at turn number 4. There goes Birmingham Road and Race. There's the 58, and there's the Thunder Bunny number 111. So change for the overall race lead again on lap number 52. The GTU class leader overtakes the GTO race leader and sets on his way. Car's much quicker in terms of ultimate pace. 5 or 6 seconds a lap if it really wants it. Good battle back in GTU for the final podium position. The number 6 Racer Motors NP01 up ahead of the similar number 4 from Capstone Motorsports. It's the golf-colored car against the, I don't know what you call that maroon color, Pioneer, maybe? I don't know what the modern brand is with that sort of color scheme. In any case, side by side down the front straightaway across start finish. And I think the Capstone car is going to look to make the move on the brakes into turn 1 here. 2 rain lights you see blinking off in the distance are those 2 cars, and it's job done. Change for third in GTU. The Capstone Motorsports number 4 up ahead of the number 6 from Racer Motors. Incidentally, also last place running in GTU, but a good battle nonetheless. Happening about 2 laps off of the 2 similar Stratus Sebico NP01s. Just running down our production classes quickly. We'll start with GP3, led at the moment by the number 109 from Roberts Motorsports. It's the red Mazda Miata with about a 5-second margin over the... Oh, sorry, no. I've clicked down
27
for some reason. Yeah, no, for some reason the GTU tab opened on Race Hero. Looking now at GP3 again, it is 27 seconds. Up under the number 85 from AOA Racing. It's the first of the AOA NC Miatas. 2 laps ahead of the number 55 from AOA Racing. Just put in a personal best at a 2:04.4. And then the Voodoo Garage NOLA Mazda RX-8 sits in 4th in the GP3 class. GP2, Rapscallion Motorsports continues to lead already by 2 laps. From the number 178 JNR Honda Civic. It's a good start from the Civic.
I put an asterisk next to that. There's a possibility they would get a 2-lap penalty for passing under yellow. For the Rapscallion, that is.
Sure. Interesting. So we will keep an eye on that. Now, if you're a fan of Rapscallion Motorsports, well, first, I have some questions. 469, is that not the MER car that we've seen in the past? Pretty sure that's MER's number. And it looks an awful lot like what I remember the MER car looking like.
Give me 1 second. I can dig into it. It is this... Yeah, I think it is. It's the same number. It's described as a 2006 MX-5 for both MER last year and the entry this year.
Yeah. Information in the YouTube chat, if you have more. I would love to know a little bit more about it, whether it's just a name change or what the status of things are. But anyway, they do lead GP2 at the moment, pending the pass under yellow investigation. JNR 178 in 2nd. Valdez Motorsports sits in 3rd. Closing in on that JNR Civic, actually. 10 seconds a lap quicker last time around, and it's only a 35-second gap. So let's keep eyes on that battle for 2nd in GP2 for the next little while. Birmingham Road and Race leads your GP1 category by 12 seconds from Choice Racing, and is lapping more quickly. A second, 1.4 seconds quicker last time around. Up ahead of Moorhead Speedworks, who sits a further 19 seconds behind the Choice Racing number 522 BMW. So your top 3 in GP1 at the moment, separated by just over half a minute, having completed 55 laps in an hour and 51 minutes of racing. Not a bad showing. PC Racing in 4th. Ginger Racing, the number 46 in the top 5 in class. Overnight Motorsports, the number 191, 22 seconds behind P5. So potentially something to play for there in GP1 for Overnight as well. Still a good consistent showing for that number 394 Motorsports Corvette. Not able to benefit from the same type of chaos we saw in GP1 yesterday. That led it to a P2 finish, but altogether a more consistent showing from the class today. So a good thing for GP1 in general, and been a heck of a battle at the front of our top production class so far. I think this is what I expected the class to be yesterday, and this is what I was excited about. And things just really didn't go our way. The rain kind of hampered things a little bit, and then some mechanical issues for those cars petered out that battle pretty early. But like I said, a really, really good showing at the top of GP1 first thing this morning. Back at the front of the field, the 2nd Stratus NP01 has got past the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra, and now leads the race 1 and 2 overall. The Stratus Racing. I'll tell you what, looking for places we might have a little bit of a battle here in the top 10. Everybody is, I say everybody, take the Stratus cars out of it. The GTO cars at the moment are so evenly matched. I mean, they are 51s and 52s across the board. Even the Birmingham Road and Race GP1 car sets a 53.8, which is, in the same bracket as the GTO cars that surround it. GTR 99 will probably take that overall position away, 8th overall. But nobody's really making up massive amounts of time on anybody. And it's not that the gaps are, huge and insurmountable. It's just that everybody is running such similar pace at this point. There's really not a whole lot of upheaval inside our top 10. Jeff, in our chat, on the World Racing League YouTube channel, MER is under new ownership and became Rapscallion Motorsports. It's the same car that ran Sebring and Coda. It is the same number. So, there's our answer. No more Mur. It is all Rapscallion. Always has been.
In our hearts.
Mine's the sun. Always has been. Shouts to you if you get that reference. So the TV in front of me here in the race control room has had the Moorhead Speedworks onboard up all morning. So I have like a free extra monitor to just watch the Moorhead onboard. It is somehow behind Zach. Not really sure how that's possible. I'm under the impression that the VMix... Oh, no, I'm sorry. About 3 seconds behind. These right-handed triple apex corners all look the same. But the timer on the bottom suggests Zach's about 3 to 4 seconds behind. Oh, it's the other way around. Okay, yeah, I was correct. So somehow vMix is pulling in the feed before an actual browser, which, again, if you're into video production, it's baffling to me. But here we are. Thanks to all of you for joining us this morning. 145 viewers. Just before 10 o'clock Central Time from NOLA Motorsports Park. We are very nearly 2 full hours into the Sunday 7-hour enduro, and set to wrap up the first weekend of racing of the 2023 World Racing League, powered by Hagerty season, whole season with you live on DriversEye Live. Next round up for us, we'll be covering the CCA Super Tour from Circuit of the Americas in about 3 weeks time, February 10th. I'll be headed down to Austin to go cover that. At the same time, the rest of the band will be presenting the first ever GT only World Racing League event at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Yeah,
in Brazelton. I'm legitimately jealous. I think you are going to have. I think it's going to be an awesome weekend of racing.
It's going to be fantastic. I'm so excited that it's the race that I get to go do. It's going to be great. I'm very pumped.
The flip side of that is I'll get to do the GP only race at Road Atlanta, which I think is going to be equally exciting.
That will be a completely different type of exciting.
For sure, but not worse. Just
no,
different.
Not at all. Completely different. I think both of these events are going to be awesome. Are they both? The other one hasn't opened up for registration yet.
No. We've only got through Barber registration at the moment.
But the GTO one is, or the GT one is sold out, right?
It's not sold out. The max, I think, for that event is still 60, but it's 40 cars.
That's still going to be a pretty good number of cars around.
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's going to allow... I mean, that's still a Petite Le Mans grid.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, when you
just
think about...
GT cars.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. I'm excited. That's going to be really, really awesome. I hope we get to do that again in the future. Honestly, that's going to be just brilliant.
ML Gordita in the YouTube chat saying he was never a big fan of this course until he ran an Alpine A110 Cup in R Factor 2. So another shout to a racing sim that isn't iRacing. I wonder if we can get a Seto Corsa sponsorship.
I wouldn't want to be sponsored by R Factor 2.
No.
For server reasons, obviously.
Several
See,
reasons.
I've done endurance races on R Factor 2 here. No server issues. It a bit more of a difficult car with an LMP3. I did not quite enjoy the track. But that's just me.
Yeah, look, it's it's flat. We don't pretend it's not flat. It is. I agree. It's a big teacher of turning, right? You do have changing radius corners. You do have the big triple apex right-hander at 5, 6, and 7, which I think is interesting. I actually prefer the IndyCar layout through the S's. I think just having the really fast 8 and 9 that opens up into a back straightaway is better. I think it just sets up a better passing opportunity at 13. But that's purely personal preference. I think if you're a racing driver and you're not running just a downforce, stiffly sprung, purpose-built race car, that those long S's actually present a pretty unique challenge in American racing. I don't know that there's... I'm trying to think if there's any sequence of corners that's that grip limited for that long with, constantly changing direction.
The only thing I can really think of is, for a lower grip GT car would be the S's at VIR.
But they're not really grip limited, right? You can...
No, unless you're, running a lot of tread wear.
Yeah, you're not feathering the throttle for that long, and the corners aren't that long, right? You tip it in, run it over a curb, and try and straight line everything as much as you can. So, it is a little bit more of a direct shot. I agree with what you're saying, because you can't be flat in a car like this. Even Laura Hayes, who is a VIR expert, we sat on board with for a while at VIR, I think 2 seasons ago, and she absolutely wrung the neck out of the Thunder Bunny M2. But even that was, a quick breathe of the throttle on the way into the climbing S's. Oh, car stopped to driver's left at turn 5. Is that...
the 85?
That's my thought, JT. Yep. The bright yellow NC MX-5.
Oh, 55.
Oh, 55, sorry. Yep, I agree. 85 will be the blue car. Be interesting to see if they go full course yellow. Oh, it is resuming under its own power.
Good, because the last time they did full course yellow, I think for that car, it started moving like 5 seconds after we threw the initial. So just a note, if you ever see the 55 come to a stop, just give it a second. It just has to build up that motivation to continue. It's like, I got this. I just, come on. Let's go.
Erwin tries to compare the track to Paul Ricard. Don't like the track surroundings and runoff colors. Deem the track very bad. The track is actually very good. There's a broader discussion to be had here about curbing and runoff fundamentally changing what you can do on a racetrack. If you take that curbing away and you run Paul Ricard as it was in the 90s, I'd probably agree.
See, I love Paul Ricard in ACC, but that made me remind you, because you triggered the curbing, going back to the discussion, something that's similar, Circuit of the Americas.
So, look, I'm trying really hard not to get on a rant here, as we have a slightly slow Valdez number 75 Mazda Miata on the way into turn 13. Oh my gosh.
No, that's the 55.
No, I know, but the 75 is slow further up, and I don't think that car is going to make it into the pit lane. It's pulled onto the access road on the inside of the left-hander there at turn 14. You see it just to the right side of the timing tower. That gray Miata more or less facing the camera, is that Valdez Motorsports number 75. The car's already had some issues this morning.
Limping in sympathy. Oh, is that the 522 on
no,
pit
it's the
road?
98. It's the 98.
Oh, 98.
It's the Birmingham Road and Race M3. Stalled on the way in, gets restarted, dumps the clutch. That's even a bigger deal than the 522. That was that not your class leader? Yeah. So it's all happened here. And this will be a scheduled stop for that Birmingham Road and Race M3. having not pitted under the most recent full course yellow. Be interested to see what they decide to do here to go recover this Valdez Motorsports number 75. If you were going to stay under green and do a hot pull, I think this would be the place that you, or the time that you do it. Right, it's pulled into an access road already. The entrance is literally right there.
I didn't see. Did the 55 make it all the way back?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, there's another car stopped in the middle of the S's. It appears to be a black Miata. If you pick up the turn 9 camera, you may just be able to see it off in the distance. And there it is. And turn 8 is now waving yellow to cover that car stop. I don't have a number on that car, but it stopped just at the exit of turn 10, which is that first long right-hander in the S's. So this might actually prompt them to go full course yellow. It is off to the right side, away from the racing line, but if we're going to have to recover 2 cars, it means essentially that one of them is going to have to sit for a while. And I'm not sure either one of them are in a fantastic place to sit.
All it takes is a light mistake.
Well, even for the Valdez car at 14, yes, it was, as far as we can tell anyway, it was the first car to grind to a halt. But we've seen the 909, you know, not all that long ago, end up in the grass there facing that escape road. So, I don't know.
So
we're going to try and do this under green.
It's being reported it might be the 58. Give it a minute.
It's not the 58.
Is it possibly the 46, Ginger? They're either on pit road or...
No, it's none of those. Stratus is in. 98 we know is in. I assume Choice Racing is in as well because they also didn't pit under the last full course yellow. Oh, you know what? It's the other AOA car. It looks black or dark gray from here.
But
I
it's
think
blue.
it's actually a shade of dark blue.
So it's the 85.
I think it's the 85.
Man, these MX-5s, they stick together.
I think we've just had the call for a full course yellow.
Yes, there we go.
Safety car here. I don't see it just yet. Yeah, there it is. Double yellow, 2 hours, 7 minutes gone. And 63 laps complete. Not really the direct result of any one thing, but we've had these 2 cars stop down on track now, and they've got to be retrieved without sitting there for too terribly long. So, we'll neutralize the field once again. Safety car pulls out of pit lane. Now, the 98 from Birmingham Road and Race has just come out of the pit lane, having previously led GP1. Not only lost position to the number 522 from Choice Racing, also lost position to the number 44 from PC Racing. And Moorhead Speedworks is going to benefit massively from all of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is what they needed.
On top of that, they were only a handful of cars ahead of the race-leading Stratus number 58, which means that they're going to close up basically the full lap. And I've got to look out where it puts them relative to the 522. There's a chance they could be a lap and then some up on that 522 M3.
And we're thinking that they might be able to save a stop as well.
Potentially. Well, they would have to stay out here.
Right.
Right, they were in under the last full course yellow at lap 41. We've only done 21 laps since then. I wouldn't be shocked to see them stay out here. 522's come through, so it'll be most of a lap.
Yep.
That they'll be up on the 522. Still on the lead lap, but only just. Well, the 9.4 NP01 is back out. Let's keep eyes out for that number 44 from PC Racing, because that is a third place car in GP1. Well, it doesn't matter. They're definitely a lap down. Birmingham Road and Race comes through and has lost the full lap. So the longer stop relative to the number 522, actually it was a really long stop, 621. I wonder if they ran it out of fuel, like it was coughing on the way in, and
yeah,
you know that's why they were stopped in the pit lane entry, and then they maybe either had to push it down the pit lane or it just whatever the issue was, it cost it probably 2 minutes relative to that Choice Racing number 522.
Lots of traffic on pit road. Excellent. Good to see Fire Bottle ready for the 147. Visors are down, so we're looking at a well-executed pit stop here.
Well executed indeed. The 147's decided to take its pit while it can, while it's got most of a lap in hand. Probably a little bit smarter. A smart move. It doesn't give them the advantage on track that they'd probably like to have, but if you just get this little short fill in here, they may still be able to save that full stop that they needed. JT, how do you feel about doing an ad or two?
I feel pretty good about it. Now that, we're finishing up pit stops, we're making the last of the recoveries here, so we've got a couple minutes. Let's go ahead and say hello to our sponsors and bring some good advertisements to everybody watching. We'll be right back.
Great.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pit.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines. Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
You are watching DriverSeye Live's coverage of the World Racing League. It's round 2 at NOLA Motorsports Park. I'm Ryan, along with JT here in the Pacific Northwest. Brendan is out resetting a camera. We've got Zach at the controls, hopefully not falling asleep today. It's been lovely so far. JT, favorite moment of the race so far?
GP1 fights.
GP1 fights, absolutely. We had quite the battle up front between the 522, the 147, as well as the 98. The 98, we think, just ran out of fuel here recently, trying to come into the pit lane, just trying to stretch that fuel window as best they could. Couldn't quite get it done. They're going to drop out of contention for that lead group here in GP1. They're still in third place after a little bit of a recovery there, getting back out on track, so that's going to be nice, but they are going to be a full lap down. Moorhead did cycle to the front, but then opted to pit, and that has put them 1 second behind the 522 for this restart here. So the 522 still has not stopped yet on this cycle, but the 147 and the 98 have. So we'll expect the 522 to cycle to the back whenever they need to pit for fuel. Ideally, I'm guessing they would want another yellow as an opportunity to pit for fuel, but they're kind of stuck here. If they pit now, they'll be way behind the 147 again. So the 147, I think, has played the strategy move they needed to play. There's the stricken AOA car being moved off of the racing surface and into the paddock. I think we'll go green this next time by, JT.
Yeah, hopefully. I believe we've recovered all 3 MX-5s. So we should be good here. Keep an eye out.
Not a good day in Irvine for sure, being the North American headquarters of Mazda. Also used to have a rather large Cars and Coffee there. I believe it was the original one. Was at the Mazda headquarters in Irvine.
Yeah, it took over for Crystal Cove Cars and Coffee. That was 2008, 2009, I think. Something like that.
Yep. Got to be too big of a deal, and they, of course, shut it down. Now there's Cars and Coffees all over the LA area, so no shortage of places to go to enjoy your favorite morning beverage and interesting cars.
Yeah, I remember getting up early with my dad and drive our cars out there to get parking spots.
I never got to go, actually. Was it a good time? Did you enjoy it? Was it genuinely just walking around looking at cars, or did they have, like, activities or anything set up?
Yeah, mostly just walking around. It was crazy. Just all the parking spots, the garage that Mazda has there was, getting filled up as well. But I mean, it got to the point where you're walking down a line of 20 plus Ferraris and Lamborghinis there. It was very popular.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it. Speaking of spectator events, did you know that Road Atlanta, this GTU event that we've been talking about coming up next year, is going to be open to the public?
Ooh, that sounds awesome.
So that'll be a good way to get up close and personal with a pretty high-quality GT4 field. You'll be able to be at Road Atlanta, which appears to be a great facility. I know it was recently updated. I know the folks at Michelin dumped a lot of money into that to get the hospitality suites and stuff a little bit back up to snuff there. So a nice facility to go and watch racing at, and you can come join us at Road Atlanta for the GTU race. Like we said, we got 40 entries right now. Hoping to fill that out a little bit more with some more entries. Hopefully after this, people take a look and like what they see, and they'll go ahead and throw in their entry. They've got a GT4 car, maybe a TCR, or maybe something home built that's got a lot of performance. It's just a 9-to-1 power to weight ratio class, so you could run just about anything you want. Not a whole lot of modifiers, is my understanding. I think there's a modifier for tube frame cars now, so if you've got that, you might take a little bit of a hit, but very excited to go to that event, and hopefully we'll see some of you there. Looks like we're still trying to get the course vehicles back to their homes around the track so we can be fully ready to go here. Back to green. Got some more discussion about iRacing and other sim racing in the chat here on YouTube. If you're hanging out watching us on YouTube, go ahead and throw us a like in the chat, or throw us a like, or talk in the chat. If you have questions, we try to get those answered. Just looking at the runners come through turn 4 here. Now, if you look back in the distance of turn 4, you can see turn 1 and the paddock, pit lane, etc. there, kind of center screen. Because this track is flat, depending on where you have your camera set up, you can actually see quite a bit in the distance. This next upcoming shot we'll have here should have a little bit of S's action. We'll be able to see cars go through. That is a Mustang pace car, of course. The lights are still on. Usually you see the lights go off when they're ready to go back to green, so maybe another lap here.
Our pit stop cycle here has put the 52 into the race lead.
Excellent.
Yeah, impressive.
So where does that put the 111? The 111 only 4 seconds behind, so that'll be a nice battle there for the front of GTO. Of course, the two ACP Tangerine Associates team cars, both BMWs up front ahead of the 111, which is the Toyota Supra. And then the 909 Automatic Racing, trying for a little bit of a recovery drive here from yesterday after losing it in the back half of the race, having a driveline issue of some sort. They're still holding on to 4th here, which will still be a good points haul for them in the championship. Looks like we'll be taking another pace lap here. And we've got the Racer Motors GTU car coming into the pit lane. Pit lane should be pretty empty right now, so they'll have plenty of time and space to get what they need to do done.
I think we are sending the last of our EVs home.
Yeah, it looks like the just before the turn 1 cutoff here.
Yeah, they were picking up debris somewhere was the call I heard when I came back up into the broadcast booth. ML Gordita says no one sim is perfect. Ah, that's what he thinks.
Clearly, he's never played Grand Prix Legends with like 6 mods attached to it.
Isn't that what Automobilista was? It was just R Factor with like 8 layers of mods thrown over the top of it.
I mean, I did Sim Raceway for a while, which is also R Factor.
That was basically that, yeah.
Yeah.
Paid service R Factor.
There was a M3 challenge game that you could download from BMW's website.
That was based off GTR2.
Oh, that was GTR2, okay.
Yeah.
I played that a little bit. Race 07, played some of that.
Yeah, fundamentally GTR2, but, you know, I guess a step beyond. The race series is pretty good. I did like Race. Not the world's biggest World Touring Car Championship fan, but it had its place.
Absolutely.
I was more of a ETCC mod for F1 Challenge kind of guy.
Okay. I did play a lot of Need for Speed Shift. I thought the idea of the shaky camera when you hit stuff was interesting.
So I bought Shift 2 because I had heard really good things about it. They did a great job marketing it to actual sim racers. It was still not phenomenal.
It's not a sim. No way is it a sim.
Not phenomenal.
But it was entertaining. You know, you can send your M2 or M3 GT2 car in sideways and, you know, take a position with a drift. You know.
Oh, NASCAR Racing 1999 edition. So it was Truck, Busch, and Cup all together in the same game. And
wow.
then there's a website called The Pits that did a touring car mod, which was still the same physics, but had these super touring bodies that you could race. It was an old endurance racing event. I think it was probably the first endurance sim racing event. It was called the Bull Run 1000. And you would run your stint, save the race mid-race, and then send the save file to your teammate and to the race administrator, and they would score it, and then your teammate would pick up where you left off. It was so rudimentary, but good memories, man. Good memories. We're getting ready to go back.
Here we go.
We are just in time.
I think it's going to be the Rapscallion number 469 that leads us back to green this time around. Indeed, the green flag waves, and the 469 doesn't launch quite as well as the number 4 Capstone Motorsports Sepaco NP01 down the front straightaway. Man, these restarts are frantic.
They are, and this is looking like it's going to be a 3 or 4 wide into turn 1 here. Hopefully they can keep it nice and steady.
I think they have. That's really impressive. It's such a long run down to start finish, and we do this at COTA every year as well, right? You get the big wide entry, and then it kind of narrows up on the exit. But they all find a little bit of space for themselves, and able to make it through the first couple of corners here without any real issues.
If we could get the 147 on board, that'd be fantastic. They came across the line 1/10 behind the 522, and I believe I saw that they were about to put the 98 a lap down.
That is the 98 directly ahead of them.
So I think they'll have gotten that done around the 522.
Ooh, is it Cipri up the inside? 313?
I believe so.
Good run through the 567 complex there for the number 147. They do... they set just off the back of the 522.
Ooh, look at this. We see on the preview pane the number 99. The 522 was directly in front of it. Looks like it's... or is that... No, that's the Camaro. My apologies.
So that is for position. So the Camaro, I believe, did take that spot from Team GTR after the restart.
Yeah, good pickup, JT and Ryan.
And Zach.
Exactly. And Zach. That's exactly correct. They've got the Thunder Bunny number 111 just up ahead of them. And I think that's all going to happen a lap ahead. But the automatic Aston Martin that's in that same pack is on the same lap as they are.
Yes.
So what happened to choice on the restart here?
I think they just got jumped, and then the traffic, of course, we saw was kind of a mess. They're 5 seconds behind. I swear I thought I saw them directly in front of the 99 right before it went on our live view.
Well, they were ahead of the 147 on the restart.
Barely.
Yep, and then by the time they came back around, they had lost 5 seconds and the class lead. Intriguing.
And then, as we saw as well, the 147 had the 98 in its sights, looking to put it a full lap down. That's just down to the... Yeah, there was the... Oh, it was on the preview. We had just seen the 522 come across the nose.
I think we're trying to pick up a replay here.
That's okay.
Come back to that in a minute.
Oh, a little bit sideways to the BMW. Was that the 522? We can see the turn 5 and 6. Somebody losing it on the inside, looped it right around, tried to save it, but it didn't look like it was successful. Went just behind our camera. The camera did not shake, which would indicate that the driver was able to keep the car off the wall. Unfortunately, we don't quite have a view. Not a lot of vantage points on the outside of the track here. So somebody in the BMW losing it into turn 4. Things just starting to look a little bit frantic here. I think the pace has gone up, so there's a lot more pressure to try to run a fast lap right now, even though the track is in reasonable condition.
Yeah, I think if anything, we get this on these restarts, where normally it'll take, maybe a lap and a half for things to spread themselves out. On a restart here, everybody is so jumbled together that it actually ends up taking closer to 2 or 3 laps, and it results in these really chaotic battles for position, right? The 909, 89, and 99 battle, Aston Martin, Camaro, and BMW is fantastic right now. But it's all because they got jumbled up on this restart, and we had some position changes as soon as we went back to green. We've had, cars that really haven't found any clean air and are still fighting their way through production traffic. And it just stays in this sort of chaotic mode for
a few laps.
Probably 2 or 3 laps, yeah.
Would you say that it's a jambalaya of race cars?
Yes.
Got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then all mixed up.
Ryan, this is why you're remote.
I was gonna try and come up with a gaggle gumbo joke.
Okay.
Which is why I had to pause there, but I had to abandon ship there. I got nothing.
So you were with me on that. That's good.
I was. Yeah.
So the tide went out.
I would say there is a delta between Ryan's joke preparation and mine.
Of course, this little shrimp of a GTU car going through, followed by the sausage of a GTO car. No, that's a little too much. That's
okay.
DriversEye Live here at NOLA.
These damp, old, hallowed grounds.
The crawfish 7 hours.
No, we're not doing that.
No?
No. The 909 is starting to scoot away at the front of the 89X Camaro. The gap's up to 4.2 seconds, and I think the 99 is just beginning to close up onto the back of the that black Chevy Camaro. On board with the blue BMW M4, Johnstone Supply. On at the front. We're changing out a couple of onboard cameras here.
And that's the ACP car that they're about to go by. I don't know if that's... I don't think it's for position. Because that would be the 12 or the 2. I believe it is the 2 that they just went past. Still just watching here. The Camaro actually looks pretty stable today as well. Like they're a little bit of a wiggle on the inside on the curb there. That's not unexpected, given that it's been a little bit damp today. Got a big horsepower car there as they go down the inside of the Cayman. The 99 is going to look, and I think they'll try to take it here. Discretion being the better part of valor. There wasn't quite a big enough gap for the 99 there, I think. I think they wanted to play it a little bit safer here. Hope for some more traffic later on. That Cayman really has the legs on the straights. The 99 can't just zoom right around and get past. Got both of the Random Vandals cars running through the shop there. Followed by the 99 still being held up by that Cayman. We'll see him come down the front stretch here. Oh, there we go. It's turn 16.
Oh, that is the 200, I think?
I believe so.
That would be a Burnett Motorsports GTO entry, a Porsche Cayman.
Is that the old NFC car?
I think so.
The old 123. Obviously, the new 123 is the GT4.
Right.
That is purely an observation, and I'm asking people with more knowledge than I have because I don't get a chance to catch up on these things.
I think that's
information.
I think that's the GP1 car, not the GTO. My understanding was that the GTO was an actual.
Oh, you may be right.
GT4 car.
No, it wasn't. For NFC, no.
Yeah.
The new Mercedes is.
Right. But
the
overnight, the 197, I think that was the, or I think that was the 197.
Oh, it was the 197. You're absolutely right. Yep, you're correct.
It's the 200 would be the former wheel to win car.
Right.
Hey, so
I get this.
Since they're not racing with us, can we just call them Will to Win again? Or Wheel to Win?
We can call them whatever we want, I guess. Mark was in the chat yesterday.
Yeah,
he was in the chat today as well.
So, I mean, we can just upset Mark.
We never got t-shirts.
No.
We'll,
were we promised t-shirt? I don't think we were.
We'll never get that Porsche Sprint Challenge gig at this rate, though. So, you know.
Weren't going to get the Porsche Sprint Challenge gig anyway.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I made too many jokes about case swapping 911.
genuinely upsetting, JT.
Mark has t-shirts. Yes.
Excellent. Excellent.
JT, I'd ask if you would sell your soul for a W2W t-shirt, but...
Hey. Hey.
Settle down now. Unfortunately, Ginger Racing down in 6th place right now. So,
hey, 2 laps ago they got around the number 3 while setting their best lap.
Excellent.
As Mark rightly calls, will to win former champions and a 24-hour Sebring winner.
It's funny you say that, JT. One of my favorite memories from the Sebring 24-hour back in 2021 was having a chat with, I think it was a chat with Tim Myers, just off the air. And his comment was, unfortunately, if Mark wins this race, we're never going to hear the end of it. And that was at like 10 o'clock at night. And sure enough, like the 2 W2W cars at the front just like ran away with it, like a metronome. And I mean, I'm not in the know, but I'm not sure if Mark stopped talking about it.
I mean,
clearly JT still references the 24 hours of Sebring champions. Wheel to
absolutely.
Win.
Scott
won
Pruitt.
by 4 laps.
Scott Pruitt, Dorsey Schrader, Al Holbert, Mark Martin, all GTO champions.
Yep,
so that's fantastic.
Joseph, a champion of production.
Absolutely. JT and I trying desperately to stay awake on the drive back to the airport.
Oh,
me doing very poorly.
By far the hardest drive of that event.
JT doing much better than I did. Stopping for a sandwich. Stopping into a grocery store and asking where we are, and the person tells me the name of the grocery store, and I said, "That's fantastic, thank you. But I mean, what city am I in? I have no idea where I am."
we went to our first Wawa's.
Oh, well, that's a you issue.
Was that Wawa? No, it was the other one. It was the grocery store. What's the...
Publix.
Publix, yeah.
Okay, yeah, Publix. That's what it was.
The lady had to, like, make fresh chicken for us or something. I remember, like, we asked for what I was told was a pretty common thing, and they were out of everything, so the lady had to, like, hand make it in front of us. It was a tasty sandwich, but, yeah. What an event.
See you at Coda, Mark. I'll look for the old W2W2 cars. So good they file taxes twice. Favorite Sebring 24-hour memories in the chat, please.
All the gummy worms or sour. What are they? What do we have?
Oh, it was the Albanese gummy bears.
Yeah, that's what
there was like 15 flavors.
I will hear no Haribo slander in this chat.
They were way better. Way better.
Speaking of way better, Team GTR's pace, working on that Camaro, trying to get back 5th in GTO.
So this is kind of what I was saying earlier, where like everybody is running such similar pace at the moment that even though the gaps aren't very big, we don't have a whole lot of turnover for position. Everybody's just really tightly bundled up in this 51 to 53 bracket. Now NFC is turning 50s, but they're really kind of coming from behind. And it's taking some time to get there. Ooh, 99 into the pit.
Right after
that's not scheduled. It's straight into the paddock, boys. It's just made the left-hand turn in front of me here down out my window. So what is the story with the 99 GTR BMW? Yeah, Haribo does rule.
Bad take.
Angling for that.
No, they are very good.
They make my stomach hurt though, like physically ache.
That is the mark of a good food.
So this will be out of 5th place in GTO. 6th place in GTO, excuse me, because the 89X was the car that it was chasing, that the 99 was chasing. Good tour of the NOLA Motorsports Park paddock here.
Brendan, did you visit the food truck today?
Not today.
And sample
I will be.
New Orleans Fair.
I did Friday. I chose not to eat lunch yesterday. I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so I will probably be stopping in at the food truck this afternoon.
Excellent.
Yeah. I had a food truck at Homestead when I was down there to test some other equipment 2 weeks ago, and had somehow, out of a food truck in the Miami area, the worst Cuban sandwich I've ever had.
So the Thunder Grill is better than the food truck at home.
I didn't have a Cuban in Glenn County, California, but I had one in whatever county Homestead is in, and it was not good.
Would that be Dade County?
Is it? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
We are one IMSA sprint race into the Sunday 7-hour enduro at NOLA Motorsports Park. 2 hours, 40 minutes gone, 4 hours, 20 minutes remaining. And just lost one of the main players out of the GTO field, the 99 BMW, straight into the paddock. And it leaves the automatic racing Aston Martin and the 89X Motorsports Camaro as a battle of two in the current chase for P4.
147. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say your leaders in GTO currently separated by 30 seconds total. 9 seconds from first P1 to P2, the 52 and the 12 ACP sister cars. And the 111 Thunder Bunny Supra sitting back there in third. Actually starting to drop off the back of those two ACP M4s at the moment. Dropping a little over 2 seconds the last time around. Potentially more this time, although I think traffic is playing a little bit of a role here.
The 522 is also currently losing 2 seconds per lap to the 147. So what was a pretty close battle up in GP1 was partially squandered by the 98 running out of fuel in the pit lane, we believe. And then the 522 just starting to lose some time, lose some ground to the 147. So they're losing ground and time in addition to them needing to make another stop still. So it's looking good for the 147 here.
Yeah, you know, I mean, look, the 147 is probably meant to be the strongest car in GP1. I think the 522 is up there as well. I'm a little shocked the 44 hasn't been as competitive this weekend. It's P4 at the moment, but it just seems like when the pace has really stepped up at the front, like we had this morning, right? Birmingham Road and Race, Choice Racing, Moorhead Speedworks. I would have expected the 44 from PC Racing to be in that same bracket, and it hasn't been.
Then if we look down at GP2, you get the number 469 Rapscallion Motorsports car. They are currently leading GP2 by multiple laps, it looks like. Yep, 3 laps it looks to be right now in their MX-5. Running the Falcon tire, not something we see very often. Assuming that's correct on Race Hero, at least. J&R in second place with the Honda Civic. They're still in the running right now, which is good. I like seeing J&R out there with the Civic. That's a car that probably would like it to rain a little bit more. It'd be a little bit more advantageous for your front-wheel drive setup. But the car getting out there, getting some good laps in. Always nice to see for that entry. And then the number 75 Valdez Motorsports Miata, they are also out there several laps down from the J&R car. So GP2, barring an issue from the Rapscallion car, I don't want to say it's sewn up when we've got 4 hours and 30 minutes left to go, but got multiple lap gaps all the way up and down GP2 here. In GP3, we got the Roberts Motorsports car. They just set their personal best at 2:03.5 last time around in their Miata. That's the red one. followed by the number 318 Voodoo Garage NOLA. That is the RX-8. They are in second place, currently 5 laps down to the leader in GP3.
Gentlemen.
Brendan.
Can I welcome a guest?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do
GTO.
it anyway. This is one we'll want to chat with. Andrew Rains joins us fresh out of the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race BMW M3.
Nice.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Yeah, I think we got you there. Fade you up a little bit. So, first thing I said when you came in is that looked like fun. Yeah?
It's a blast. This is a great racetrack, really. I mean,
you guys, 147 and the 522, right? Through the first couple hours. Tell me about it.
Yeah, man. The race started wet, and we started on the Bridgestone, which was really hooked up in the wet, and just had a super even race with those guys. But the whole time I was sitting behind them going, the car got built. I was just telling you, it wasn't rolling a week ago. So like we're still I mean, I can't even believe we're here.
Yeah,
it's wild. Like these guys had a bare chassis on November 1st. And put the thing back together. So the fact that it's as quick as it is, but I was sitting behind the Moorhead in the choice car telling the guys on the radio, like, guys, I'm just gonna let the race come to us. Like, this thing is a rocket ship. It's on rails through the middle of the corner. It's just, there's not another car on track that's faster other than the prototype cars. So we let the race come to us and led the bulk of the kind of second stint there.
Yeah. We were talking to Will Choice yesterday out of the 522, and so that car's a GTO car detuned to run in GP1. So his words were, we've got every modifier known to man. Have you guys built the car to take advantage of aero, suspension, all the modifiers that go into it, or are you guys more after power than?
It's a purpose-built GP1 car, cool. So it's kind of right in the middle. We tried to keep it really simple, but we wanted the car to be really light, just because in our experience, especially with these Z46s, like getting them light, getting the weight really low in the car, you want to be fast through the corners. The straights are kind of secondary. So that was what we were focused on. And we did, I mean, every decision that we made on parts that we put on the car and setup related stuff, I mean, it's just paid off. We kept it really simple and the car's really fast.
You guys, I assume, based out of Birmingham, Alabama?
Yeah,
Nice.
Yeah, Barber's our home track.
Cool. What is Birmingham Road and Race shop, speed shop? What's the cool?
Yeah, prep shop. We primarily do purpose-built race cars. We also do track car maintenance and high performance street car work. We're located in downtown Birmingham, about 20 minutes from Barber. I grew up about 10 minutes from that racetrack, so I'm super lucky.
Sure.
It's just one of the most beautiful places there is.
It's my favorite trip of the season. I love going to Birmingham. Fun city. Barber is an awesome facility. People down there are super great to us. So looking forward to that. I assume you guys will be ready to go for March there as well.
We'll have 2 cars there in GP1.
Nice.
Yeah, we're running our old car. Used to be the Ginger Racing 47 car. That's a car that we built and prepped, and we're a part of their team last year, and now we're kind of running our own effort. And so we'll have both of those cars, and I think we still need a driver to fill that second car, but I'm really pumped to get this new build, the white 98 car, out to Barber, because I think it's just going to be on rails. It's going to be great.
Pretty reliable so far, the car?
Other than running out of fuel, because our fuel venting has issues. We were dumping enough fuel yesterday with the vent situation that we dumped about 4 gallons of fuel out through slosh.
Wow.
And so we re-engineered the vent. We didn't run most of the race yesterday because all the drivers were like, we know we have good pace. We don't want to just run 7 laps down. Let's go try to fix the issue. So we did that yesterday, but now our fuel warning light's not coming on, and we don't have a fuel gauge of any sort in the car. We wired it all to run through the dash, through the AMPDM and all that stuff, and it all seems to be working, and then all of a sudden the thing bobbles after 35 laps, and we thought we had 40 laps of fuel. We did a simulated run yesterday. We had 40 laps, but I got down into like a 151 race pace, and I think that just started eating away the fuel, and ran out of fuel at 35 laps.
So it cost you guys roughly a lap, a little over a lap, right? Chances still to get back up into the top 2 there, or are you guys kind of looking at P3s with
I think, I don't want to speak too soon, but I think we have the drivers to fight for P1, so I really want to be in it.
Who are co-drivers?
Colton Wade is in the car right now. He's right behind the GTO Aston,
nice.
Moving, just absolutely hauling the mail. And then Eric Provost, who usually is with Edge Autosport.
Yeah.
And Eric's also a wheelman. So both of those guys, I mean, Colton's been ticking off 52s like it's his job right now, which is what he needs to be doing. So I think we'll be in it. We'll see. We need some luck. Sure. But
I tend to get pretty excited about GP1. I'm not a big production and road car guy. I tend to be more a racing guy. So I arc a little more towards the purpose-built, the GT4 cars, TCR cars that we often see in GTO. But there's something about GP1 that, with different garages, speed shops, tuners, or just families building cars for fun, kind of doing it all in slightly different ways and pushing the class as far as they have, as fast as Moorhead is. PC, you guys now kind of joining the battle with 2 cars. Ginger's been quick. Choice Racing it just seems like such a fun class to be a part of.
Yeah.
That's just continuing to push the pace forward. I mean, you guys you must be excited having a car that's that quick out the gate, but to be competitive in as deep a field as it must be kind of cool.
Yeah, we're stoked. And the crazy thing is like, or not crazy thing, but we knew if we iterated on our previous car that we'd have a good, reliable, fast car. And we just tried to keep it simple, and it wasn't easy to do. But it is super exciting.
Track conditions and traffic this morning, pretty okay?
Yeah, traffic wasn't bad. It was definitely a solid damp this morning. So super slippery, slow cornering speeds. But the car was really, really compliant and easy to drive. And you had to get offline pretty considerably. Couldn't run like right up against the apexes, pick up a nice push at the apex with a little standing water. But since they repaved this track, it's a lot better than it was previously.
Sure.
Water.
Yeah. Is there more pace to come, you think, out of the car? I mean, you're already kind of pushing the limits of what the maximum pace in GP1 is, but it's a brand new car.
Yeah.
So,
the sky's the limit right now. That's kind of the conversation we were having last night. Is like, guys, if we're running, if we're pacing GP1, we put it on pole. We went out and did an intentional pole run yesterday and got one clear lap. And I had to go side by side with another car through the last corner and lost a good, 4/10 probably on the lap, and still managed a sub 52 lap. And so we really, all we've done setup-wise this weekend is 2 clicks of compression and 2 clicks of compression all around and 2 clicks of rebound in the front, and made sure the alignment wasn't that. We haven't even strung the car this weekend.
Oh, wow.
We just haven't had time.
Yeah.
So, the steering wheel's off going down the straights. But it all makes sense. Like, looking at the data, our top speed is identical with the Moorhead car. Choice has that big old wing. So they've got like a parachute on the straights a little bit. But man, through the corners, it is just, and this track, as you know, like we're looking at this back section of the racetrack, more than a third of the track is like from the end of the track there through the S's. And if you're fast from there to here, that's a huge chunk of time.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you we're on the throttle just a little bit more than the other GP1 cars through there. And that's a good chunk of time.
I made the comment earlier. I was thinking about it. I don't know that there's a sequence of corners in the United States that is that sustained high speed with a constant change of direction anywhere. I mean, from 8, like you said, to the exit at 12, you're constantly on and off the throttle, up over the curbs, changing direction one way then the other. I don't know that exists anywhere else in the U.S., even at the iconic venues.
Yeah, it's pretty unique, and it's still like kind of right in front of us at the end, last third of the S's. There's a couple of pretty big bumps, especially if you get offline. So if you end up offline right there, but a big part of our speed is that from the time you have to check up past the first curbing, you kind of go over the first curbing where Moorhead just went through, and then you're back flat on the throttle for the remainder of it if you place the car right. And
flat.
Yeah, I'm not checking up off the throttle. So right here, if you look like where the cones are, right where that Continental car is, I'm right there full throttle and not checking up until the brake zone here.
That is wild.
But you have to get it inch precise, or you're modulating it through there. And that's where the speed is. I know, because the minimum that I found yesterday on the Bridgestones was 99 miles an hour. That's the slowest part of the corner right there. And it's all about just getting that high speed balance super dialed in.
I know. People get super excited about the traditional motorsports venues and the bucket list type tracks, but even a place like this, for not having the elevation changes and for not having the history behind it that some of the other venues are, man. I mean, 100 miles an hour in a production car and 2 tread wear tires for a sequence of corners like that is impressive.
It's cool. It's getting it. Yeah, we encouraged our renters that our friends that are renting the car with us this weekend to come down here. It was I kind of had to push them a little bit, but I've been here twice. I'm like, guys, it races well, plenty of passing opportunities. The flow is really nice, and it's super low risk. You can play around with the car and have a car control clinic on this last part of the track and just learn a lot. And we got, I think when people start to realize that, especially since it's been repaved, it's a great track. And WRL hosts a great event here. I mean, it's fun.
Yeah, we've had a great weekend so far. Super looking forward to Barber. Obviously, that'd be home race for you guys, and nice to see you guys. They'll have 2 cars there as well. Sure, you guys are looking forward to it. Definitely come find us again at Barber.
We'll
up and see what the car's like.
I've been running WRL for years, and wanted to come introduce myself because I hadn't been up here. We'll have our live stream working for the next race. Hopefully.
Ah, fantastic. Glad to hear that. Andrew Rains out of the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race BMW M3. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks, Brendan.
See you again at Barber.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
The number 52 and the 12 at the front of GTO, both of the Team ACP cars currently duking it out. 4/10 separate the 52 and the 12, with the 111 about 40 seconds behind them. If we had either of those on boards, that would be fantastic to show right now.
Move is done. 12 has taken the lead of this race in GTO. A little bit further back, again, battle in 5th in GTO. The 89X Motorsports Camaro is tried to reel in that 909 Aston Martin. Gap is down to 3.3 seconds. Consistently in the 52-53s, last 5 laps or so. Or the Aston Martin is similar. So they've been maintaining that gap, but this last lap, unfortunately, basically a 155 from the Aston Martin, allowing the Camaro to take out a second and a half.
Sorry, did we mention the 99 has come back out?
We have not. Excellent.
Yeah.
So this is its out lap?
Yes, 18 minutes and 33 seconds was the lap time. So would have lost something like 15 or 16 minutes, which I can't believe it was 15 minutes, but I guess numbers don't lie.
Unfortunately, with how competitive GTO's been today, that's all it takes to get put right to the back of the running cars. Let's put them all the way back down to 13th. It seems like we have a lot better conditions today for GTO, I guess. I feel like the field was a little bit more spread out yesterday. I'm sure the rain had something to do with it for sure, but you know, the top 10 all within 4 laps, and then 3 laps for the top 9, and then the top 5 all within 1 lap. So there's 3 guys that are 1 lap down, then 2 guys on the lead lap, and I think that 111 is going to come through as being on the lead lap as well. So 3 on the lead lap, 3 1 lap behind. Looking pretty good.
I think everybody, like you said, I think the rain's part of it, and I think it's allowed everybody to maintain a similar level of pace more consistently, right? So instead of having, in the wet, you had some cars in 2 minutes, 2 minutes 5, 2 minutes 10. You have everybody kind of clumped together between 151 and 154. Right. But spread being 10 seconds, it's 3 seconds. Right. And that's kept everybody much, much closer together, even as we've had split pit stop strategies. We've had 3 different full course yellows, which, yes, will occasionally bring cars together, but also can really string them out if you have pit stop strategies and cars get caught, in the wrong place. Reference the overall leader in GTU. So it's a much better showing at a GTO today, and like you said, 41 seconds covers the top 3 at the moment, including that number 111 from Thunderbark. So.
And that just gets me even more excited that there's going to be roughly 4 times as many cars at Road Atlanta in this one class. And we have a field of 13 that aren't separated by that much. 40 cars. I know, obviously, some of them are going to be GTUs. In this one class is going to be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the depth in a field like that is just ridiculous.
Yeah,
and we've had 30-plus GTO cars before, but there's a lot less variability there with traffic, not having the production cars. And we haven't been asked to heavily promote that event. This is
we're just genuinely excited. This is going to be great.
Good battle on between the 909 and the 89. The margin between the Camaro and the Aston Martin is down under a half a second. And actually, the 909... Oh, no, sorry. The 99, who was previously a part of this battle, came out of the pits directly in front of it. So all 3 cars are still there, but obviously the 99 is lost. a good handful of laps. We jump on board with that Aston Martin. Be happy to ride here for a while, Zach. It's a 99 just up in front. Excuse me, and then the Camaro will be tucked in just behind this 909 as they work their way down into turn number 3 up behind the 191 Porsche Boxster. Heyman? Yeah, and I don't know that that 99 is necessarily holding us up here on board the Aston, but it is allowing that 89X to stay really, really close. Be interesting to see what it's like in clearer air here through the S's. Who's got the grip? We know this Camaro is a heavy car. And 2 big V8 engines head-to-head here with the Aston Martin and the 89 Camaro. Even in clear air, they're sticking right with each other. They are about to be met by the overall race leader, the number 58 from Stratus Racing, and that will put this battle 2 full laps down, actually. DP1 leader in and out. Moorhead Speedworks, a long-ish stop though, 5 minutes and 25 seconds. Ooh, 99's out wide at the final corner, and it allows the Automatic Racing Aston Martin to tuck up the inside. Thinks about it on throttle. And 99 is a little quicker up through about 5th gear, and then as they get up to top end, the 909 shows the nose up the inside, and it looks like move is going to be done. Now it'll be interesting to see if the 89 is able to follow that blue Aston Martin through, or if the 99 slots in behind, and as it exits turn 4...
It has followed it through.
Yes, and the 58 is going to be up next as a part of this battle. So, look out my window to the far southwest corner of the track. I can tell you they've all been held up a little bit. The 58 is past the 89. Meanwhile, that 909 Aston has gotten through one of the other lower production cars. And just now that 58 Stratus NP01 comes up to the back of the Aston Martin. Don't think it's going to balk the automatic car too badly. It may just delay its turn in here at turn 13, just enough for the 89X to close up to the back of the Aston Martin once again. And our battle for P5 in GTO, I'm sorry, P5 overall, fourth place in GTO, can resume unhindered once again. Actually, a really good launch for the 909 off the final corner that time. And it's dropped the 89X just a little bit. The 89 is so much deeper on the brakes into turn 1. Visually out the window here, the brake lights come on at about the 4 board for the Aston Martin, and it's much closer to 3 for that Camaro. Another gaggle of cars on the way down into turn 1. Go to 8 or so, mix of some GTO cars, a GTU car in there. Stands Racing number 198 is off the back. We have a good battle developing here for 7th, in GTO between the number 82 Random Vandals Racing Continental branded BMW and the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates car. Under 6 seconds with the number 2 closing in pretty handily. This is the gaggle I was just talking about from the vantage point of the number 12. We're 2 and 3 wide on the way into turn 3. And I think, was that the number 197 that was almost clipped? The driver is right there.
Hard to tell.
Yep. Agreed. But whoever it was a little out of position on the way into turn number 3. and a little late on the brakes, and it shot the car away from the apex very, very nearly into the back left-hand corner of maybe that number 200. These team car, I think they're team cars. 197 and 200.
Yes.
Badly holding up the number 28 Random Vandals BMW at the back of this group. Not really in a battle for position at the moment, but still costing it just tons and tons of time. On board that number 28, you can see exactly what we're dealing with here. This is, of course, the green Random Vandals car. Just barely on the throttle through the S's, trying to hold position behind that Stans Racing number 198 Mazda Miata. Eventually, when we get down to the front straightaway, I think this car will be able to punch the throttle and stretch its legs a little bit and try and get through some of this traffic. Just everybody's holding station, not wanting to make a move, and it's left the cars at the tail end of this group desperately held up. Absolutely nails the apex. Focuses on the exit, as is quite right. Pins the throttle and goes past Stans Racing, past the number 75 from Valdez Motorsports, and up to the back of, I think that's 200 we've just gone past. A little delayed on the audio here. Oh, we saw this yesterday, didn't we? It's this V-Box and Sentinel combination. We don't usually see.
It's excellent that these worked out a way for that to work, though, where you can use your V-Box with the Sentinel.
I mean, at that point, I think the Sentinel becomes an encoder, but you do get the overlay as well if you want it, which is nice. It looks great. This, whatever camera the V-Box unit uses as its actual forward-facing camera is really, really nice.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of what Thunder Bunny usually has.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Be it with an alternate encoder. Whatever you're working on there, Zach, finish that one up. 3 hours gone in the Sunday 7-hour enduro at NOLA Motorsports Park on DriversEye Live, marching towards halfway, which we'll hit at about 23 minutes here. Just past 11 o'clock local time. And to wrap up, oh, just knocked over my iPad. To wrap up our weekend in much better fashion than I think we finished yesterday.
Absolutely. A lot more to talk about. A lot more competitive today.
Yeah, we were fighting there for a while yesterday. I think we're not going to get ahead of myself, but the scattered showers do hang in the area, and there is still a chance late this morning and early afternoon for some spots of rain. I don't know that we're going to get it with the intensity that we had it at any point yesterday, but the track still hasn't fully dried out. It's just not been warm enough. There you see. Maybe just the tail end of some of those showers up to the north, but this is by far the heaviest, or the closest the heavier rain has been all weekend. We were passed to the north of us yesterday, passed to the south of us early this morning, and now I think we may finally catch some of the strays. Big, I guess it was a lockup or a slide from the number 85 AOA Racing MX-5 through turns 8 and 9. It was a big trail of white smoke on the transition from right to left, and the car ended up way out wide in the left-hander at turn number 9. So I gathered it up. Smoke at pit entry is a call from Zach. Don't see anybody out the window. Maybe a lockup going into the right-hand turn there. The 99 apparently went 4 off to driver's left in 13 about 2 minutes ago, which may have been part of that. We'll pick that up on replay here. It appears to just be a 4 off driver's left and then it continued. So kind of no harm, no foul, but we do have the onboard for the 99, so a chance we'll be able to take a look at that. Zach says there is both harm and foul. But let's see what the story is there with this number 99. It's gone back into the paddock. Remember, this car lost about 15 minutes a little earlier on before coming back out. I wonder if this is a reoccurrence of something like a handling issue or some other mechanical issue that 199 is fighting through at the moment. Oh, we've got smoke out of the back right-hand side of the number 4 Capstone Motorsports NP01. You see it off in the distance. It appears to be a tire rub, but a tremendous plume of smoke out the back right-hand corner of that car, off the throttle and under a left-hand load. Through the right-hand turn 1, there wasn't any smoke at all, but as soon as the car loaded up on the right-hand side into turn 2 and again under braking into turn number 3, a long trail of pretty thick white smoke out the back of that number 4. That car is definitely not up to pace, but is still very much continuing under its own power at turn 5.
Now, the good news is that car has 12 laps in hand over the number 6 of Racer Motors. So as long as they can get the car back carefully, they should still be on for second place in GTU, assuming they haven't broken anything else up underneath the bodywork of that car. I do remember seeing Stratus take apart one of their cars once to solve a rear end suspension issue, and once you get the bodywork off, all the stuff underneath there looks a little bit on the fragile side. It doesn't seem too terribly difficult to service, but it is the kind of thing, as we see the number 99 go for a little trip there on the replay on the preview. I'm sure we'll get to see that here in a second.
This is what we were just discussing. Now that we've got the number 4 sort of situated, almost certainly on its way back into the pits with the issue with the right rear corner. And we'll pick up the 99's onboard replay. It's through the S's on the lap where they went off at turn number 13. There's a right-hander at 10, drops it off the curb. Something dragging. It's a left rear corner.
Yeah, I think so.
I wonder if they've broken a suspension or a shock at the left rear corner. And you know, so this was one of my first thoughts getting here this weekend. Not my first time at NOLA, but one of the things that I think is sort of a staple of these Alan Wilson designed circuits is the curbing, right? So the apex curbs are these fairly tall but gradually inclined and very wide interior curbs. Car stopped at turn 4, facing the wrong direction. Is that one of the AOA cars again?
It is being reported as the 313.
313. Okay, yeah, I'll buy that. Anyway, so it's these big, wide apex curves, and very aggressively serrated, also very wide exit curves. Right, so you have flat and usable, but sort of, launching type of apex curbs that will send a vertical load through the left or the outside rear corner, right, as the car loads up onto that corner. And then these exit curbs that will introduce an additional vertical load as you come off the corner with the left-hand side still loaded up. And if you do these things lap after lap, especially on a clockwise circuit, and you continue to put that load through the left rear corner, either by launching the car off the inside curb or by running it over these really aggressively serrated curbs on the exit, I wonder if that is more likely to induce a failure sooner than you might otherwise find. And we got away for the most part without one yesterday, but that GTR 99, it could certainly be a random failure of the left-hand corner. But if you're going to pick a corner to fail, for my money, it would be the left rear, for exactly the reasons I just talked about. So, had a report of another car smoking down at turn 13. I think that one might have either been a lockup. Catch a number. Perhaps the 85. Safety truck enters the track from the front straightaway to go take a peek at that number 313 Tippery Motorsport BMW. Car ground to a halt out of 12th in GTO. Had just gotten past the number 99 a couple of laps ago. It's been dealing with its own issues. This battle rages on, by the way, for 5th in GTO with the 89. 4th in GTO with the 909 and the 89. Nice on the recovery here down at turn number 4.
Moorhead Speedworks has regained 3rd position from PC Racing. This is after Moorhead did a green flag pit stop that had designated them down into 4th in GP1, whereas we are going to be due a pit stop soon from PC Racing.
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, the PC pace hasn't really been there to this point. And last lap at 2 minutes 0.9, so they've lost that 3rd position on pace while still owing us a pit stop. A couple of 4-offs down at turn 13 being reported. 2 for the number 85, an additional one for the number 89 Camaro. Oh, who's just gone past the automatic racing Aston Martin. So the move's been done for P5 and GTO. The black number 89X Camaro passed the 909 from Automatic Racing that we've just jumped on board with. That is the Camaro scooting up the road down the front straightaway. As the number 313 is towed off track at turn 4. And I assume will be brought home on the back of that tow rope.
So the 58 Stratus is still leading the race overall and in GTU. Number 12 from Team ACP, Tangerine Associates, leading GTO with a little bit over a 7-second gap to the sister car, the 52. And the 111 Thunder Bunny rounding out the top 3 in class.
The lap times have dropped off just a touch, I think, because of the recovery effort down at turn 4. Some of that would have been to allow the emergency vehicles to enter track at the midpoint of the front straightaway. So obviously, you can't go past the vehicle anything other than single file, which also means no passing. So I think that will brought the lap times out a little bit, in addition to the recovery itself at turn 4. 89 just dabbing the brakes at the midpoint of the front straightaway, just past start-finish. Very interesting.
Probably just seating the pad.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Pit stop for the 89. Sorry, 98. Too many 9s and 8s. That is the Birmingham Road and Race BMW out of second in GP1. Of significance, it came across the line 3.5 seconds after the number 147. So we've had pit stops from now the 147 and the 522. Choice Racing, you would assume, is going to be doing here in just a handful of laps, actually. Longest so far today is 35. We know the window is 35 to 40.
Question is, can they beat Birmingham once they rejoin the track?
Right. So this is that top 3 battle in GP1 that we kind of had broken up earlier by varying pit strategies and full course yellows. And happily, it's very much all come back together here. We know Moorhead Speedworks and Birmingham Road and Race are right there together. 3.5 seconds. They've both just had a pit stop in the last few laps. And the 522 is going to be the next to OS1. What we don't know is what that interval actually is. According to Joseph's timing software here, it's about 2 minutes and 39 because it is up over a lap. And I don't know that a choice pit stop is going to take that long, especially if they just did a driver change on the last one. On board the 123, which is the Mercedes-AMG GT4 from NFC Motorsports. I feel like they've been in recovery mode literally all morning.
Yeah, I guess they had trouble getting onto the grid, so they started the tail end of that class. And they've had to work their way up.
I think I had just expected them to maintain the pace they had first thing this morning, and I think they probably got done over by some of the full course yellows, just as a matter of bad luck. You would want to as much green flag time as you can if you're running more quickly than everybody else. And unfortunately, I think those full course yellows put them back at the tail end of the lead lap. So instead of closing in to the back of the field or the back of the queue, they were out in front of the rest of the GTO queue. And it never really got them into a position where they could attack the rest of the GTO field. So they've just been, every time things get reset, they end up having to come from behind and come from behind and come from behind. And now to that point, they are, we got an exact number, the GTO class leader, 2 laps, nearly 4 minutes behind. So things just haven't really gone their way, despite them being reasonably consistent on pace and not really having any issues of their own beyond not being able to take the green flag.
See, pit stop for the 191 Overnight Motorsports. I believe this was them pitting from 5th in GP1.
Yeah, this is the onboard I think I saw Zach working on earlier to get us, which is nice to have another production car on board. I don't think we have any in GP2 or 3. Oh, we have the AOA ones, don't we?
Well, had. One of the AOA cars is in the
Right.
paddock.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, it was getting towed for that last yellow.
I'm showing it back out. The both 55 and 85 should both be out on track right now.
Excellent.
Potential for a GTO lead battle shaping up here between the number 12 and the number 52. The cars from ACP Tangerine Associates. It's almost exactly 10 seconds. The 52 was a little quicker last time through start finish. Just a little breakup in the high overcast layer you see up at the top of your screen. The first time we've really seen, I mean, it's still not sunny, but it's definitely brighter than it's been at any point the last 2 days. And this low overcast finally starting to break up a little bit, which with any luck means it might warm up a touch before we get out of here.
I just want to know how much longer Choice Racing can go without stopping. Like, they've got to be getting close, right?
You would think so.
They last pitted on lap 61, and then they had an extended yellow period in there. We're now getting close to lap 100. Currently on lap 99.
Ooh, smoke down at turn 3. And that one appears to have been a lockout. Not sure from whom.
Possibly a spin from PC Racing on their pit out.
Oh, was that reported?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that could have been.
So Capstone are still salmon on timing and scoring. They're the ones, the GTU car that had the issues. They now only have 5 laps in hand over the Racer Motors car. So Racer Motors, if they can keep clicking off laps and Capstone stays in the pits, could come through for a second place here. With the Stratus number 59 still a few laps behind the number 6. So Capstone, obviously they're in the back trying to fix whatever it was that they needed fixing. Hopefully can get back out and make a competitive race for second in GTU. Otherwise, Racer Motors is going to go through. They're now down to 4 laps in hand. So they've only got, what do you figure, 5 or 6 minutes, 6 or 7 minutes, something like that, left before they're back to competing on the same lap as the number 6.
Do we know what happened to the 59?
No, but they had an issue quite early on. I want to say in the second hour that had them in the paddock for quite a while. But
interesting.
It's back out. So I mean, if we can see Capstone, they might be behind the wall, but the others are have been out and circulating now.
Yeah, remember Capstone was the car with
fender
the right rear
issue.
suspension / tire / fender.
Yep.
Yeah. Called a tire rub. 52. Actually, both the ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs up at the front of GTO into and out of the pits.
Put the 111 back in the lead.
Yes, exactly. And the 52 falls all the way to 5th.
Now the 111, I reckon,
also to the 89 and the 909.
Is going to need a pit stop here shortly, though. So we'll have to take a look at the gap. Yeah, only a 30-second gap. That's not going to do it for the 111. They're going to end up back in second or third place, depending on what happens here with the 89. The 89 also is going to be due a pit stop here rather shortly.
Yeah, this is pretty much everybody's longest stint of the race, because it's the longest we've gone without a full course yellow.
Are we thinking the rain's going to hold off? Is that what we were kind of seeing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, every now and then it shows up in a sort of a minute by minute forecast, and then it dissipates. But if it's predicted and then dissipating, it also means that it can show up without prediction. So if we get it, it's going to be one of those, oh, it's raining sort of events, rather than a, fully anticipated, here it comes sort of event.
Right.
It's not far away from here, though, I'll tell you that.
The track promoters obviously pay extra for that to get the weather to go around the track rather than right through it. Also lies with them. I don't know if RJ has to pay extra for that, or if the track just picks that up as a matter of course.
No, I think if you have to be a local for that.
Okay, got it.
522 exits the pit lane. So pit stop from the GP1 class leader. It's a quick stop. 328.3 is the outlap, and I think if I look for the Moorhead car, it's down at turn 10. So they've done this whole pit stop exchange in GP1, and the margin for Choice Racing's number 522 BMW is still almost half a lap.
That's a good job by them. Good job by Wheel Choice after a rough day yesterday. Able to get back in there and make it happen for himself.
Yeah, let's keep eyes on that battle for second as well, because the 98 is still ripping off laps that are quicker than the 147. Moorhead Speedworks BMW up ahead of it. Margin is only about 15 seconds. Moorhead's just come across the line as the Birmingham Road and Race car exits turn 16. The overall race leader has pitted as well. Number 58 from Stratus Racing. Quick stop without any drama there as well.
Interesting. I'm wondering if PC Racing has come onto pit lane.
They've, literally as you were saying it, they made the hard left-hand turn into the paddock.
Okay.
Yeah. So that answers your question. The 89X Camaro has cycled through into second in GTO.
But they are still due a pit stop.
Right.
Should be side by side going into one.
Be interested to see what the lap count is on this stint. We know that car had a big fuel advantage last year.
Right.
And that's not just the way that the fuel formula calculation was made, because nobody was running a car as heavy as the 89X Camaro.
Right.
Nobody was making as much power, and so now we find what the advantage was, and it's been tweaked a little bit for 2023. Balance things out a little bit more, but try and see if it continues to make a difference. Having that slight power increase over the rest of the field. That is one of the things I enjoy, I think, most about WRL in an open formula with power to weight, is that, oh, sorry, there's a long off for the number 84, 94 Motorsports NP01. He was committed through the exit of the S's at turn 12, but the Stands Racing number 198 Mazda Miata found itself on the racing line, and I think maybe out of an abundance of caution, the 84 took to the grass and threw up some fairly large chunks of sod over the top of the car.
Yep.
In doing so. Anyway, my point about GTO, you do occasionally get these outliers that run either very low power and very low weight and try and do take the agility approach, and then you have a big, heavy car like the Camaro that just, will build the car, whatever it weighs, and will make an appropriate amount of power. And it still works. The car is still competitive.
Absolutely.
99 is back out of the pit. Oh, there's a waving yellow at turn 3 because there's a car stopped between 3 and 4. Looks like it's parked. The driver's left.
It's been, yes, driver's left. It's being reported as the 75. That would be the Valdez Motorsports MX-5 in 3rd in GP2.
No, that'll bite a little bit. I knew it was a little way off the back of the 178, but as Zach points out, the 191 from Overnight Motorsports is a car you're on board with. Look to driver's left on the exit of turn 3 here. There's the safety vehicle. And there is the gray Mazda MX-5 just to the left of it. Again, with any luck, we should be able to get this car recovered without needing to go full course yellow. Pit stop for the 909. So they blink first relative to that 89 Camaro. Thunder Money in as well? Yes, okay. Suppose that is correct. They went a long way on fuel this time around as well.
So now Camaro leads GTO.
Yeah, who'd have thought? I mean, we did. That car's competitive. It's nice to get a full round of green flag pit stops in today. I don't know that we really saw that yesterday.
No, yesterday we did not.
And if we did, it was almost certainly affected by rain. So this is a good, dry, fully green flag stint here for everybody, but particularly these GTO cars at the front. Automatic racing is out. I'm actually going to come out behind the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. So eventually, when the 89X pits here, it should cycle the 12 and the 52 together back into the class lead. The 75, by the way, is underway on the tow rope, currently rounding turns 5 and 6, as you see in that. Stans Racing's pulled into the paddock, the hard left-hand turn at the end of pit lane. So I noticed that car through most of the morning had been either bouncing off of a red limiter quite early or misfiring down the front straightaway. And I'm not sure exactly which one it was, but it would get up into near the top of the rev range in top gear here on the front straightaway, and then just sound off, for lack of a better word. I don't know if that's something that they've been fighting just this weekend or what, but certainly most of the morning today has not sounded great at speed. They've already lost heaps of time and 10 laps down off the class leader.
Yeah, but only 1 lap behind Valdez, who is currently stranded.
This is true, actually. Could have toughed it out for another lap. It might not have been a bad idea.
I'm just waiting for the timing to update right now. But for a while, it looked like we had the top 6 on the same lap in GTO. I think a lot of them are most of a lap down. So the number 12 is only 18 seconds behind the number 89 Camaro. That 89, of course, still owes us a stop. We're not sure when they'll stop, but they do still owe us one.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I guess I would have thought the gap would have been a little bit bigger than 18 seconds, but those ACP cars had kind of stamped their authority at the front of GTO through a couple of rotations, you know, off the yellow flags and then through the pit stops. I guess I had expected it to be a little bit closer than it is. The long lap from the 12, by the way, I think probably influenced a little bit by the recovery of the 75 Valdez Motorsports Miata. But 158.4 was the last lap. Also ceding time to its teammate racing from behind. It stopped from the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, who makes a left, swings to the left, way out of turn 14. See it here. Rides the curb to the inside, stays left, and into the pit lane entry. The hospitality building that currently holds our last two cameras, and then the right-hand turn into the pit lane itself. Another long lap from ACP Tangerine Associates, and now all of a sudden the margin for 89X is 25.5 seconds.
Yeah, Tangerine Associates has had two rough laps here, the last couple.
Yeah, so the first one I thought was influenced by, and I guess it's still possible that this one was as well, but that 75 has since been recovered into the paddock.
Well, they've been rough since this pit stop. Basically, they had a 204, a 213, a 157, a 55.8, a 57, a 58, and a 58.
Yeah, but usually once you start to find your feet, you gradually step it down into, even if it's a couple seconds off the ultimate pace, you generally tend to find what that comfortable pace for you is, and instead it's fluctuated pretty wildly here. And all the time, like I said, giving up that time to his teammate behind in the number 52.
Which will be closing up rather quickly.
89X stays out another lap. He's just gone past the number 99 BMW on the brakes down into turn 13. Swings onto the front straightaway. This is including some yellows, a 47 lap stint from the 89X?
Pretty good.
46, sorry.
Pretty good.
It's extremely impressive. And when you compare it to Thunder Bunny was 40.
Right.
The 52 was not even that, 36. Right? So if you get green flag running here and that 89 stays reliable, there's every chance that 89 car could end up back in this.
Absolutely.
So keep in mind at Sebring, 89X was able to do almost a 2-hour stint.
Right. So this is kind of what I was referencing earlier, where this car, okay, it's running heavier and more power than everybody else, and the fuel formula initially was tilted a little bit towards a higher powered car. But obviously that's been tweaked for this year, largely because of the 89X and how much of an advantage it had. So WRL used the data they had on hand from that car and cars like it to correct the fuel formula.
Oh no!
Is that the 89?
Is that the 89 running out of fuel?
Oh my gosh! Yep. Well, it's got power again. So
I think that might have been the burp. That might be your indicator that it needs to come in for some fuel, I reckon.
You would think so. Anyway, what I was going to add to that is it wasn't just the formula. There's obviously a way that they're running that car that gives it, I don't know if that's fuel. There is a little bit of smoke out the back of the car.
Oh, that's
through
a lot.
turn 9.
I think it was leaking some fluid as well.
Mark Martin offers an explanation for the fuel mileage. large capacity due to heavy weight.
Yeah, I listen. I've been told the weight number on that car. I'm not going to share it because I don't know that it's right for me to make it like as that 89 comes into the pit lane. But it's a big number, and yeah, I mean it has a massive fuel capacity as a result. Ideally, you'd want that to be balanced, right? Where everybody has a similar sort of stint length, and that was certainly the intention for 2023. But it's still got something of an advantage. Also, it's not a GT4 car, right? I mean, those GT4 cars, yes, they're meant to be efficient, but they're also designed to run basically an hour on fuel. And you know they're flat. You're flat through all the shifts. There's no H pattern box, no lifts. You're flipping the throttle on downshifts. There's all kinds of other little things that go into that, and we see it with Screaming Goat, right? That car was super fuel efficient, and it wasn't because it was heavy or making a lot of power. Part of it was because it was an H pattern box, and you're spending way less time on the throttle than you are in, you know, a flat shift semi-automatic transmission. So it'd be interesting to see how much time that 89X lost. So doing a driver change and putting fuel into the back of that car. And it's just can after can after can. Through goes the 111. That drops the 89X back to 4th in class, 5th overall.
So that's definitely a car that hurts to pit under green flag conditions.
The 89.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a tough balance. The 909's come through as well. It's such a tough balance because you want to run under green for as long as you can to maximize the fuel that you have. But if it takes so long to fill it that you're giving all that time up anyway, then, you know, it kind of becomes a moot point. Yeah, you'd want to pit under yellow, but you have to catch those yellows at exactly the right time where you're pitting after everybody else, going further and further enough to be able to save a pit stop. So it has to matter. And then have the yellow come out so that you can lose less time when you do fill the car up. And the chances of everything like that working in your favor are very, very slim. It's just such a long fill for this car. It's actually just gone a lap down to the 52, which means the 12 has definitely already gone through. Personal best from the 909 Aston Martin.
I think I have a pretty good idea, because I had this discussion with an old boss of mine when I tried to explain to him how the rules for this series work. And depending on which trim of Camaro they're using, they would have had to ballast up and still detune that motor, assuming that it's an SS or
I'm sure it's detuned.
Better.
Yeah.
I would imagine that they're running at the maximum ballast for that car to get even remotely any kind of power out of the motor. Because if you're running it at the actual weight that the car is, you had to detune it a substantial amount to where I don't think it would have been effective race car.
I mean, it would still be 9-1.
Right, but the car would have been.
Regardless of how much you detune it.
I mean, it would still be 9-1. I don't think it would have been an optimal combination. With his with his little power as you would have to run out of that car at its base weight.
I mean, remember its base weight isn't going to be. You know, the car's had a lot stripped out of it. And
well, it's had a lot put back in though, right?
Sure,
yeah, that's. I think it's probably had more put back in than stripped out. Because I mean, yeah, like a modern seat is heavy, and you know, sound deadening, dash, things like that. But a roll cage isn't exactly light either. Mark Martin in the chat saying it did 32 laps at Sebring. I was prepared to protest it until I figured out just how heavy it was. So that seems to track there.
I enjoy that a car like that can still be competitive. You don't have to get it down to exactly the BMW number or exactly the Cayman number to make it work. On board the 123, taking a long time to come back to full throttle through the left-hander at turn 2 there.
Yeah, I wanted to pay attention to this because they just did their pit stop and they came out behind the number 2, which was kind of trying to chase the 82. But those gaps have now all pulled apart, so that fizzled out.
Does it say? Let's see. It says it's a 2018 Camaro, which gives me some degree of hope that a car as new as 2018 is still able to be messed with enough to where you can get it into a racing situation. So that actually makes me feel quite good.
I mean, we have cars from like 1991 in this series, so...
Right.
Looking at UNAs.
No, the point being that, Joseph and I have talked a lot about, there's too many electronics in a car to really take a showroom stock car and make it a competitive race car. If you want to change basically anything, because you've got airbags and you've got everything's all synced in with the climate control system is hooked up to everything, and you can't separate stuff off. But the fact that this is says it's a 2018 Camaro and that they can get that much modification into it, that it's competitive in GTO, is good. Now, I know for a fact that the current Mustang road car that's about to come out for 2023 is supposed to have a locked ECU. Now that ends up typically not being locked, but they also have it networked to where it's going to receive over-the-air updates, and it's supposed to be very difficult to tune, which sucks because then you can't build a race car out of it. But then Ford have responded by providing a race car option for you to purchase. So, we talked a little bit about that yesterday as well.
Yeah, we'll have one of those for Road Atlanta.
Yes, it is on the Road Atlanta entry list.
Yep.
And I am excited to see that car in person. I think that'll be one of the first times that car has had an outing publicly. If I'm not mistaken,
I believe
don't
so.
think
Yeah,
I've seen anywhere else.
So that announcement
certainly
came
know
out,
the GT4 car is not out yet.
That announcement came out last spring? About the
no, it was late.
September.
It was September, yeah.
Okay, wow. Yeah.
So is it a Dark Horse S or Dark Horse R that we expect to be seeing?
It's whichever one. I think it's the R. I'll look that up.
It'd be good to have a conversation with Brad about just how much work that car needs to get ready for WRL, because by all accounts from the Ford press release, that car was meant to be more or less ready to go for series like WRL GTO.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was built specifically to 9-to-1, but basically ready to go for 200 treadwear tires and a turnkey racing car.
So then it's most likely the R.
Well, because the
S was more track day based, I believe.
What I want to say too. Of course, Dark Horse, one of the first actual unique trims of Mustang that they haven't just redone an old one. I'm a little bit shocked by that.
Your lead margin between these two ACP cars is down to 11.5 seconds. Also a battle on for third in GTO between the 111 and the 909. 111's pace has slipped just a little bit into the 54s, and the Automatic Racing Aston last time at 52.9. The margin is down under 8 seconds.
So it does look like it is the R, whereas the Dark Horse S is a track day car. So presumably the S is the same as the R, but with an uncorked power plant, whereas I would assume that the R is has adjustable power modes to make it a little bit easier for a series like WRL to sanction.
Oh, car stopped at the exit of turn 7. According to the race control log, it's the number 84 Tebico NP01 from 94 Motorsports. It is moving, but ever so slowly. Also, let's put a little asterisk next to this number 52. Been called in for possible contact at turn 14 with the number 59 Stratus NP01. Possible contact under investigation, and obviously, as is always the case in WRL, it is pending a video review. Whether it's from live streams or the required onboard front-facing cameras. The Voodoo Garage NOLA RX-8, by the way, is up into the top 2 in GP3. Just into the pits now. It is 10 laps off the back of the 109, but it's been doing laps, whereas the 109 has... I'm sorry, the 2 AOA cars haven't.
Yeah, it really took advantage when those 2 AOA cars decided to do that whole synchronized slow on track thing.
Yeah, strong showing as well from the 178 from JNR up in GP2.
Yeah, they're having a bit better day than yesterday. Yesterday they were looking pretty decent, but they did have that issue where they did run dry and had to be recovered, I believe.
Sure. Look,
I say a couple penalties as
when
well.
I say strong showing, I mean they've been on track and they haven't been fighting mechanical issues as far as we've been able to tell, which is, you know, it has bitten the JNR cars in the past, whether it was the Accord or the Civic, and even yesterday we thought they were having a decent run, and then all of a sudden they had disappeared. But we're, you know, nearly 4 hours in, certainly past halfway, and that car's been pretty stable so far. On board the 147 here, exiting turn number 7, which I think will take us past scene of the crime. Did I miss it? Looking to see if that car was still there. Yeah, okay. Way off to driver's right. It's hard to tell where the corner is from this far away. Like you can see literally the whole track from where I sit, but turn 7 is way out there, and it's hard to get a sense of what's driver's right, driver's left, and where the actual corner and corner exit are. Looks like it's just off to the right. Okay, there it is. Basically right at the cut between 2 and 8. Be an interesting configuration, of course. Pit stop for the number 6 from Racer Motors. Tebico NP01 out of 2nd in GTU. And just finding ourselves in a bit of a lull here. Not that there aren't things to play for still, as the lead changes hands. First place in favor of that number 52, still pending an investigation for some reported contact, but nevertheless past its teammate, the number 12. They've closed down a 50 or so second margin and have picked up the GTO race lead for their troubles. all the while stretching their legs not only over the 12, but over the 111 from Thunder Bunny as well, who's not quite been down in the 51s in this phase of the race. We've seen at other points during the race this morning. Lock up down at turn 13 from, I think, the 85 from AOA. It's the inside front all the way into the corner.
Moorhead to pit road.
Yep, that'll kick off another round. Well, not really.
No, because the 522 just stopped.
I thought this was a little better balanced than that, but it's still actually pretty heavily in favor of the 98, especially the 98.
Brendan, are you
capable
capable
of pit.
of running irresponsible math? Is that something you're capable of?
I just press a button.
Well, let's press the button after the 147 finishes its pit stop, perhaps?
I just did it.
Oh, okay, well, you can press
I can run it again later.
Yeah. Well, later, as in like 3 minutes from now.
That's fine.
All right. Because that would kind of give us an idea of where this is going to shake out, because the 147 and the 522 look to be firmly off cycle from each other. So I'm curious where it will shake as far as where off cycle they'll land. You know, if it keeps going like this, I don't think it'll be close. I think it'll be one or the other, depending on the amount of endurance we can get out of here. We're just getting into our 4th hour, so we've got 3 hours to go. Is that... can these cars run a full 90 minutes?
Yes.
So that should
the
be...
Birmingham Road and Race cars certainly can.
So that should mean that the 522 needs at least more than one stop, probably 2 stops, with a splash at the end. Whereas the 147, as long as they're careful, this might be their second to last stop. They probably need one more, and then any yellow will get them there.
Automatic passing Thunder Bunny in turn 1 there. That is for 3rd and GTO.
I'm having trouble deciphering Joseph's pit stop remaining chart.
Can we hail Joseph and see if he can present it for 5 minutes and then go away?
No, that's okay. I'm gonna stick with this.
All right.
Because there's some cars missing from that chart in particular. Oh wait, what happens if I click on?
You're watching me figure this out irresponsibly.
In real time, double click on the legend to isolate one trace. What happens? Nothing. Oh! It says 3 stops remaining for the 147, and that's before this one. So this and it should be this and 2 more, and it doesn't think it's close.
How much of that is influenced by stopping under yellow, though, more frequently than they needed to?
I think it takes its number off of the longest. Oh, there's a car stop, sorry, at turn 3. I think it takes its number off of the longest stint. Car at 3 and 4, it looks like a yellow... Oh boy. Maybe the 55? It is the 55.
Alright, so keep an eye out for any other MX-5s that have sympathy stops.
Right.
We're also going to have to deliver worker lunches here, I think. Unless we did that under the last one.
I think we probably already got that done under one of the prior yellows.
I might also take a walk down. Let's see.
So this has been a green run, and they went from lap 84 to lap 115. And so the script says they need 2 more, and it's not close?
Yes.
Okay, and then what does the script say about the 522?
Stand by. Not sure how he sorts this. Well, this says a slight chance of 1 more. There we go. I have to click the right thing. likely 2 more stops for the 522, which feels right. Similarly for the 98, 2 more stops almost certainly. So essentially what's happened here is A, by running longer, and B, by not pitting. See, I think the 147 made an unscheduled stop. I think the pit stop on lap 84 was not a scheduled stop. And even though they were due to be on schedule or on pace with the 522 and the 98, that extra pit stop is actually going to put them outside the window to do it on the same number of stops as Birmingham Road and Race and Choice Racing. Whatever caused that stop out of sync is it actually made it an extra stop, not just an out of sync stop. That's a bit of a shame. And for what it's worth, the script does put the 522 in with the best shot of a class win. It also suggests that P2 between the 147 and the 98 is literally a 50-50 proposition. Which is very exciting. I would think that that would still be pretty heavily in favor of the 98, but they lost so much time when they ran out of fuel that the fuel advantage they have now is clawing back the time that they lost rather than gaining them time relative to the to the class leader, the 522. Be interesting to rerun these projections for GTO after the current stint with the 2 leaders, with the number 12 losing as much time as it is in terms of overall lap time. Big gains being made by both the 52 and the 909 from Automatic Racing. And for that matter, the Thunder Bunny number 111. We've now got the top 4 inside of a minute from each other. Rain starting in 4 minutes, if you believe the hype.
I see. It always rains in Avondale.
So, Mr. Producer, given our current situation here and having lost the opportunity for this recovery of the AOA Mazda MX-5 to become a full course yellow, I think now might be a good time to go ahead and take care of some of our commercial obligations on behalf of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We're going to go take a quick commercial break. Come back here in about 2 minutes time and rejoin you for the last 2 hours, 52 minutes and some change from NOLA Motorsports Park in the 2023 season opener in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Back in a minute.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty, whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at NOLA Motorsports Park, recovery of the number 55 Mazda Miata from AOA Racing continues just away from our camera shot. They're at turn number 9, being dragged backwards towards the pit lane. DriversEye Live with you all the way through this opening weekend of racing. The World Racing Week powered by Hagerty. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Jack Johnson on production. Thanks everybody for being with us throughout these 2 days. Yesterday was a little bit challenging, I think I would say.
A bit of a challenge.
In terms of producing 9 hours of hashtag content to you loyal fans of WRL.
We did it. We made it happen.
We did. We did. And no major hiccups along. Well, we had one major hiccup along the way. But
wasn't a hiccup so much as it was a snore.
No, it went okay. And yeah, in the end, I mean, we had some dramas with the 909 at the end of the race, but for the most part, everybody had kind of found where they were meant to be, and the last 3 or so hours of the race played out more or less like we expected. And we get to Sunday, knowing it's going to be a different proposition, 7-hour race instead of 9, and a largely dry proposition, at least to this point. Means we've seen a slightly different race, a lot more green flag running, a lot more predictability to it.
Right.
And we've actually gotten to finally see a real, cycle of pit stops. We've seen, what fuel mileage our GTO competitors especially have got, and allowed it to actually make a difference. Then goes in GP1, that Birmingham Road and Race car has something of a fuel advantage. It also went entirely too far. Interestingly, both the 89 and the 98 kind of got greedy.
Yeah.
Right? They went way longer than everybody else, and they both ran it out of fuel in doing so.
Right. Sometimes just consolidate your advantage and be happy with what you have instead of pushing it.
Yeah, the 98 I don't really blame. If they thought they had a working fuel light, but it never came on, that you can't really blame them for. The 89 I can't really speak to. The
right.
Camaro I don't know. I'm excited to have that Birmingham Road and Race team down in GP1. That's a really good, strong addition to the class.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, no. It looks like we're on the preview pane. We can see the radar. It looks like we're about to get clobbered. By this arm of the storm is just going to, yeah.
It doesn't look that heavy, but it is out there. And I can tell you, losing a little bit of definition to the sky way off in the distance.
Oh, there we go. It's raining. It's happened.
Yep. Just like that. So, we've made it the better part of 4.5 hours before the wet stuff hit us today, but it was always going to happen, I suppose. And so begins a new phase of the race at NOLA Motorsports Park. Oh, the 147's out wide, slides dust off the racing line there at turn number 10 and carries on.
We're just waiting in the wane here. So the 147, as has been the discussion, we're pretty sure has to make multiple stops here, as well as the 522. So there's a 1-lap gap there in GP1, but we do think that in reality that's going to be a little bit closer just given the number of pit stops involved. There's going to be some strategy left to play out there. as well as for the 98. They're a little bit more on the fringe, I think, being an additional lap down versus first and second place. And then Ginger Racing is 2 laps behind them. So we'll have to pay attention here and let the stint play out, I think, to see anything in GP1. Now, if it is starting to rain quite heavily, we're going to start to see a little bit of separation in pace. So maybe a good time that if you're close to getting your lap back, you might be able to get past that guy, and then hopefully, you kind of hope for a yellow. That gets you back another most of a lap, and you can try to, leapfrog yourself forward like that. So in a sense, the rain is good if you have good pace in the rain and you can keep the car on the black stuff. I've seen several, of course, coming out of turn 16, that wide rumble strip as you go to the left. I've seen a lot of cars understeer over that in the rain and come quite close to the wall. Now, you have to imagine that they're going to anticipate that, but every time I see it happen on our preview screen, I get a little bit freaked out that they're just going to smash into the tire barrier there. So the rain will definitely shake things up a little bit. I think it'll take a little bit of time to see how it's going to shake things up. We have just looked at the radar, and it looks like we're going to get this arm of the storm, and it may just be the arm, or it may be that this kind of pulls the entire storm down onto the track. Brendan is there personally and probably take a little bit better look at the sky.
I am.
And, see more about what's going to happen. I know Brendan doesn't know anything about the weather, given his job, so...
Yeah, no, correct. I'm going to welcome a guest into the booth.
Oh, okay, there we go.
With a lot more details than we've been able to provide so far about various things. But from down in the GP1 camp, the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks, Chad Moorhead.
Hey,
thanks
how's
for
it
coming
going?
on. Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, considering. Actually, I should probably pull up my phone and figure out exactly what position we're in. I think we're still P2.
Got you in second, yep.
Okay. Yeah, we just did a driver change. I was trying to text you guys so you knew exactly what we were trying to do there, because I could kind of hear you down in our pits, trying to guess our strategy, if you can call it that. But essentially what had happened is that first pit stop, or that first full course caution where we didn't pit, you guys were kind of guessing that. I was trying to get us some free, clear track. There was a battle going on there, 1 through 3, which is entertaining and all, but at the same time, I worry when I see that kind of thing happening early on a race. So Johan was in the car, and I trust him and everything, but if I could get him some free track, and I was probably rolling the dice a little bit and expecting another full course caution, which actually turned out in our favor, and we got it. So I think we were able to jump up there. Eventually up to P1. But then the unscheduled stop under green, which you probably saw, was actually, we had a loose wheel.
Aha.
So driver thought he had a flat. We saw him lock up going into 13, brought him in immediately. Turned out it was a loose left rear. So we changed all 4 just to be safe. So he's on scrubs right now. And then that put us off sequence. And then we were approaching the 4-hour mark with the driver. So,
Oh, wow.
So that's why we had to pull him. So that second unscheduled stop under green was to change the driver out, not because of mechanical or fuel or anything like that. So our second driver's finally in the car.
Gotcha. Were you banking on another yellow to get the driver pulled out, or were you
ideally?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, in fact, there was a caution, a local caution, and I extended him a couple more laps. I think we literally pitted him at 3 hours and like 59 minutes and seconds. But yeah, that's why we're kind of off sequence now with everything. But I think we can probably make it with one more stop. We'll see how it turns out.
You think you can make it on?
I think.
Interesting.
We're going to push it. That's really the only way, right? We're kind of in conservation mode now since we had a wheel go loose. All the drivers have been told to stay off the curbing, especially the exit curbing in 1 and 16. Some of that exit curbing's kind of rough on the car. So
our boy Joseph, who's not commentating today, has a software that he's built that takes all of the data from previous points in the race and projects them out to the end of whatever the race distance is. And his software says it's 100% chance you guys have to do 2 more stops. So it's our software against literally your car and your team.
I'm not putting money on it or anything, but we've gotten pretty good fuel economy with this car. We've got it as leaned out as you safely can run it. We've done as many trick things as you can in the fuel cell. get every last drop out of it. So it usually works, except for that race at Coda where, well, we knew we were going to run out. We had P2 locked.
This is at the end of last year?
Yeah.
Oh, you just ran it out?
Yeah, we ran it out. Yeah, that was the only way we stood a chance of winning that race against the round 3 Cayman. And we knew we had a big enough margin on P3 that we had P2 locked down. So it was kind of a run it until it runs out of gas. And hopefully it's, you cross the finish line. We ran out of gas and rolled to a stop before turn 19. Right. So you might remember that.
Yeah, I think I was confusing that with stopping at turn 10.
That was Sunday. That was a hub broke and we lost a wheel.
44 PC Racing BMW makes a hard left-hand turn into the pit lane, or into the paddock, excuse me. They haven't really seemed like they've been up to pace this weekend.
Well, there was a change in the rules, so they got hit with a modifier for the transmission. So they either had to add weight or take some power out, or a combination of both. So I'm sure that hurt their pace a little bit. And then I think they're running a different driver lineup.
Okay.
So I think you got Michael, who used to run with them. Michael, I forget his last name, but he's with Random Vandals now, running the Continental car.
Gilbert?
Yeah, Gilbert. So they have a different driver lineup. I think they had to probably pull a little power, add a little weight because of the transmission modifier. So that I'm sure that's affected them.
Birmingham Road and Race been a good addition to the.
Yeah, those guys are great. We've battled with them before. I don't think they've ever ran a full season, but the races they do show up to, they're always competitive and they're always close to us, and they're friendly guys and we help each other out. And really impressive considering that's a brand new build. It doesn't even have a livery or anything on it.
No, I know it.
We literally pulled into the paddock at the same time we watched them unload it, and it was rubbing and all kinds of issues. They had all kinds of kinks to work out. So the mere fact that car was literally, this is its first time on track is pretty impressive.
You dropped some hints yesterday in the YouTube chat.
Oh yeah.
No, nothing.
No.
Okay.
No, we're building a second GP1 car.
Cool.
And we're also building 2 GTO cars. So
BMWs.
All BMWs.
Nice.
All E46s. The last great car they made. So.
Zach points out a stop. Is
191.
Yeah, you're right, JT. Just on the shortcut between 1 and 4, car's ground to a halt there, and it's going to have to be recovered. Done a decent job. Oh, we're on board with it, actually. Just as it drives through the puddle, the stream cuts out, presumably because the car's been shut off. We did the last one under green, so hopefully we stay green here, even with the little bit of rain we've had. What do you, if you were to put your GP1 car into GTO now and run it to 9-1, how close do you think it would be? I mean, are you guys really pushing the limits of that platform?
The platform, no. The problem with doing that is we'd have to run that engine like 100%.
Okay.
To be competitive. So the alternative is you strip a bunch of weight from it, so you're not having to do that, and that's kind of the plan with the GTO car.
Oh, neat. Okay. Because you guys aren't that far off the pace.
Right.
Even in GP1?
Right. No, I mean, we could probably run it as a GTO car and be a top 5 car.
Okay.
I have no doubt. Now, could we compete for, long haul over a season? Probably not. But yeah, I think you got to take a lot of weight out of it, really.
So when can we expect to see some of those cars?
The GTO car will probably be a 2024.
Okay.
It'll probably maybe show up at some events later in the year to shake out the issues and do shakedowns and stuff like that. Hopefully our second GP1 car is in the coming months.
Nice.
So hopefully some point this season you'll see it.
Similar spec to the 147?
Yeah, we're going to take everything we learned on that car, which we built it in 2018, and it's been a continual development. It was for the 25-hour back then, and it was never intended to be a GP1 car or a WRL car or anything of that like that. But so we're just going to take everything that we've learned on that car and put it into the new car from the start, essentially. So a lot of different reinforcements and things like that. Because originally this car was intended to be reverted back to a Spec E46.
Oh wow!
So the cage isn't tied into like the subframe or anything like that. So the new car will have that, but identical running gear, identical drivetrain, all that. So parts commonality across will be very easy. So we don't have to carry 2 completely different spares packages.
I'll ask you one more question, and hopefully we get to talk to you before then. But just in case we don't, GP only down at Road Atlanta in July. Is that something you guys as a GP1 paddock are looking forward to?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Road Atlanta is a very hard track to pass on. You really only have opportunities in braking zones, I think, there. You can't pass in the S's, and there's other places like that. So when we get stuck behind, I don't want to say slow GTO traffic, but slow GTO traffic, it becomes a problem there because they'll just drag race you down the straightaway, and you can't ever get around them. So I'm looking forward to a GP only event there. I think it'll be really good.
Oh, we're looking forward to it as well. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah,
chatting with us. A little bit here.
I was just trying to answer your questions.
Appreciate it. Chad Moorhead out of the number 147 Moorhead Speedworks paddock joins us on DriversEye Live. Thanks for coming up, Chad. Yep, we'll see you soon.
So what I got from that is that I was right in that Moorhead Speedworks probably needs one more stop, essentially.
He thinks so. Look, they gambled on fuel at Coda and lost. Right. He admitted as much. So let's see what happens here.
All right.
Learn from your mistakes.
I think Choice definitely needs 2 stops. I think that's a lock. Yeah. So
I think everybody.
I think so. I think they're a little bit light to run to the end.
Here's
honestly.
a question: does it matter?
Okay. Yeah. No.
Well, it does, because if Moorhead only needs 1 and Choice needs 2, that puts them back on the same lap.
But it's on the same lap, yes. But I don't know that with the pace that the Choice BMW has, that it really matters. I mean, the gap. If you use our timing monitor here, the gap between of course it's not going to tell me how big the gap is between us. Nice work. It's a lap and some change.
Right.
I mean, it's almost 2, to be honest with you.
No, it is almost 2. But
I don't think
if you gain a whole lap back with the
extra,
I think if you gain a lap back with the extra pit stop and you catch the yellow right, this is like right back into being a battle.
It's 3 minutes and 35 seconds. And I don't see Choice Racing giving up anywhere near even half that amount of time on a pit stop. I think you're right. It probably gets you mostly onto the same lap, but I don't think the 147's been quite as quick as the 522. Just based on what we've seen so far today, it might be a little bit more consistent. But
well, the 522 had that time where it kind of plummeted through the field after a restart.
Briefly, yeah. But everybody's in more or less the same zone now. 155, 156,
right.
55 for Birmingham Road and Race. Honestly, if anything, I think it's more likely that Birmingham Road and Race, even if they had to make 2 stops, or let's say even Moorhead, makes 2 stops. I think it's more likely that Birmingham Road and Race catches Moorhead than it is that Moorhead catches Choice.
Oh, I think that's 100% true because they're on the same lap.
Yeah, I think if I'm Moorhead, I play to defend from Birmingham Road and Race rather than anything else.
Gotcha. So you just pace what they do.
Yeah, and bearing in mind, like, if you run this race back through about 3 hours ago, 2 to 3 hours ago, the 98 lost the equivalent of Moorhead's extra pit stop by running out of fuel.
Right.
Right, so those things basically come out in the wash.
Right.
And
well, they have. They are a lap apart. Okay.
Are they? I think they are.
I think so.
I think the margin's like 30. It's 36 seconds. It only shows as a lap.
Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. So the 522 to get into that same position is going to have to lose a similar amount of time, which at this point I think is 2 to 3 minutes. Stopped. I think it's the 59 from Stratus.
That's the car that's had a bit of a rough day today.
And Hal. Yeah, stopped at the entry to turn 8. We've seen cars here a couple of times. Actually, I think we just recovered a car from up there about 20 minutes ago.
Now, the good news for the 59 is that Capstone are 17 laps behind them. So if they can get whatever this is situated, it says they're in the pit. They should be safe for third there. The number 6 Racer Motors car has gone up into second place. I was talking about that a little while back. So that'll be good for them as well to get a nice little points day. Take some points off Stratus for the championship. Joseph, of course, sending through a prediction here on our screen.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying earlier. The 522 is
all right.
Is just so, I think, clearly favored in GP1 at the moment, largely because they haven't given up any of that time.
Right.
Consistency helps as well. Lap times back down into the low 150s. Oh, a little rain shower earlier. Just kind of clipped us on the way by.
Just a little drive-by rain shower.
Weather app of choice does suggest this could continue for 60 minutes. And then become a little bit more steady in the 1 o'clock hour.
I like that Joseph is committed to watching the race enough to where he is still sending through predictions.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to commit.
Right.
Like to getting on getting on the headset and
that's too much effort.
Putting it on the air.
Joseph's mic shy, and that's okay.
So he does send a very interesting screen grab through of the predictions in GTO, which I think this was an observation that I had and was a large part of the reason I wanted to rerun predictions after the stint was over for the number 12, because they had lost so much time. They went from being, nearly a 50-50 shot with the stablemate number 52 to win the class to being more likely to finish, on or just off of the back end of the podium. And I think some of that is time loss in the last stint. I think they've also pitted early. I think just as we started to get a little bit of rainfall, they brought that car in. And that may have been driver change. That may have been an unscheduled stop for another reason. They're down into the 52s, so almost certainly they've installed somebody else because they've gone 3 seconds a lap quicker. Yes, potentially tire change. We just don't know. But in any case, it's really cost that number 12 over the last stint or so, and dropped them potentially off the podium by the end of this one.
See Moorhead passing the number 3 Corvette from 94 Motorsports. That is, I believe, due for a pit stop soon. That Corvette currently running 4th in GP1. Taking over for the number 46 Ginger that had pitted.
Good job on them. Unfortunately, the rain didn't really mix things up. It is still currently raining, but I don't think it's raining enough to really impact the surface so much. Looks like the dry line is still staying dry, and the wet part of the track is still staying wet. So, not a ton of difference being made right now. If that picks up, obviously it'll change a little bit. But, not enough to make a huge difference. And of course, now that I say that, it does look like it's falling a little bit harder.
All it needs to do is make it greasy, and that can be enough sometimes to start to inducing spins at the wrong moment.
Right. Well, what I need here is the Scott Michaels talk about head rain on a hotkey, so I can just play that. That's a reasonable explanation of what I think is going on, but I also think that a lot of the teams have gotten used to kind of the damp lightly wet conditions that have played out over the last day or two. So hopefully no huge incidents, but I wouldn't mind seeing some variation in pace here and let those who have a good wet weather driver start to capitalize on that.
On board with the NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz AMG GT4, currently running 6th in GTO, just 2 laps shy of the lead. Having a nice, relatively quiet afternoon.
Absolutely. And this, of course, is the first time we've seen the Mercedes AMG GT4 car, which is a mouthful to say for sure, but I believe this is the first time we've seen this Mercedes run in WRL, this being the updated power plant, the 4-liter twin-turbo, I believe, as opposed to the traditional big old V8 that the Mercedes cars used to run with in the SLS and the older version.
You don't need me to tell you, but the rain has picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just kind of talking about that, and I was just saying that it doesn't look like it's raining that much, but now the rain has definitely picked up.
59 on tow into pit road.
I am very interested to see how this Mercedes does, because in theory, the new Aston Martin will be a very similar car, the Vantage being a similar size to the AMG GT, also using the same power plant.
I was going to say, same engine, isn't it?
It'll be very similar to the way I think that the Supra, in a way, is close to the M2s. In terms of style and attitude, I know the Supra, we spoke about is a little bit more agile than the M4s, one being a 2-door sports car and the other being basically a 2-door sedan. But I do think that the Vantage and the GT will be similar vehicles, especially in racing.
Yeah, I mean, in GT4 everything is performance balanced anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. You only get, drivability, serviceability, differences. We get a spin for the Rapscallion Motorsports number 469 down at turn 9. Might be able to pick that up with the turn 9 camera. It's just behind the time. There it is. Just to the left, the shot there, behind where the timing tower once sat. But I think in a series like this, you do actually get some differential in the car build. Yes, you're running it to power to weight, but the car isn't designed to be performance balanced here. It's designed to be performance balanced in SRO and FIA series. So it will be interesting to see how the Aston Martin does. It's also been interesting to see how the Mercedes has done. To be honest with you, I don't think it's made that much of a difference. I don't know that having a very new generation GT4 car actually makes a ton of difference. You get it down to 9-1, do whatever else it is you want to do to the car to make it go quickly, and everybody's kind of running to the same target. It's a very natural performance balancing.
Yes, I would say that the newer cars are definitely a bit more comfortable and geared towards driver comfort. Maybe drivers' ease for a variety of talent to hop in the car and, go to a, 80% or 90% pace without much worry.
I do remember that being a big distinguishing factor in GT3, 5 to 10 years ago was, is your car ultimately very fast where you can get a pro in and the pro can spank the entire field? Or is your car more suitable to an amateur driver where you can get that amateur driver to extract more performance out of it? And so it may not have the ultimate pace if you have a pro driver in. It's going to be a little bit more consistent with a normal driver in. I think we're going to see that a lot in the GT4, especially in this series as well. I think you see it with the Porsches, honestly. That when we have heavy hitter drivers and the Porsche is tuned correctly and everything's going their favor, they're really unbeatable. But then on days where you've got new drivers or maybe they miss the setup window a little bit, the GT4 Club Sport has not been nearly as competitive as the M4s. I think the M4s, and we've talked about the stability control systems and stuff, probably make it a little bit easier as well.
Yeah, we did hear yesterday from Jason Marks regarding the Supra that it wasn't so much. I mean, it was positive for him, but an experienced and talented driver can get those tenths out of just about any car, especially if it's set up properly. But where you do get an advantage, I guess, for platforms similar to that is it allows those gentlemen drivers, as you mentioned, to be much, much closer to the pace. Instead of seconds off the pace, they're tenths off the pace. I remember an interview many, many years ago. I don't remember exactly who it was with. They were talking about Daytona prototypes, the Gen 1, Gen 2 era. And as much as they were a meme, the whole mentality and methodology behind building that platform was to allow gentlemen drivers to be nearly on the pace. So that 95 pass for second in GTO. The 111 Thunder Buddy gives up the position to the number 52 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW and has a massive slide on the curb at turn 14. Tried to hang tough with that number 52, but just wasn't able to. Gets the back end of the car swung around and keeps it pointed generally in the right direction. And actually been overtaken by both of the ACP cars. The 12 is a lap down, but even so, 52 into second in GTO. This all happening about 38 seconds behind the class-leading number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. But just to finish that comment, the Daytona prototypes were meant to be so that it took a very, very talented driver to get the last half second, the 3/4 of a second out of the car. But if you were Joe Schmo, you could show up in your Daytona prototype at the Rolex 24 and be within, 3/4 of a second of the fastest drivers if you had, any level of awareness of racing, really at all.
And that happened. We saw that a lot, especially with the Highway to Help car that had a bunch of old guys in it that were all 50 plus, and they were doing it for, I think it was prostate cancer or something. That car was never tremendously off the pace. I mean, they were clearly slower, but the NPL1 just went around. It was the Racer Motors car in through turn 4. Not the first time we've seen that in this location.
No, it's a tough old corner. The radius opens up. You want to come back on the throttle, but the wheel is never really straight until you're, probably 30 to 50 yards past where that.
There they are, having got going again.
Anyway, you're right. You did see it a lot, but those cars also didn't have a ton of aero, which suggests to me that if you can have a car that has consistent mechanical grip in low, medium, and high-speed corners, then it takes somebody who has that understanding of aerodynamics and unlocking, how to properly use that aero, how to properly bring tires up to temperature and up to pressure, and all of those, I say little things, but all of those extra things relative to just driving a car at speed to get those extra tenths out. And that's basically what GT4 cars are, right? They're not big aero cars.
No, not at all.
Single plane rear wings, very small diffusers if they have one at all. And, they have every other tool that you need: stability control, traction control, ABS, for a gentleman driver or a sportsman driver to show up and drive the car and do it consistently.
I currently have a multi-screen view here, and it looks like the GTP cars at Daytona are really brutal to drive.
I had wondered if we, not if we were going to have this discussion, but if we were going to get to a place where, I don't know if it was based on the iRacing rendition of the GTP, but in my head, I had wondered if we were going to find that these GTP cars were actually pretty physical. Because the DPI cars were quick, but they looked planted and stable, and like you could really wring them, wring the neck out of them and get those last tenths out. Whereas these GP cars are a little bit more brutal. They're certainly heavier.
They're on board with Ricky Taylor right now, and he is all over the wheel on the infield.
Yeah. I don't mind going into a little bit of podcast mode here because it is a new era in sports car racing. We talk about WRL, and its relevance to, or it's in reference to, international sports car racing and the GT4 platform, in particular up in GTO. It is a very small part of the GTO category here at WRL, but we also have something very special happening this weekend and next weekend down in Daytona, which is the birth of this GTP, specifically LMDH platform globally. Yeah, those cars, they look pretty physical.
And that's what we've heard. At least that's what George is saying.
So has the VP Challenge replaced Michelin Pilot, or is that a separate
It's
Separate.
replaced Prototype Challenge.
Okay, got it. So, okay, that makes sense.
The LMP3 is now only race
Against
well,
the
in
GT4s.
IMSA or against GT4s in VP.
Okay. I kind of think I saw that coming. My impression was that the LMP3 cars were a lot more expensive to run than the Prototype Lights. Whereas the Prototype Light, I think, has now found a nice little home in the SCCA. I think they classed it appropriately for that, but my recollection was that those Prototype Lights cars, the Light 1 and the Light 2, were pretty cheap to run, was my understanding. And a good way to get into the IMSA weekend without having to spend a ton of money, which I think the LMP3 cars at this point still sort of require.
I think it was just a little too niche. Whereas LMP3 is a global platform.
It is now. At the time, I mean, those cars were around. Those Prototype Lights cars had been around since like 06.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Maybe before. So, and that was at a time when there was no more basic prototype platform.
Right.
Prototype Challenge was really the first one that the Formula Le Mans cars, Orica built. Oh.
NP01,
Racer
turn
Motors.
16?
No,
turn 4.
Turn 4, yeah. I think that's the... I think that'll be the Racer Motors car. Yep, 6. Took cut through and continued. So they didn't even attempt to make that infield 1 through 4 complex. Anyway, that Formula Le Mans car was the first sort of entry-level prototype built in Europe. Never mind anything that made it to the States. So those Prototype Challenge cars were a step up. I think they were...
Well, they were a lot faster than the Prototype Lights at the car. The Prototype Lights car was, that was a club racer, I always thought.
Slow 191 again, and ducks into the pit lane, but I'm not sure he's going to make it all the way to where he needs to.
Yeah, this 191's had a bit of a rough day. We've seen them going slowly a few times today.
Yeah. Lap times, by the way, have trailed off a little bit into the low 2-minute bracket. No real rooster tails to speak of, like we saw very quickly yesterday. And now that the rain has trailed off again, not sure we're likely to see that.
So 522 is pit?
Yes. Correct. A warning for 6 people over the wall on that 522. And car exits the pits. So this is one worth keeping an eye on. Right, let's see where the Moorhead car and the Birmingham Road and Race car come out relative to that number 522. Clearly, they've kept the lead. Where is the 147? Because if anything, we thought a 1 pit stop differential was going to get them onto the lead lap. I can tell you, Ryan, it hasn't. That car is now coming out of turn 16. Well, the Choice Racing car is down at turn 3 and 4.
Okay.
So it's not quite got them onto the lead lap here. So the 147 is really going to need to put some laps in if it's... Oh, sorry, it is on the lead lap. 40.9 seconds.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
All right.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, I stand corrected. It
Weird.
was a long stop in that Choice car. 5:15.5. Wonder if they either changed drivers or tires.
Or both.
Possibly both. So now we've got our GP1 leaders within 1 minute and 5 again. Birmingham Road and Race, potentially another 10 laps before they're into the pits again. I don't know if that's going to get them in. I don't think it'll get them into a window for one more stop. Run the irresponsible math again.
Yeah, because remember, their previous pit stop did come early.
This is true. Well, let's see what the computer says.
While Brendan does that, I'm reminded, at least, with the tire changes here and stuff, of I miss when we used to cover the 25 hours of Thunder Hill. I miss the idea that in the kind of the equivalent GP classes, E3, E2, E1, the idea that if you wanted to change all 4 tires, you had to go to the paddock to do it. And it kind of made it a little bit higher commitment if you wanted to change tires. You couldn't just do it all on pit lane. You had to do, I think you could do 1 tire at a time, as I remember, per pit stop. So you could either cycle that 1 tire around over the course of 4 pit stops, or if you wanted to do a full service, you actually had to go back to the paddock. I always thought that was an interesting strategy wrinkle to throw in to, amateur racing. They also had a pretty tight tolerance on maximum fuel that you could fill up per pit stop, as I recall.
I think it was 10 gallons. Yeah.
Yeah. So, WRL is already fantastic, but, I'm just reminded, as, we've seen a little bit of tire changes here. We're talking about the strategy game with the pit, and just, sort of popped into my head. I was like, oh, that was kind of cool. I enjoyed that. Of course, if you ran in the GT or the ES classes, as they were at the time, all of that was unlimited, and you could have an IMSA fueling rig if you wanted, and change all 4 on the pit road if you wanted. Flying Lizard famously showed up and would bring their endurance crew to come bring their gun to the pencil fight.
I mean, it made sense for them because they were so local.
Right. Yeah, they're just up the road a little ways.
It's a good way to keep your crews in shape during the off season.
Absolutely.
Gentlemen.
Brendan.
I have 2 guys.
Excellent.
Both out of the number 82 Continental Tire sponsor. BMW M4 GT4. Sadako also joins us again. Mo Dunka.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, good to see you, Mo.
You too.
Nice to see you back in the paddock. Things are different since the last time we talked to you.
Very different. With a new team in GTO and using a new tire. So a lot of exciting stuff.
Carrying these tire sponsorships around with you, just moving from brand to brand.
That's right.
You've got Continental behind you guys. It's a fully branded Continental effort. Gold and black on the car, as we've decided.
Yes,
it's definitely
not
gold.
yellow.
But it sounds like you guys are, I say you guys, as Continental, fully committed. You're going for the championship this year, right?
Exactly. Fully committed to a full season. Continental and Random Vandals are doing a great job developing the setup and the tire. And I think throughout the year, we're going to do both, get the tire to a better place. And the team is working tirelessly to get the setup right for the tire. And it showed yesterday. I mean, we went 9.5 hours on 1 set of tires, and it still had wear left. And I think today, I don't know where we're at, but I think we're P6 and kind of battling through the field now.
Are you guys looking to develop a better balanced tire? It sounds to me like you're pretty aggressively in the direction of wear, longevity, durability on the tire. Are you looking to extract more pace out of it, or is that a pretty well-defined tire concept at this point that
Well, I think for the year it might be, but I think long-term it's got incredible wear and it's got incredible consistency. Sure. I think one of the big things in endurance racing is you want to stay consistent for 8 hours or 9 or 14, however long you're racing for. Today, 7. And the tire has no fall off, which is incredible. And yeah, of course, a little bit softer. I think they're working on getting a little softer, but the longevity I think is the best in the paddock.
Sure.
9 hours at NOLA is pretty crazy to be on 1 set of tires in GTO.
Quick pit stop from the 111 from Thunder Bunny, the Toyota Supras, in and out of the pit lane. This isn't your first foray into GTO, is it?
It is, actually.
It is.
First time
never
in an
run
M4,
a GTO race.
never in a
before.
GTO race. No, I ran GP2 in the Boxster with round 3, then GP1 in the 701 car.
I couldn't remember if you had any guest appearances in the M4s or not.
No.
Okay.
That was for my later on teammate in the season, Cole Lofsgaard, who took that GTO seat and crushed it.
It was really fun. Teammate Cole Lofsgaard. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Ready to go for 2023?
We are. So Cole and I are doing Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Excited to be driving with Cole. He's a absolute talent. We'll be with PPM. First race of the season is kind of late. Starts in May at Laguna Seca. I've never driven it, so I'm pretty psyched to drive Laguna Seca and never driven the Lamborghini. So first time for me at Laguna Seca, and hopefully we'll get some testing in the car, but it should be an exciting first race and an exciting season with Cole.
So dual programs for you. You're going to do this on the WRL side and then Super Trofeo?
It's going to be busy. 17 or 18 weekends. I'm getting married this year, so my poor fiance, I'm going to need like a stand-in fiance, surrogate fiance for her or something, because I'm gone so much.
Just pick a weekend at the track, get married while you're there, and she'll be fine.
Trust me, scheduling the wedding around track events was kind of wild too. We picked our date around all of the events. But yeah, I'm excited to get a lot of seat time and obviously in some cool cars, the GTO car, the M4 GT4, and obviously a Lamborghini Super Trofeo.
We were just talking about the GT4 platform in general being, we had this discussion yesterday as well with a few other team owners, about it being geared more towards the gentleman driver, the amateur driver, right? Where you can show up and be near the pace of a professional, right? Not necessarily just getting the last couple tenths out of it, but you, having never driven a GT4 car before, right, GTO spec here in the World Racing League, can get behind the wheel of the M4 on a tire you've never driven before and in a car that you've never driven before and be pretty close on pace. Is that pretty much your experience with the M4?
Yeah, absolutely. GTO is competitive, man. The pointy end of this field seems like it is all pros actually this weekend. But it's nice. You know, it's great to have such a mix of, you got a lot of pro level teams, you have, you know, amateur level teams competing for the front. And it's fun. It's fun having a nice mix of drivers out there. Everybody this weekend's been real respectful. I mean, given the mixed conditions out here, there's a very high level of driving awareness and talent, because a lot of things can happen out there when the conditions are mixing from rain to dry to damp. But yeah, we got adjusted pretty quickly to the M4.
Nice. Glad to hear that. I'm not going to ask you to compare your friends at Round 3 and Random Vandals, but obviously Random Vandals is a pretty well-known name in sports car racing circles, amateur racing or not. It's nice to see them in the WRL paddock. It's nice to see, I don't know, they've got the brand new M4 down out front of their garage area down in the paddock as well. It must feel like you're well prepped with a team like Random Vandals. Just show up to a WRL weekend, first one, ready to go, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Similar to Round 3. I mean, I got to give a lot of credit to Round 3, Buzz, Brad, Mark, all those guys for 2-3 seasons. I mean, they won 2 championships last year. Right. So always well prepared and always at the pointy end. And same thing with Random Vandals. You know, to their credit, you know, the tire's new to them too. You know, they have a lot of BMW experience. They've ran these M4s for a long time. But when you change the tire compound completely, the whole setup has to change. And the tireless effort all week. I mean, we got here, I think, on Wednesday, tested Thursday, and the amount of strides they were able to make for the tire and car has been incredible. And they're such a well-oiled machine. They're a professional team running SRO, IMSA, and WRL this year for a full season. So I don't know how they do it, but I feel very welcomed, and the crew is awesome and a lot of fun, and their driver coaches are incredible.
Sure. I say this as somebody who obviously represents the World Racing League to some degree, but having a team, you know, like Random Vandals that has resources already committed in SRO, in IMSA, whether it's for pay drivers or whatever, doesn't matter. They're now extending into the WRL, and to have that crossover, you know, the team that's as well prepared as they are, is a huge, I think it's a huge boost to the paddock.
Absolutely. And I've learned so much from them this weekend, and I think you know, having their presence in WRL, again with ACP too, I just saw them zip by, so that's another pro team. Having pro teams like that in WRL, are they
1-2? Yeah.
1-2?
Yep.
Good for them. You know, having teams like ACP and Random Vandals here, bringing that pro level talent, pro level preparation, I think brings everybody's game up. You know, everybody has to rise to that level. And I've learned a lot this weekend. The amount of effort they've put into getting us drivers, and all the drivers in the cars are fast, on the same page and caught up to speed has been incredible. I'm very lucky.
Do you, so speaking to a broader base of drivers, right? Let's say there's somebody out there that's interested in coming in and being part of the World Racing League. You've now spent time in GP2, spent time in GP1, spent time in GTO. Do you feel there's benefit to coming up through the production classes and getting your feet wet in multi-class and endurance racing from the side or from the perspective of a slower class that's having to be passed? Or is there also a place to come into a GTO car sight unseen, or let's say with some basic racing experience and to be able to be competitive, safe, consistent?
I think the key is that racing experience. Sure. I think if you don't have a lot of it, definitely try GP2 or GP1. I mean, the pointy end of GP1 is really fast too, and so is GP2. I mean, every class has gotten so competitive. Obviously love not having to check my mirror so much in the GTO car. You know, you got to check them a little bit, but not quite as much. I think GP2 is such a great place for, you know, somebody who's got a couple wheel-to-wheel races to get, you know, going. And then I think I benefited a lot, obviously, moving through the classes. You know, GP2, you're in the mirrors a lot, you're making some passes, and you got GP1 cars that you're battling with if you're at the pointy end. And then in GP1, obviously, the cars are fast, really well prepared, especially now. I mean, Moorhead is watching how, you know, Johan is just wheeling. You know, Johan and Will Choice. I think Will Choice in the top 10 overall. So
it's been awesome.
Yeah, I mean, the GP1's gotten so competitive. GTO, you know, they're factory cars. Ours has traction control, something I had never driven in a race car.
Yeah.
You know, so that's, you got to adjust to a lot more things in GTO, and things come at you way faster. So I think start in GP2 or GP1 if you don't have a lot of experience, but you can jump into a GTO car and be relatively competitive if you have some experience.
The rain's settling back in here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We've got a spun, I think it's the Scallion number 469 in GP2 down at the exit of turn 10. And based on what we saw on the radar that Zach just showed to us, I think this one might stick around for a little while, this shower here. So we may get back to seeing those rooster tails we saw yesterday. Were you in the car yesterday for any of the damp hours?
I had 3 hours and 10 minutes in the rain yesterday.
My gosh.
Yeah, it was wild. I got out in P5, but it honestly felt like it was 6 hours in the car. The nice thing is the M4 has a little bit of air conditioning, so when you're on the brakes, which you're on a lot in the rain, you get a little bit of AC. But we had the plan of just making sure the car makes it through those rain stints in one piece, and that's what we did, and it helped us progress to a podium later in the day.
So where will we see you next behind the wheel of the M4? Are you guys going to be at Road Atlanta?
We're going to be at Road Atlanta. So I think we're doing everything but High Plains and Hallett.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think everything else we're going to do, and I'm excited to go to Road Atlanta. First time a full GTO race, so lots of heavy firepower, and I'll be excited to keep developing the car, developing the tire, and I think good things will come to this team and the Continental car this season.
And for those of us that would like to watch you elsewhere, it'll be the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series. You said starting at Laguna, correct?
Laguna in May, then to Watkins Glen, Road America, VIR, Indy, and then I heard we're racing in Rome, which is pretty awesome. Some track north of Rome. Yeah.
Oh,
World Finals.
Vallelunga. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That'll be wild. And I'm excited to just step the level up one notch, and excited to learn and drive alongside Cole.
I think since the time we started working with WRL here at DriversEye Live, I think you're the first proper graduate we've seen come up through the ranks at WRL, but even step up through the classes and then move on to a semi-professional series that we've been able to kind of track and follow the name the whole way. So this is very, very cool, even for us that just enjoy following the series. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Best of luck to Random Vandals throughout the course of the season. And Ryan will be at Road Atlanta, so come catch up with us. Yeah.
Ryan will hang out at Road Atlanta.
Heck yeah.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Mo Sadako calls also up here with us. Thanks for joining and hanging out with us for a little bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, saw the call. Can I say a few things?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
You had taken the headset off. I wasn't sure what the plan was.
It's not because I was tapped out. It's just that I saw the relationship you were growing with Lambro Mo.
Oh,
Lambro Mo.
Mo
And I'm
Lambro.
like, Mo Lambro. And I'm like, hey, let the relationship blossom.
Sure.
But when I was here about a few hours ago, one of the things that I said is like the slower cars, the GP2 guys, the BS that they put up with from us faster guys. there was every time that like one of the GP2 cars would close the door on me in 8, or would like not let me get the run that I wanted to in certain places, I would always like kind of like lean back a little bit and think to myself, good for you, buddy. Don't get bullied, because the guy behind you is a jerk. Do what's best for you. And so when those guys would take care of themselves,
sure,
it was very, I just got to respect that.
What would you have done if you were in the GP2 car?
I am the kind of guy that I have no problem of, like, hypothetically getting out of 2 and then into 3.
Sure.
And then I see that there's a faster guy coming behind me. I'm a big fan of just like, I'm going to occupy the middle of the road to make it really uncomfortable for somebody to force the issue. So
Sure.
in a slower car, I'm going to make somebody
A little
force
bit
it.
of active defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if a dude, so there's two kinds of things that can happen. And well, hopefully the guy just like stays in line and be like, oh, okay, yeah, I don't need to be a jerk, because I understand the mentality of being a jerk. But if a guy wants to fire it up on the inside of me, he's either gonna crash and burn, die, and make a fool of himself, or he's gonna be like a pro level dude that's gonna make it happen. It's gonna be clean. Neither of us are gonna lose any time, but it is a way for me to show, hey, this is what's up.
Nice. Stint went okay today?
Yeah, it was good. I was in a little bit of drizzle, and to my surprise, driving in the drizzle, not as fun as I thought it would be.
Really?
Yeah. All the places that I was committing to the brake or wide open throttle just did not work when there was a little bit of moisture on the ground.
Interesting.
Really weird.
Even with the stability control, traction control?
Oh,
nothing?
heck yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it would have been
That.
really easy to spin the car with in those conditions.
Sure. Yeah. No, I understand.
I have another thing.
Go for it.
Okay, so on Instagram, my boy JCD Racing has proven me wrong in terms of like he put up a poll.
They don't know. No. You can't buy that.
You can't buy that?
They don't know.
Okay.
How many of those people do you think race Assetto Corsa?
I don't know. JCD is like doing Roar Before the 24 stuff right now.
Well, okay, listen, I'm going to offer my take here. And again, a bunch of iRacers in the chat, also in the DriversEye Live group. I don't have the time for competitive racing these days. I can't jump into a server, put in some practice laps, and then go do the race. What I do enjoy doing is hot lapping.
Yeah.
Right? Assetto Corsa with the original Assetto Corsa, not Competizione, but original Assetto Corsa. The amount of content that's available, track and car-wise, the quality of the track and car content that you don't usually have to pay for, by the way, really, really good. You can't race a Ferrari 333 SP in iRacing. Mm-hmm. I can hot lap the heck out of that in Assetto Corsa, wherever I want. Vallelunga, right? Daytona, wherever. To me, for somebody who doesn't have the time to put into competitive sim racing, you can't beat Assetto Corsa.
You also can't drive or race NOLA Motorsports Park
That's
in
very true.
iRacing.
You can do it in R-Factor too, but that's a different discussion that we did dip our toes into.
And you can also do the 333 SP in R-Factor too.
Yeah, but it's not as good.
I disagree.
That can't be as good. No way. I'm a big Assetto Corsa guy, so I'm right there with you. Anyway. But it doesn't sound like a lot of people are.
Okay, that's fine. I'm also I want to think that I'm adult enough to admit when I'm wrong. I love it, but I might not be right.
I'm not, and you're not wrong.
Okay.
Lead into it, you're good.
Attaboy.
We'll back you up here. Assetto Corsa, Modaka, thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Stopping by. Yeah, anytime. We will best of luck to you the rest of the day. See you again at Road Atlanta. Well, we'll see you again at Road Atlanta. We'll see you later on in the season.
Probably.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Best of luck to you guys, and we'll catch up soon.
Cool.
Were they the AC Brosies?
AC Lambo Bros. Something like that. So we had the rain come off and on after we were speaking with the gentleman from Random Vandals Racing. Looks like it was getting a little bit worse out there, but there's not like a wet surface forming. It looks like there's still the dry line throughout most of the track. Almost certainly it's getting a little bit more treacherous offline, which will make passing, especially in multi-class racing, a little bit more difficult. Lots of cars starting to get a little bit loose, but it seems controlled. It seems reasonable right now. There's the 522 of Choice Racing, just ahead of the number 123. He's going to try to go around the outside of a GT4 Porsche. He just got it done. That Porsche is all over the place, just hanging on for dear life. He's going to check up again. The NFC car, of course, trying to take it a little bit easy. That Porsche is moving around a lot, and further reinforces my point that I believe the Porsche Caymans are a little bit quicker in the hands of a pro, and probably a little bit harder for an amateur to get their hands on, especially seeing here in the rain as the 123 zooms right around the guy.
Yeah, that was the 170 Thunder Bunny that's been just a little bit off pace today.
Thunder Bunny, of course, we know knows how to prep a car for sure. They've been doing it in WRL for quite some time, so that's not going to be called into question here. I'm still on the Thunder Bunny subject. I think I'll bring this up again. Still waiting for the 1 Series to make its return here. So, if you guys could get that going for me, I'd appreciate it.
Sorry, I did see Chandler Lunny down in the paddock. 1 Series is kind of his baby, his project, so good to see it back.
Absolutely. IMSA GTD qualifying, just wrapping up.
I can't commentate like this.
Boo.
Listen, I'm not saying it's not on my phone, but we can't do this.
I didn't commentate on it. I just said it's wrapping up.
Thunder Bunny just took out like 7 seconds out of the Camaro this last lap.
Excellent. They're only 6 seconds behind now, so they'll be catching up again. That 89 had a bit of a rough time in the rain yesterday, and
yeah,
if it keeps raining consistently, I think we may see that again here.
I will say everybody's been fairly well behaved today. We had that 1 spin for the Rapscallion car, and I think we had a couple other Racer Motors, I think, had the spin down at turn 4. But by and large, it's not been bad.
No, not at all. We did have the one incident that we were on board with, which I never got a explanation on. I don't think anything has happened with that. So maybe it's a no harm, no foul. Both of the teams point their fingers at each other. I don't know. But maybe they didn't touch. I have no idea. But I'd love an answer on that for sure. But yeah, that's the only incident I've really seen today that I've thought of as like, oh, that was a little bit weird. And even then, I don't think it was anybody's fault per se. Like,
are you referencing the Aston Martin and the 82?
And the 82, yeah.
It was purely incidental.
Yeah,
right. No further action. Quite right.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Yeah, quite right.
Yep. Oh, that's the Racer Motors car is just trundling down through turn 4 right now. Not exactly dead stick, but doesn't look to be making the most power that you can get out of that. And that's the Stratus car that just went through, so not the same one.
I just want to give props to Sadakal and Mo and Random Vandals, who brought me a delicious grilled vegetable and cheese sandwich.
Excellent.
Fantastic. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, guys. I will never not publicly thank somebody for feeding DriversEye Live.
100%.
Yeah, if anyone else wants to come up to the booth and bring food, you are more than welcome.
More than welcome. And I can't speak for Brendan, obviously, but I personally, at Road Atlanta here the next few weeks, I would love to come be a part of your bar tab as well after the race or after practice. So, I'll accept any and all beverages.
You don't want to drink with Ryan. Watching him drink alcohol is infuriating.
What do you mean?
I was wondering if this was going to be brought up.
Of course it was going to be brought up.
Brendan very upset that I didn't sip my $5 bright blue beverage that was served to me at a bar in Sebring, a bar, pizza restaurant, and Polish restaurant combined into one.
Oh, Dimitri's is the best. I highly recommend it to anybody in downtown Sebring.
It was not the best, but shouts to Dimitri's. Seriously, thank you to all the teams who sustain and support DriversEye Live on these weekends. We have lost our food and lunch provider for this year, so
we have.
If you appreciate what we do, this is a nice way to just help us along a little bit.
I get that a lot. Teams ask me, what can we do to help? What can we do to help? Honestly, it's bring food. If I can come eat your food, that's fantastic. That's all the help I need. We've got an hour and 45 left here, give or take about a minute. Just looking at the rundown here, that number 6 did make it to the pit lane, it looks like. And the 59 also in the pit lane. There's a 30 lap, 26 lap, something like that, delta between the 6 and the 59. So as long as whatever the 6 has is a fixable problem, they should be safe for second place in GTU. They just need to get back out and start circulating again.
Yeah, I don't believe... Has the 59 gone back out? After they
Not since it was towed.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think... And to be honest with you, we're gradually approaching the point where I'm not sure you'd start to see some of these cars again.
Just start taking some canopies down, load up the trailer.
Yeah, and especially now that it's raining, if you don't have a driver that is especially interested in going and doing laps in the rain, if you're 30 or 40 laps down, maybe you just don't go back out. Right? If you're not fighting for anything, if you got good points yesterday, right? Maybe you just play this one a little bit safely, because there is a chance that we're going to keep this level of dampness, through to the end of the day. Up at the head of the field, those two ACP cars now almost a full lap apart, 52 back to the number 12. And Automatic Racing about a lap further back in third in class, just up ahead of the number Thunder Bunny 111, who, as was mentioned earlier, is taking chunks of time out of the cars ahead of it. 206.3, or at the very least out of the 909. Maybe not so much out of the ACP cars, but fight could very much be on here for the last step of the podium if the pace stays what it is. Additionally, a thought has occurred regarding our situation in GP1.
Okay, good.
Go ahead, you say it, and we'll see if we're on the same page here.
I was just going to say the 98 is pretty much out of contention. Something happened a little bit ago. We know they did take the Indy straight and continue. But they have been in the pits, I believe, for repairs, because they have been tumbling down the order.
Yeah. So that's not quite what I was going to say, although that is maybe the most important thing to mention, because that was our battle for second in class. As quickly as the Choice Racing car is going at the moment, it may not matter, but the rain may be enough to get the 147 the mileage it needs to do this on just one last stop. Again, I'm not convinced that one stop is going to matter, because they're a minute and 17 and losing, last lap of 7 seconds to the Choice Racing car. But may prove Ryan right in the end anyway.
I think they need to get to an hour and a half to go. I think that is when they need to be pitting that added.
I mean, in reality, that's what, 5? Nah, it's probably 6-7 more laps. That's not that far away.
No, not at all.
Yeah, but that would be their longest stint.
Of course, but it's also been raining.
Yes.
During this stint, where it hasn't during most of the rest of the day. So, could be in for a little round of heavy rain here.
That'd be nice.
Heavier rain, anyway.
Something different.
I mean, look, I'm not a big... I enjoy rain to kind of spice things up a little bit. I enjoy the changeable weather. With that said, it's a different experience watching changeable weather in pro racing, because you have, the slick to intermediate to wet transition. How far do you push it? How brave do you be? With treaded tires, 200 tread wear tires, it takes a little bit of that element out of it, and you'd like to see every car just come home complete and safe. So, not super desperate to have rain, but it does shake things up a little bit. And every now and then you need a race like that where you have, everything kind of presents itself to you and you think everything makes sense, and then you have the weather throws things into relative chaos. I'm very much okay with.
Did anybody clock the sticker on the side of the JDC car?
What?
I don't. What?
JDC Miller, Prior Lake's finest prototype racing team.
Oh, this is a thing.
Yeah, no. It's it says on the side of their LMP3 car, my other car is a Porsche, which I think is quite funny. Very, very on the nose.
I thought maybe it would say DriversEye Live.
I don't think we have the budget for that.
We have stickers.
I would like it if it did. Yeah, Brendan, what's the magnet situation?
I have magnets. I just either keep forgetting to give them out. I also keep forgetting stickers.
So can you leave the magnets in the equipment?
In the bin. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then I will give them out
with all of the electronics.
Having bought them a year ago, I'll put them in like a envelope thing with like a shield on it or something.
Yeah.
Some aluminum foil, you know. We've got 1 hour and 41 left here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
On board the 191 from Overnight Motorsports. Look at how much that car moves around under braking in the wet.
Lots.
Yeah, I mean, the car doesn't have really any aero to it. It's on treaded tires, sure, but in the rain and at the highest braking load point on the track.
You know, it's the short wheelbase mid-engine car is hairy in the rain. I've driven lots of miles in short wheelbase mid-engine cars, and it's not a pleasant experience because you're very aware that the second that it comes around, you will not catch it. It is gone.
Watching the rear diffuser on the number 89 from turn 8. Apparently they dropped this plate offline. So I wonder if that just means they dropped 2 wheels and ground something against a curb, maybe. Oh, it is definitely loose. Yeah, definitely loose. I don't know if we'll be able to pick it up with the right amount of detail on any of our cameras. That 9 camera might have been able to pick it up if you're looking closely.
Stays out.
Yeah, I don't think they bring it in. It's not, even for a meatball, like I don't think it's loose enough to be a safety issue. It certainly appears to be. It's mounted. It's just a little loose on the right-hand side. Flapping at speed, but certainly not breaking apart.
Movable arrow. We're good.
The pace out of this 522 from Choice Racing in GP1 is just relentless. The battle, I say it's a battle. It's not quite yet, but the gap from the 909 back to the 111 is down under a minute now. Just coming down in massive chunks. Also, a very interesting, to me at least, development for 7th overall, where the NFC Motorsports number 123 is currently lapping at a 2:14.7 and is going to owe us a stop pretty soon, while the Choice Racing GP1 leader behind it is lapping in the 209s. It is in the pits. Nicely done, Zach.
There we go.
In comes the number 123, and almost certainly is going to give up the overall position to the GP1 class leader. And that's less a statement because nobody really cares about the overall standings. I think it's just more reflective of how quickly the Choice Racing car is going at the moment, relative to both its class and the GTO cars around it. Bearing in mind that it was designed to be a GTO car, right? It's got more to it than your average GP1 car. Runs roughly the same pace in the drive, but may have, because it has all those modifiers thrown at it in GP1, instead of being exempt from modifiers in GTO, right? Maybe it just performs a little better in conditions like this. Maybe Will and/or Bill Choice are just that good in the rain. Who can say?
It's not the first time we've commentated on a race where, in the qualifying at least, a E46 BMW with lots of prep beat out even a prototype car for the front row. I recall that happening a year at the Thunderhill 25. They had a giant underbody tunnel that came out. They had to cut into the trunk of the car, is how tall the rear diffuser went up the back of the car. And they had beaten a Norma in qualifying. I want to say they were on the front row.
What BMW was that?
Hey, it was not a common entrant that came in, but I remember it must have been me and Tim that went over and talked to them, because they talked about how they only build their cars for handling in the rain because they're from the Seattle area. And Tim and I were like, oh, that makes sense. And he said, yeah, it's probably the only time we'll ever beat a Norma. And we laughed, and they had a good time.
Yeah, I don't remember that car.
What was
I
the
do
last
like
year's
the idea of
game?
cutting into a trunk area to install a larger diffuser.
Is that 2014? Let's see. I think that would be the low group racing car.
You're right. Yep, it was the had the PTG Yokohama type or Adman type sponsor scheme to it. That's right. I do remember that.
And they had beaten CrowdStrike and JFC on the grid. And they were an E0, and they were late cars quicker than them at ES were Team Quick Racing Products in the Superlight and Davidson Racing in the Eagle. So they were really the first real car.
It is kind of neat to me that in a more, maybe a slightly more controlled way, in a more balanced way, you do have a similar approach to building race cars, somewhere like here.
Right.
I think that is an easy part of racing that can get lost when you look at what GT4 is, any of the homologated series. And I get why it is that way. It probably needs to be that way.
Right.
But it is easy to lose that element of racing. And when you talk to like your Chad Moorhead or Will Choice, anybody that builds their cars up from scratch, Birmingham Road and Race today, they've all done things a specific way for specific reasons based on what they know and have learned over the years. And it results sometimes in using the same platform, but with very, very different concepts and executions.
Well, and they're committing now to running a more or less purpose-built GP1 car as well. Both teams have mentioned to us today that they're getting away from a spec E46 with some bits on it, and actually going for a fully customized GP1 car, which I think is going to be a lot closer to what the Choice Racing car is built like. I think Big Mission builds their cars in a similar fashion. Chattanooga Touringwagon, RIP, that car was also, I believe, specifically built for GP2 in that instance. But I like that teams are committed enough to WRL that they're willing to build a car for GP1. And so that makes me feel good about the home of home-built racing cars going forward. Of course, one of the problems we're going to have is the lack of good E46 inventory is going to quickly run out at this rate of people building new cars and kids wrecking them and turning them into drift cars. So, drift cars in quotes, which just means track car with no bodywork on it and spinning a lot.
Yeah, I always do wonder what the next good platform is going to be. We've had the Miata platform, certainly ND maybe notwithstanding, just because we haven't really seen it yet.
Haven't seen them yet enough. People have gone away from. I see a lot fewer of the BRZ 86 cars than we used to.
Right. So that was the initial. That was the initial. Like, okay, well, maybe this is the modern Miata. Maybe this is, not a replacement for the E46, but like nothing that BMW has really produced has replaced the E36 and 46 platforms.
Right. The last good cars they built, I agree with that as well.
I don't have an opinion on that because I don't know, but certainly in terms of numbers, nobody's really, I say nobody, in mass
Right.
Anyway, you haven't seen large communities develop out of what these platforms offer. More and more, even the BMW shops are going back to E46s, back to E36s. You know?
I do think that this new spec series for the GR86, so the new one, I hope at least that will kind of reinvigorate the love for that chassis. I think going to a 2.4 liter motor maybe puts a little bit less stress for the same amount of power. You could detune it a little bit. I understand that the hubs are compatible with a lot of STI parts. And so maybe having TRD building parts for that car specifically, I understand the first year they're only going to run an SRO, but if they build a lot of those cars, I think those could find a good home in either GP2 or GP1, depending on what the weight looks like. I don't remember the specs specifically on that. But if those start to pick up steam in much the same way that, we start to see these MX-5 Cup cars, the NC, Playboy cars, we see those around and about. But people have now built parts to put onto that as well, and those have been, rather popular down through the years, and there's pretty big aftermarket support for that. So I'm kind of hoping that that's it. The fact that the first one didn't really take off really bums me out, but I think the second one, now that they're placing a larger emphasis on developing it for racing, I think may help that chassis out a lot and make it something that people want to use for racing. The other thing I know about that platform is that it doesn't have a lot of integrated electronics. There is already a built-in track mode button for the traction control and things, but the radio, as I recall, is not integrated into anything else. Everything is an independent system, to my knowledge. So you can make changes to it. It was built with that in mind. So I'm really hoping that starts to take off, using some of the TRD parts as a blueprint to maybe create a competitive part that's a little bit cheaper. So I look forward to seeing that.
The only downside I see to that, and maybe I'm asking for too much, is that with a 2.4 liter engine and a fairly small car, you don't have the opportunity to build, not even monsters, but build anything super impressive, like what Screaming Goat has done. Right, or what Moorhead is capable of doing. So there's a 46, right? I just don't know that anything in that size, and maybe it's just not ever going to happen.
There's a little
maybe
bit
we've gotten to a point where we run engines that are so small and so efficient that getting that type of performance, 450 horsepower out of an engine like that, is just never going to happen.
There's a little bit of option for that. My understanding is that FA24 block, which is the name of the engine they use, it's a Subaru engine. It's a flat four. Not dissimilar to what a modern Boxster uses, or Cayman. The racing Cayman still use the 6-cylinder, but a lot of the road car ones are now 4-cylinders, and so they're pretty similar design and size. But that block is shared across the range with Subaru. So in theory, the STI stuff should bolt onto it. And then I also know that HKS have developed a California legal supercharger kit for that that's supposed to give you about 325 to the wheels. Now, longevity testing on that, is still yet to be seen. But, there's room under there for a bigger radiator, I'm sure, or a better radiator, one that's more dense, got a little bit more cooling power to it. So I think there's options. Unfortunately, because of the way the car was designed, there's not much room to put a different motor in it. They specifically want the Subaru motor in that because they can sit it lower in the chassis, which means it's hard to fit something else in there without raising the hood tremendously, which I think would probably ruin the character of the car anyway. So there's a little bit of room, and that's why I hope that the emphasis on racing will mean that people are willing to take more swings at that platform. I'm sure the supercharged one would do decent for sort of sprint racing, or maybe even Grid Life has a endurance quote-unquote series where they run 3 and 4 hour races. So maybe if we start to see those do decent there, we might see a little bit of trickle down back into WRL. I think they would just fit into GP3, if I'm honest, if they were unmodified. If you just kept the stock power level or even detuned it a little bit, I think it would make a good GP3 car. Pushing the power up to get into GP1, you might be compromised because it's still quite a small car, and you can't just throw more tire at a car that small and hope that everything works right. You'll start breaking stuff. So I'm hoping that's the next platform anyway, but it looks more and more like OEMs are trying to take that option away from race teams and want you to buy their own, whether that's an M2 competition or the Dark Horse R. I'm sure we'll see more cars of that nature here in the future.
If anybody from Stratus Racing is watching, listening, participating in any way, can we get some clarification on Dakota Dickerson's whereabouts? I was under the impression he was driving this weekend. He was certainly entered against either the 58 or the 59. And he's just showing up in an LMP3 in Daytona.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's in Daytona. Graham Goodwin tweeted about him the other night.
Did he? Not just today?
Yeah, it was yesterday that he did
Because the most extreme version of this is him being here yesterday and there today.
Got to run the double.
Right. WRL at NOLA and the Rorby for the 24.
It's not a long trip. I mean, you know.
The ultimate double is the 24 hours of Le Mans, the 14 hours of Daytona.
That would be impressive.
Yeah. You'd lose 8 hours for traveling, but...
Well, I have a little bit of good news here.
Let's hear it.
We have passed the hour-and-a-half mark remaining, and Moorhead is still not pit yet.
Yeah, well, that's good news for Ryan.
It is. It's great news for Ryan.
Ryan gets to be right.
Heck yeah.
In fairness, I don't know that it would have been this way without the rain, but, I mean, look, it's been in the forecast to some degree all day. You know, I don't think it's something you should count out. I'm also... So we never really got that heavier little burst of rain, and it actually trailed off completely for a few minutes. But it's come back again. So I think we may just have these on and off showers here for a little while, and then things will start to open up, and might actually get some sunshine on the back end of this.
Here's an update on the WRL Daily Fantasy. So right now, I am hating it, because I had picked the 59. Will Choice also hating it. He picked the 99 as the winner. So both of us are out of it. Brendan, you picked the 909, which wasn't unreasonable. They're currently in second place, so you're almost there, but they're 2 laps down. But Joseph picked the 147 for the win, which is definitely still in the cards here. With their 1 stop to go, they're still a lap down. And then JT, you picked the 58, which I'm pretty sure is going to win GTU at this point. Barring some large calamity, I think JT will win the WRL Daily Fantasy Challenge for day 2 of NOLA.
It's looking good so far. But we'll see. There's still an hour and a half.
All we've done is eliminate people at this point. Nobody has a lock on the win, but myself and Will Choice are very firmly out. So,
who did Will Choice have?
Will Choice had the 99, which is currently in last.
Yeah.
And then I have the 59, which has run into a bunch of trouble.
I think I picked 59 for the
season.
For the championship, yeah.
Not great. 0 out of 2 is not a good start. Considering GTU only runs at a handful of events a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, not positive. I thought maybe luck would come the other way, but there may be something fundamentally wrong with that car.
That's okay. I picked Porsche would win the GTO championship, and so far I am not looking good on that prediction either. But picking BMW seemed kind of lame. Didn't really want to do that either. Brendan, you are currently doing well on your national game, or for your championship game for M3 and GP1. Looks pretty good for you.
Heck yeah!
Joseph has the Tourenwagen winning their class, which currently is not good. JT has the 147 winning its class. Scott has not answered. And I have Big Mission winning GP1. That's about it. So we're kind of...
We just need Choice to run the whole season and we'll be fine.
Right. Joseph has the GTR 99 winning the season, which isn't working out so well. JT has the 111 Thunder Bunny, and you have a Supra.
Ooh, sorry. We have something to talk about.
We do.
Yeah, the number 12 is just past the 909 on track for second.
That just puts another nail in the 909 coffin there on the predictions.
Well, yeah. The 12 had just come back out of the pits.
Sure. Uh, 111 Thunder Bunny also picking up large amounts of time on the automatic racing Aston Martin, 17.8 seconds. Whereas that gap was upwards of a minute not too terribly long ago. NFC's found some pace as well. 203.633 last time around compared to the Camaro's 212.8. That Camaro really struggling in the rain today.
Yeah, they came out of the pits about 5 laps ago behind the 82 Random Vandals BMW and got by very quick. Thunder Bunny just taking off. 9 seconds that lap off the Aston Martin.
Jeez. That Thunder Bunny car in the rain has been pretty good. They've fought back up to 4th place on pace. Haven't had any yellows recently. A little bit of porpoising there.
You can't commentate on IMSA.
The 909 looks like it's porpoising. Kind of. Sort of.
Porpoising to 4th?
Why? Racing with a porpoise. Anyway, why does Joseph's grip not... I don't know. This doesn't make any sense. There we go. So, Joseph's software doesn't believe that there's a world where anybody but the 52 wins GTO. And barring disaster, I think I'd actually probably buy that. It is interesting that this last stint or so in the rain has brought the number 12 back into the fold, because I think not just software, but most of us personally were looking at the pace of the number 12 and thinking that the chances that it was going to be in contention for a podium even might have slipped away just with how much time it was losing. And then all of a sudden, they've swapped some drivers out, a little bit of rain came down, and now all of a sudden that number 12 is, as competitive as the team car in terms of lap time.
It was one of the quickest cars yesterday in the rain.
Yeah, it's really consistent again today. Consistent in this last stint, just down in the 205, 206 range, quicker than its team car, the class leader last time around, drawing away from the automatic car, hand over fist. And I guess equally importantly, drawing away from the number 111 from Thunder Bunny, because that 909 is going to go by the wayside here in a minute, and we're going to have the Thunder Bunny Supra onto the podium, and at least to some degree in chase of that number 12. On board with the number 123. Hear how ginger that they've got to be on the throttle as the radius of turn 2 starts to unwind there.
Should be the 318.
It is the 318, JT. It's the Mazda RX-8. Run down at turn 4, stopped at least down at turn 14. Definitely brightening up out to the west.
I'm more of a Rolex
North
guy
and
myself.
A what guy?
A Rolex guy myself.
It's a Breitling pun, I guess?
Yes.
Breitling? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. In any case, it's the first blue sky I've seen all weekend. Literally since getting here. Even when we had some sunshine breakthrough on Friday during our equipment testing and setup here, it was never really sunny. It was this very high, fairly thick overcast layer. And I don't know that we're going to get much here at the track, but at least things are finally brightening up here at NOLA, and we might get a slightly sunnier finish to our Sunday race than we've had at any point so far this weekend. Move's going to be done on automatic this lap. They're headed down into turn 2, if we can pick that up. Into turn 3. Automatic trailing Thunder Bunny trailing automatic, excuse me.
Oh, big gaggle of cars there.
We're going to catch it at turn 4, I suppose. But let's keep an eye out for that bright blue Aston Martin and the purple, white, and black Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra entering from stage left. That is the Mercedes Supra, then Aston Martin. So pass made for the final podium position in GTO. Automatic Racing, Thunder Bunny Racing now leads Automatic Racing. And I think check our results here very quickly.
Of course, the number 123 runs a lot better when it's, within 1 to 10 feet of another car. Up to 30, obviously, but, you want to be in that 10-foot window.
Thunder Bunny did wind up second yesterday. I was going to say this is the first time we've had a Supra on the podium, but I think I made that same comment yesterday at some point, so very obviously not.
Wow, look at the timing tower. An hour 14 to go on the tower.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah, I think Moorhead's going to do a 50-lap stint here.
That's entirely possible. No, I think you naturally, obviously, get much, much more mileage in the rain. That's true across all cars. But specifically at a place like NOLA, where you have these long, sustained corners and short, very short straightaways in between them, right? You have a long, I think you spend a lot less time on the throttle between 5 and 6, 6 and 7, right? You punch the gas into turn 8, and then as you get into turn 9, you're off the throttle, maybe just very marginally on the throttle through 9, 10, 11, and 12. But by and large, you're really not accelerating. You're just very, very gingerly changing direction until you get the car straightened out of 11 and through turn 12. And I think at a place like this, more than most, front straightaway notwithstanding, you really, really have the ability to stretch fuel mileage in the way that you don't a lot of other places. Additionally, those production cars, especially if they're H pattern, not all of them are, and I can appreciate that. But the ability to coast and come off the throttle as you shift, you really, really start to save fuel or have the fuel savings add up across all of those different elements, and that'll lead to a 50+ lap stint or a 2-hour+ stint in a production car,
or 1 lap or one pit stop left to go. So you said it was starting to look more blue skies, but I'm looking at the preview pane for the turn 13 camera, and it looks quite awful out to the left.
To the left, yes, that's south and west, but north and west was very, very clear.
Yeah, but is it the weather system moving from this?
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't the weather system tracking northeast? Like,
hey. Why we got to be like this?
Yep.
No, I'll say this. It is. It is, but it is moving now much more eastward than it was. Right, so we're transitioning through this band of showers through to the backside, and I think that what you see to the south and west may actually miss us south and east. So, look, I don't think it matters too much. I don't know that there are actually that many positions that are up for grabs in a way that transitioning back to a dry track would affect all that much. You know, maybe automatic could get back into it, but it
That's a very polite way to say that.
No, sure, yes, it is. But I think that is because while we have, 21-second margin between 12 and 111 and a 12-second gap between 111 and 909, other than maybe the battle for second, I don't know that there's a lot. It's going to take us so long to dry the track out anyway that we're going to end up in this phase of the race for quite some time, certainly in terms of conditions. 147 is in and out, so that'll be their final stop. And I think we're going to be we're still owed one more by choice, is that right?
Yes, it'll be their choice as to when they take that stop, obviously.
Sure. 9 laps according to our timing monitor here. Almost certainly that will get drawn out a little bit.
Yeah. They've got a little bit of a window, I think, left to... I think they could probably get to under an hour. Yeah, at least.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
Unfortunate to see Birmingham Road and Race now plummet down to 6th in class after their unexpected stop here.
It's a slow MX-5 over at turn... it's going into 4 now.
I wonder if that's the gray one then?
It's potentially the 85?
85 would be the blue one. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Fairly sure that's...
Yeah, that should be the blue AOA.
Yeah, and now the corner marshals and the race control log agree. It is a slow AOA MX-5. It's the blue number 85 Miata. Sorry, MX-5. Done it again. Penalty handed down to the number 75 for a pit lane infraction, a fueling infraction.
That'd be Valdez Motorsports.
Yeah, visor up. Also a note. A couple of reports of contact here involving the number 52. One with the Thunder Bunny Supra, the number 111 at 12:45 this afternoon, and another one at 12:59 this afternoon with the 909. And as far as I can tell, there's been no resolution on either of them. Now, impossible to tell who the aggressor is, right? But that feels like a fairly significant asterisk to put on things as a class winner or class leader, right? You're looking at, just under 2 laps of a margin, right? The 52 has really built up a nice gap for itself over its sister number 12 car, but 2 laps can go away in one contact penalty, right? So let's keep an eye on that. I know we said that earlier when one of the very early reports of contact came in.
Yeah, they should.
Oh, it was the 52 again at 11:50.
Yeah, they should be due soon, so I believe they would be able to get the SD card then, so the stewards could take a look at it.
Very interesting. 3 reports of contact with that number 52. And there's no... It does say team report a few times, so I don't know if the team has been calling that in or some other team has been calling it in. I'm intrigued to see it, and I really only bring that up because they are in contention, for a really strong finish. and has the potential to change the way the end of this race plays out, or the way things play out after the race is over. So just bear that in mind as we go through the last hour and some change here from NOLA Motorsports Park, and keep an eye on the race control log for updates there, because we may end up having some changes to how things play out here. The number 85 has made it around to the entrance to turn 13. Still going something like 25 or 30 miles an hour.
Go, little guy, go.
Possibly less than that. It's so slow. No word on what the issue is. I don't know if it's a puncture. Certainly fully under control, just not quick. '52, potentially into the pits. Yes, it is. Remember that this is the car that was in the tire wall yesterday, about halfway through the race. And I just realized that they kind of patched it up, but they didn't fix the left front headlight. That's just covered up with duct tape. They certainly haven't fixed up the body work beyond putting some tape on the car.
On the 52?
On the 52, yeah.
They got it fixed enough. Everything else is just a
Well,
sentence.
clearly, yeah, fixed enough, and sitting out there with now a lap plus lead over their teammate. Thunder Bunny had been gaining gobs of time on the number 12. It's still gaining time, but it's happening much more slowly at this point. The 22-second gap from third to fourth, and there's a chance here that this could come down how long the pit stops themselves take, because I think pull up our laps until pit number here. 12 will need one more, and probably a short fill at that. Actually, it's going to be close for the 12. They made it. Minute 4, and it says 27 laps. They may not need another stop.
I think that's pushing it, though.
I do too, and it probably depends on whether or not we actually start to drive the track out or not. But there's a chance they can make it through to the end. The 111 is definitely going to need to stop, no question about it.
I don't think I've ever seen in WRL M4 GT4 do like a 70-minute stint.
I don't think so. I have either. I think they've usually been an hour at most.
Yeah.
The outside with yellow and everything.
They've gone longer than that.
Let's see. I have 63 minutes recorded for round 3 at Sebring. Coda JTR 60 minutes.
Yeah, but the track is wet.
This is true.
I think you get some of that back. I
don't think you save that much time though. I don't think you save another 7 minutes of fuel.
Oh, it's even more than that, because look, it last pitted on lap 63, and it's what 12?
No, 163.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, lap 163. It's done 10 laps since, and we still have just under hour 5 minutes left.
Right. So the number on the DriverSeye timing monitor is 26 laps until their expected minutes.
Okay.
26, and we're doing 207s? How's that work out? It does say about 55 minutes. Yeah, you might be right. I thought they'd be... I mean, look, in total, if they've done 10 laps since then, that is still a 70 to 75-minute stint. So they are getting the distance out of it. I think... but I think an hour or two from now is probably a little bit too much to ask.
Yeah, because it's...
I'll buy that.
Because we have, what, about 30 laps left in the race based on their pace right now?
Actually, I had that number, although it may not be any good because it's raining now. The number I saw was 212 initially. We've obviously lost a lot of that pace. I would put our number at probably right around 200. Yeah.
Total
maybe?
laps?
Yeah. Is that what you're asking?
Oh no, I was asking how many more laps for like the 12 to make it to the end of the race.
Oh. I'll have to get a number on that.
So we're thinking 25, 30 in between there somewhere?
Yeah, probably around 30. This says about 205, according to Joseph's script. Best chances for 205.
Okay, so yeah, they would need to do about 30 more laps from what they're at right now.
Right, 203 is also in play, so it's in that 203 to 205 range.
So that's going to be a 42 lap stint then?
Yeah, it'd be a lot.
They can do it. They can do it. But it will be difficult. That's a lot of saving.
It really only matters if they... I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this. 12 and the 111 are trading lap times here, right? It goes occasionally in the favor of the 12 and then back in the favor of the Thunder Bunny Supra, right? And the margin is just hovering up above 20 seconds from second back to third in GTO.
Thunder Bunny will need to pit.
Exactly, right? Thunder Bunny absolutely has to pit. And if the 12 can make it through to the end, then there's absolutely no concerns about pace or anything of the sort. It's just get it through to the end. Whereas if they do have to pit, now we need to start paying a little bit closer attention to individual lap times, because there's not enough in it for a huge margin for error there. I guess the other thing that 12's favor is that even if they did have to pit, it would be a splash.
Yeah.
Rather than, a half fill to a full fill for that number 111.
Yeah, that's still going to be probably at least 40 seconds though, minimum. Because you got a speed limit of 37 on pit road. Then you're doing, what, half a can? Something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it would be, 3 to 5 laps worth of fuel, probably. The atmosphere there. Out to the west. The bitrate resets itself on the camera. It was nice. It does feel like we've entered get home mode here.
I agree.
At NOLA Motorsports Park, and that's not just from our perspective, but in general. I think the rain and this closing stint have kind of taken some of the energy out of this, right? It's less chaotic. You've got less people are pushing less. You're really trying to bring the cars home in one piece. And yes, there is something to play for, but none of these gaps are really they're not so close. I mean, Thunder Bunny certainly has it all to play for second in class. The lap time is there, and they've been trading them back and forth for the better part of half an hour now, which has been great. But the 909 and the 89X haven't been super quick. The 522 is in there in 7th overall, but they're chasing down the Camaro for a position that is only an overall position, right? Not in class. Potentially have something forming between the number 123 and the that number 89 Camaro. So I guess we can keep eyes on the Mercedes-AMG GT4 continuing to lap very quickly. But they've been gaining. Last time it was 13 seconds. They picked up on the Camaro.
Well, Brendan, would this be a good time to get some of the final ad break in so we can have...
Yeah, I think it would, Ryan. I think it would. I was just listening to the Mercedes, to be honest with you.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, no, DriversEye Live, I do love the DriversEye perspective, but the Mercedes has such a nice balance between V8 grunt and high-pitched transmission. It's a great car to just sit and watch and listen to and just kind of take in. But yeah, we'll go say hi to Cooper Tires and Hagerty Motorsports and Sentinel one more time, and then rejoin you all for the final hour, our 7-hour Sunday Enduro at NOLA Motorsports Park. The 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season rolls on DriversEye Live. Back in a moment.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at NOLA Motorsports Park, Sunday 7-hour Enduro for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Thank you all for being with us on DriversEye Live this weekend. Really appreciate your company, your support, your chatter and input, comments, questions, and concerns. All appreciated by us here. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, been with you on the mics all day. Zach Johnson on production as well. Joseph Woodruck in the background to criticize us for stupid things that we say.
Yep. Always nice to have one of those.
I think so. Joseph puts his work in on the software and then occasionally shows up to commentate. But never fear, because 3 weeks from now at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, You will all be left in the capable hands of Ryan West and Joseph McGrath. Possibly JT Tammy.
So the last time it was a Ryan and Joseph situation. It actually went okay. So
Yeah.
I'm satisfied with that. I think it'll be a good time.
I've got no issues with it. I'm like I said earlier, I'm a little bummed I won't be there for it, but Zach and I will be on other duties that weekend. Also on DriversEye Live.
So the A team is going to Atlanta.
Our
is what you're
first,
saying.
well, yes, probably.
Okay,
Almost
perfect.
certain. Yeah. This is our first doubleheader weekend, actually. We've never attempted to do this before.
It's great.
I have nothing but the utmost confidence in the two of you.
If you
Three
have
of you?
one shot, one opportunity.
Sure. Yeah. Don't mess it up, man.
So, good news. Michael Moore has let us know that their Mustang is back out.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Did Michael Moore let us know what the problem with the MMR Mustang was?
No.
Interesting.
No, but the feed is back up, so we can put that in rotation if we need some more on boards.
Game for that.
Think that'll work?
Waiting for the first sub 2 minute lap here. I think it stopped spitting with rain now. Yes, it has. And may just get a little bit of drying line here start to form before we get to the checkered flag here in about 50 minutes time. Be quite nice. Pit stop from the 522 of Choice Racing. Should be its last. It's your GP1 class leader by just under 2 laps. Struggles to find gear and then pulls away. Just under, or over 2 laps in class, excuse me, from the number 147, who just exits the S's at this time, right in behind the number 125.
Unfortunately, Birmingham never came out of the pits after.
No, and I mean, look, that car was completed just a couple days ago. It was never properly aligned. I'm not terribly surprised. I don't know exactly what the issue was, but as far as debuts go, I mean, that is a great start for a brand new car, a brand new build. Yeah, I mean, you've shown the pace, you've shown the fuel mileage, and all of the capabilities that the car has. Now take it home, get it sorted out, put everything in order, and make it work, and bring it back to Barber, especially if that's your home track, man. I mean, you know the car works, and you know the potential it has. Just iron the rest of it like it's that easy. Just fix everything; it'll be fine. But it is good to see them as a new player. Shame they didn't get back out here, but it's a great start to a campaign for a new car.
Yeah.
And if they choose to go for a championship, they've certainly put themselves in a position where they've got the car to go chase it. So.
They have put the grid on notice.
Speaking on notice, we should probably keep an eye on the NFC Mercedes right now. As
it's caught the 89X so quickly.
Yes.
14 seconds a lap.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, we knew the 89 struggled in the rain. It doesn't have the electronics, right? We know that. They know that. It's not a surprise. Really charging it there. The apex is there. Getting out wide will give you some extra grip here in the rain. Off of the oils and the polished surface that you tend to get on the traditional dry racing line. It's by no means a bad thing. And the Moorhead Speedworks number 147. To the inside here at turn 6. That's a Valdez car in front of us.
Quite a tanker, that one.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll allow it. sunlight reflecting off the back of this Porsche.
Oh,
there's the Camaro. Immediately, the Camaro made no efforts to get past the Civic there in the S's, and the number 123 passes it like it's a GP2 car. No effort required. I say no effort. It's not a lot of effort.
It's really easy for us to comment on the effort here, sitting in chairs.
Absolutely.
And, yeah.
Yeah. I haven't formed a bead of sweat all weekend. It's been wonderful.
See, the strat here, Brendan, is to get somebody to say, "Oh yeah, well, I'd like to see you do it," and be like, "Okay, sounds good."
I'll take my my Genesis rental car out.
Your
Give it a
Genesis
whirl.
rental car might be winning GP2 right now.
Listen, it's not a bad car.
It's a great car. I heard that
got
if you
some
need to make
punch.
quick U-turns on that highway that takes you to and from VIR, that you can get the back end slid around pretty quickly.
Oh, is that
but
right?
Under control. That's what I heard anyway.
What book did you read that in?
It was on a forum, actually.
Okay.
Racing in the rain.
Oh, not a good day for Porsche as the overnight.
Yeah, because they're
Motorsports
not racing.
Porsche having a tough time today, obviously.
Unfortunately, we're not seeing them at the top of the GTO field.
No, we are not. Tough when they've got a race coming up in 3 weeks? Question mark.
It will be an overnight race. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Truly some overnight motorsports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the guys that...
For those that aren't following the bit here...
Zach, you can go ahead and just shut us down now.
Don't do that.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. Honestly, this makes me feel so much better. Because I've done that about 1 million times in that car. Or in the BMW anyway. So, that's good.
Pit stop from your overall race leader for what ought to be the final time.
Excellent.
In and out with a 3-lap margin back to number 52. So absolutely zero concerns there, as there have been, I have to assume, all weekend if you're in that number 58 camp. There's been literally nothing to worry about, unless you consider the other Stratus cars' problems something to worry about. And I can't imagine that you would.
Right. Have we had any resolution yet on the Team ACP penalty front, or do you think we're still waiting on the card?
Great question.
Because they did pit recently-ish.
Ow.
Sounds.
Alright. That is... Close the race control log for no reason.
Ow.
No, the original mention of contact this morning with the 59 car was no action needed. The other two are still under investigation.
I'm pretty sure running this car justifies the expenses of an onboard camera.
Of the Mustang, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So gingerly through the S's. There goes your race leader on his outlap. This is why you're saving all this fuel. You're spending absolutely no time on the throttle through here.
Right. Well, especially in a Mustang, where you've got, live rear axle, no independent rear suspension. You can't really be on the gas at all, because you're going to upset the rear of the car a lot. It wants to slide.
Gap from 12 to the 111 Thunder Bunny is back down to 11.6 seconds. And I believe we're still waiting on final pit stops certainly from the 111. The 12 we know we have the question mark over. Thunder Bunny ought to be due in here in literally the next 2 to 3 laps. Oh man, yeah, I still don't know.
Right down the inside of the RX-8. I'm still glad to see that car circulating, the RX-8. I think the one that we're most familiar with in endurance racing sense is the one that ran with the whole Mazda camp at Thunder Hill for so many years, and that car had constant issues with it during its time.
Robert Davis Racing. RDR. Yep. Yeah, I love, obviously, rotary. It's a thing. I think it's great. I'm thrilled that well, I'm a little surprised we don't see RX-8s more often.
I am not.
But I'm glad that there's one here.
I am not surprised, given that there are very few of them sold initially, and that there are even fewer still on the road because people can't work on them.
Sure.
So needing to redo the apex seals all the time is not a job that I don't think you could even show up to a Mazda dealer today with an RX-8 and just walk in and expect to have work done on your car. I think they have to have a certified tech to do it, and not all of them are going to have that, just at the drop of a hat, given that the car's been out of production for so long.
That is fair. Maybe it's just wishful thinking.
Indeed.
Yeah, well.
I have, of course, just lost my computer that has the Discord and everything up, so...
Nice. Like, gone forever?
No, it's decided to shut itself down.
Oh.
That's cool. See if we can get that gap back going here. I was about to freak out, then I realized I'm still on the TeamSpeak, which is nice.
Good laps being put in down in 12th overall. The Random Vandals Racing number 28. 205 flat last time around. It's not really racing around anybody else. Not really in contention for anything at the moment. But it is really, really quick, as I think we've just had a pit stop from the number 111 Thunder Bunny Supra. Indeed we have. Pulls out of its pit box and onto the front straightaway. Disengages the limiter. No, it doesn't. It just grinds to a halt at pit out.
Oh, no. That's going to be good news for automatic racing. They've got one lap to get back.
Yeah, it's refired. It almost looked like... I'm going to say this and throw this out there. I'm not saying it's a definite thing. But sometimes when you press a button on the steering wheel that you think is the pit lane speed limiter and it's not actually the pit lane speed limiter, that's kind of what it looked like, because it happened
instantly.
As soon as he or she, because it could have been Laura Hayes as well, left the pit lane past the pit lane speed limit cones. The car, it never accelerated, and then immediately apply the brakes, come to a stop, reset the car, and get it on its way. And I just wonder if maybe that was the kill button instead of the pit lane speed limiter. Bearing in mind that this is their first weekend with that car.
I would hope
certainly in competitive format
wouldn't be so close to the.
It happens so often.
Like, I'd buy it being like the neutral button, maybe, or
sure,
was it off?
Possibly. It was some button on the steering wheel was pressed, and then the car did not accelerate, and instead the car, was brought to a stop on the pit apron and reset and sent on its way. So, you're not sure what the details are there. Very, very peculiar. But look, if the 12 doesn't have to pit again, it doesn't matter, right? Because the automatic car was so far behind that. Well, I say that 11 seconds. But if the 12 does have to pit again, then that is 10 to 15 seconds that they were stationary that they're not going to get back. Right? They are going to have to work for that on top of the 15 seconds they were already behind. The automatics come through. They're going to owe us a stop here in a few laps anyways. So that's also kind of a moot point. And it was about a 15-second loss there for Thunder Bunny. They came across the line. It was a 2:22.3 for their proper outlap. Choice Racing within about, let's say 4 laps of passing the number 89 for 7th overall.
Hello?
Yeah, no, we're all good here.
Okay.
Just taking it all in.
I still don't have any visuals, so I'm like...
Watching timing, watching Thunder Bunny.
No, look, I mean, it's like I said earlier. I think we're largely in bring it home mode here.
Well, now we've, the Thunder Bunny has made it close to 909. Oh, the
right,
909 went through. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, 909 is going to have to pit here. No question about it. The 12 is obviously still that question mark, but we're definitely going to have the Aston Martin into the pit lane here in probably 2 to 3 laps time. They'll stay out. Actually, the 111 might pick this one up on track before we get that far. One of the fun things about having a drying track that is still fairly damp offline is looking down the straightaway and trying to decide if cars are smoking or just running in the wet patches to cool the tires off. I thought I saw a little bit of smoke out of the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, and then on further review, they were just running very far to driver's right through the damp patches down the front straightaway.
Yeah, I'd say with, these GT4s, you're more likely to see, the ABS preventing lockups.
I wasn't even thinking tire smoke. I was just thinking maybe
something
oil
bad.
Or, fluid, something like that. Nose to tail now, the 99 and the, the 909 and the 111. We jump back on board the automatic Aston. You won't be able to see the 111 because it's tucked in behind, but eventually this is going to come to pass, and we're going to see it happen on board the 909. Riding on board through turn 10, left-hand turn 11, and then the easy right-hand turn at turn 12. Dives up the inside of the Porsche on the brakes into 13. Facing the JNR Civic just out in front. Driver's left. Ooh, kicks the back end around. Out to driver's right. And there is the Thunder Bunny Supra. So we know the 909 is going to need to stop, but it hasn't mattered anyway. The number 111, which by rights probably should have been out in front were it not for the stoppage at pit out, moves back through into 3rd in GTO, 4th overall. And with a lap time of 2:05.3, actually it was still a good bit slower than the number 12. But the pace is coming back into the track. The lead Stratus MP01 has dipped below 2 minutes for the first time. And 111, which I think does still need to get the wiggle on here to chase down that number 12 for the second podium position in GTO, is still giving a little bit of time back that M4 GT4. "21 minutes to go," and a script or a projection that says the Team ACP number 12 can make it another 11 laps. And if I do the math, at something slightly over 2 minutes, I think that puts us pretty firmly into the range of that number 12 not needing to worry about fuel.
Well, we're looking at what, 14, 15 laps remaining?
I think it's probably less than that. I think we're probably down at 11 or 12. But I think we're closer to being on the right side of that number than we were 35 or 40 minutes ago. .202s now for both the 12 and the 111. 202 for the number 2, back in 9th, and a 204 from the Choice Racing BMW M3.
At a 2-minute 10, I see 13.8 laps remaining.
For 21 minutes?
Oh, 21 minutes?
Yeah, we're, what that is, right? Oh, sorry, 29 minutes. I'm not sure.
I'm like, what?
Sorry, I think I read the timer on the screen as 21 because it's occupying, a quarter of the screen. Rather than looking at Race Hero and double checking what I was seeing. Classic.
So yeah, that's gonna come down to the wire there.
Back on board the 125 here, the Mustang.
What MMR stands for? Massive Mustang Racing.
I don't think that's it.
That's not it. It's Mugmore. Maybe he goes by that nickname though, so it's just interchangeable, But probably not.
Could be. I believe I'm not throwing shade at people's opinions, so. Yeah.
This 52 is so much more beat up than I thought it was. Left front corner of that car is all kinds of punched in and taped up. Like we said earlier, it's fixed enough.
Right. It's all about getting back out there, getting track time,
That MMR Mustang is about to get itself out of the last place. So we didn't start the 29 or the 160, but as a result of the problems it had, the number 125 was 35th and last in the standings. And on this lap, 3 hours after the number 198 from Stan's Racing completed lap number 87, The number 125 MMR Mustang is going to take 34th away. Word from David down at Automatic. I assume it's David Russell. A little bit wounded today. They'll be back with a bullet for Road Atlanta. The wound is there for the 909. I assume it's got to do with what happened yesterday. And if you are listening to David, by all means, provide us a little more detail on what went down with your 909 Aston Martin Vantage at the end of the 9 hours yesterday. We suspected driveline. But by all means, feel free to clear that up for us. And I would expect you to be back ready to go for Road Atlanta. Certainly have the competition you're going to be up against. I know we've talked a lot about Road Atlanta and Barber this weekend. The balance of the 2023 World Racing League schedule is an interesting mix of, I would say, the classic WRL venues and the existing WR schedule, and a return of some old favorites, or at least an old favorite. April, we go back to Mid-Ohio, where we saw the extraordinary race in the snow on Saturday morning. Above freezing, but with plenty of frozen white stuff falling.
I want to thank Joseph for that, for prepping that snow for us ahead of time.
909 is in and out of the pit lane, by the way. Final stop complete for the Automatic Racing Aston Martin. And with what should be plenty of margin in hand over the number 123 from NFC Motorsports. So I don't think we have any concerns there. Head to Road America in May for another traditionally fairly chilly weekend. Although Road America is... So my first trip there, I really didn't enjoy it. It was cold and windy, and it's really hard to cover with 7 or 8 cameras. We had issues getting into the paddock because we had to walk under the crossover bridge to get there, and it was just a pain in the butt to go back and forth. Anyway, nobody's fault. Just hadn't really enjoyed my first experience. I've gone back now, I think 3 times since then. I thoroughly enjoy going to Road America. It's been great. It's a great venue. It's a great track. They put some money into it because they had NASCAR there for the last few years, obviously. So they've made investments into the facilities. People there have been great. So that is, and it's the longest track on the calendar, right? 4 miles. We get up to 90 cars or so. I think they max out at 92 maybe. And the potential is there to have another really great weekend up there at Road America before we head down to Daytona for the 14-hour in June.
I will say, I'll provide a little bit of commentary here just for fun. Really nice of NASCAR to require that Road America do all these upgrades and then subsequently drop it from the schedule.
Yeah, I'm not sure that either.
I think that's a little bit on the BS meter. That's pretty high. I understand that they want to run that Chicago race, and I'm sure... I don't know. We go to plenty of tracks in the South that all seem to be 100 miles from each other. I see no reason why we can't go to Road America and Chicago, but what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, look, Road America is, I think they're still hosting the developmental series, as it were.
Right.
Yeah, so it's not like NASCAR is completely out of Road America. I think it was a great fit. I think it should continue to be a great fit. I think the Chicago thing has been in the works for a lot longer than people are acknowledging, and if anything, Road America was a way to gather interest in that area.
Right.
Not that people in the Chicago, Wisconsin area need additional interest in stock car racing. Right? I mean, the short track and late model scene in Wisconsin is maybe the best in the country. I mean, there is maybe the Carolinas notwithstanding, but I mean, there is. I don't know that bringing Cup to Road America proved anything if you were going to bring it to Chicago anyway. I think people would have just gone to Chicago. And maybe I don't have any real basis for that, but I just looking around at what the stock car racing scene in that part of the country is like, and what the appetite for racing at Road America is like. Honestly, I think if you were to put anything against it at Road America, you would probably still have plenty of people to go to Road America.
Right.
And the people that were really super interested in NASCAR would just go to NASCAR. It's a NASCAR race on a street course for the first time. People are going to go regardless.
Having now been where that street course is supposed to be constructed and built, that's going to be a really interesting backdrop to take pictures and stuff. But the flip side of that is going to be that there will be almost no passing.
And you know what the other
no chance.
very funny thing I find about this whole thing is, I don't know why we're this deep into it, but I guess we got to talk about something. All of this is happening with the very public spat between the Chicago Bears and the city of Chicago with trying to find either a new location for a stadium or a rebuilt stadium at Soldier Field. And the excuse they always give for why they need to move is traffic, right, and infrastructure. Building a temporary street course in downtown Chicago, from a traffic perspective, and a disruption to your infrastructure? How? You can't have these same arguments. You can't say it's fine to shut all these streets down for a weekend in Chicago and say, well, we got to move the Bears.
Well, I think the problem is to get to the Bears, you have to take the freeway, whereas this part of downtown Chicago that the track is going to be at isn't part of like people's regular commute. In much the same way that like the Long Beach Grand Prix doesn't really impact traffic that much. Like obviously there's closures and it's harder to get places in that one spot in town, but closing the Long Beach Grand Prix circuit down does not cause the 405 to back up.
Fair. Sorry, we just had something eject itself from the back of the number 89 Camaro. I don't know if it was a piece of diffuser or a piece of bumper, because the left-hand taillight has also, I don't know if it just went out or it's been out, but I did notice after I saw something fly off the back of the car that that was also the case. Wait till it comes around again. But just to driver's right, well, far to driver's right, but just before the braking zone for turn number 1, there sits a chunk of the number 89X. I'm sorry, the number 89X Camaro. Anyway, go back to discussing.
So I would say the 405 actually does get a little backed up, just at the point where it does have to jump to the 710 to go to Long Beach.
I mean, that's just a normal day on the 405, though. That's not like a new phenomenon.
Yeah, but it gets worse.
That's fine.
Long Beach Grand Prix.
That's fine. That's fine. All right, I'll take it.
Baltimore was never too bad.
Go back to Baltimore. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's run NASCARs at that track.
That would not be a good. That would not be.
Hell yeah.
That would not be a good movie.
I'm here for it. I'll spend lots of money. I'll be a sponsor. I'll donate.
It would not be entertaining.
NASCAR's over the train tracks? Come on.
Exactly.
That would be entertaining, but it would not be a good show. That track is not suited to anything bigger than like. I mean, even the prototype cars were a little tough.
That's what made it funny.
One of my favorite pictures of Sean Edwards driving a Porsche is at Baltimore. Just in that Momo GTC.
Oh, yeah.
Porsche just flying.
The NGT Porsche. NGT, right? Yeah. Heard that name come up recently in the Rene Rast Dinner with Racers.
Oh, Sean? Yeah. Inside the final 20 minutes. I'm really curious to see if the 12 can make it or not. It's going to be close.
Excellent. So we're coming down to 17 minutes left to go to the checkered flag here. Just want to check back in on that GTO battle real quick. Yeah, Thunder Bunny, unfortunately, 1:30 ahead of the 909 now. Not a whole lot. Is anyone on the same lap as anyone?
No.
No. Okay. Well,
actually, that's not true. The 522 is on the same lap as the number 123 from NFC Motorsports.
Well,
Isn't that right, Will?
That's not.
Go ahead.
Oh, that is
There
correct.
we go.
There we go.
There he is.
What's going on, guys?
Will Choice is back.
Howdy, howdy.
The 522.
I tuned in when you were all talking about the Bears. I'm like, come on now, we're racing here, boys.
We've also been racing for 15 3/4 hours.
That's true. That's very true.
So we were talking about it because of the Chicago street circuit.
Oh, I gotcha.
Having the traffic and infrastructure discussion in the city of Chicago. Anyway, it was all started
got to from talking about Road America.
Road America.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know.
So you guys have had a day, huh?
Yeah. Car's holding together pretty strong. It's quick out there in the rain. I doubled him till the end. He's 4th fastest out there right now currently. So I think the only 2 fast or 3 is Thunder Bunny, NFC, and both the ACP cars, the 52 and the 12.
Yeah, track's drying out a little bit, so the pace is starting to come back to the GTO guys, but they're in the rain for a while. You guys were lightning quick.
Yeah, no, it started when it started first raining on me, or my windshield was so dirty, I could not see the concrete, so I had no clue how wet it was. I was just skating everywhere.
Have you guys had any issues today at all?
Nope, we have not. Yeah,
that is fantastic.
Not bad for a car without a fuel gauge.
You guys too? What is it with you guys and fuel gauges?
We got some fuel cell from France that's in the same spot
That
as the normal
sounds
one.
super sketch.
Yeah, and so when there are no instructions, obviously, and we called up the guys there, and they're like, "Hey, we're like, what do we do about a fuel gauge?" They're like, "We've got no clue." We tried one from like a Cessna airplane. We added like an old retro little airplane gauge, and 2 laps broke. The very first time we drove the car, we're like, we'll just pit when other E46s pit.
If you have a picture of that,
it's
please
funny.
find a way
I
to get
might.
it to us. I love that. That is awesome. It doesn't seem to have hurt you guys at all.
No, yeah, we kind of know this car, so I mean, there's 3 other M3s detuned, so it's like we probably shouldn't stay out there longer than any of them, and we probably should be safe.
Well, Birmingham thought the same thing. They thought that they had 40 laps on it. They got to 35 and the car off, but they didn't have a fuel light either.
Yeah.
So they had no idea they were running out.
Yeah, I do know that they're burning more fuel. Their AFR is at 11, and ours is at 14 or something like that.
Okay.
So I know they're definitely burning more fuel than we are.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, now I can do the math backwards. And
yeah.
Okay.
Were you in the car this morning?
Yeah, I started, and then I did the 3rd stint.
Okay.
We put Randy and then Bill. Then I got back in. Then Randy's taking us to the end, so he's doing the last 2 hours.
Good scrap with Birmingham and Moorhead?
Yeah, it was fun. I kind of wanted to stay out of the car so I could watch the ACP cars. I'm always in the car at the end, so I never actually get to watch the ending.
Sure. Yeah. They've been great.
Oh, yeah.
The ACP guys have been really consistent.
Yeah, the Catesby Jones is in the 12 car. He drove with us at Coda.
Nice. Yeah.
It was me, Bill, and Catesby in our car. He's a good driver out there, and he's putting down some pace. I think he's trying to catch their other car so he can actually win.
He's got a ways to go. Whoever's in the 52 is really, really good.
Yeah, I forgot the guy's name, but it's some kid. I think he actually raced the Chili Bowl this year.
Is it Nathan Bird?
I think so. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're familiar with Nathan.
Yeah, he's quick.
He is. We've seen his career through a couple of different stages, but he races like 50-some races a year.
Yep.
In, like you said, he does dirt midgets, he does sports cars, he does Formula cars. Somebody imported one of the Super 5000 cars from Australia for him to run in SVRA.
Those were really cool.
Yeah. So there's one in the States now. They're running it in SVRA this year.
Nice.
super cool. I don't know what you race it against. Like, I don't know what the point of doing it is.
Right.
Other than it looks like a badass car.
Oh,
it
it
sounds like a
definitely
badass car. So that's pretty cool. I'll be looking out for that. But yeah, Nathan's come a long way. He's wearing. Oh, aha, Ryan.
Yep, that was their last flash and go for the 12.
Ryan.
Yo.
12's in and out. We've been debating whether or not the 12's going to have to stop again for the last hour or so.
I think they also have to do the 52. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So the 12 was interesting because they were going to be in a scrap with Thunder Bunny.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, so I don't know if you saw it, but Thunder Bunny stopped here at pit out.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how they got the gap.
Yeah, it was like 15 seconds they lost. I think they, almost like somebody bumped the kill switch on the wheel instead of a pit limiter.
Yeah, that happens.
In a brand new car.
That happens.
So, wasn't really sure exactly what happened there. But anyway, they lost some time, and that was that. But I don't think it makes a difference. I think the 12 has enough of a margin that.
Yeah, it shows.
11 even come through.
Shows them one lap up. Well, they're about to cross again. See, Thunder Bunny 58 seconds. The 12 hasn't crossed.
The 111 would have come through there, but anyway. Yeah, so that's what we've been watching. Debating whether or not somebody's going to stop again. Doing our best these last 45 minutes or so. 2's in and out.
Yeah, I guess our pick of GTR did not pan out.
We were discussing the WRL daily fantasy picks earlier.
I know, my crew chief Tanner is like, I don't know why you didn't just say ACP. They've got 3 of them, dude. That's the best odds.
It's like going to, what was the track out in Colorado and
High Plains?
High Plains, yeah. You got to go with Big Mission.
Yep.
Yeah. 5 cars out of 35.
Exactly.
Overall, sure, doesn't matter.
Well, Will, the good news is that because you participated, you still get 50 points out of a maximum of 5,000 for winning the weekend.
Oh, sweet.
So
1%.
Hey, I'm on the leaderboard though.
Absolutely.
That's all that counts.
So if you keep coming up and keep playing throughout the season, you can still come back. You know, there's still odds here. You're still good to go.
Is anybody going to win anything today?
Well, whoever is doing the best is going to win. That's how it works. It's not like no one's going to win. Like, somebody's got to win.
Spot on.
Right. It's whoever's best. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I believe I will be spot on.
I believe so.
With who? 58?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, JT is going to smoke us all with 5,000 points today.
Right? The one day they have no issues.
Yeah, the 58 out there is flying today.
Have you driven one of those cars?
I have not. I really want to.
You have any? You do?
Yeah. Well, I've been told mixed things from people who have driven, Formula S cars, and they're like, "You're gonna hate your M4 after you do that." Because I came from karting a long time ago, and they're like, "Dude, it's just like a huge go-kart with a ton of aero," and they're apparently just really fun.
Dang.
Don't have to move around all the weight the M4 has.
Sure. Yeah. I always wish they would just get a little bit more power, and not specifically here, but in general, right? You get one of those cars to about 250, drive like a Formula Atlantic or a Formula Mazda car. That thing looks like so much fun.
I'm wondering if all of them out here this weekend are at 9-1, because it seems like some are really close to our top speed on the straightaway.
You think some are beyond 9-1?
Or like 10, or maybe they,
So it's 9-1 this year.
It's 9-1 this year. So maybe they, whatever motor they need, they didn't actually swap or something like that. That's what I'm thinking. Because there's a couple out there that are really fast on the straightaway. Then there's some that are definitely slower.
I think I know the aero is different on some versus others. So I don't know. Maybe there's just a little more drag, or more downforce.
Yeah, those things do hit a huge aero wall.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
They get up to about 130 or 135.
Yeah, they can't do anything after that.
I remember watching Road America last year at 10.5 to 1 or 10 to 1 or whatever it was, and they get up to the top of the hill at start finish and hit 120.
Yeah,
that was it.
It's pretty nerve wracking when you're in a big string of the GT cars and you come up on them and someone moves over and you have no clue that there was one there. Like, whoa!
Well, and then
like,
you get on
dude.
You get on the brakes at the 4 board and they come sailing past you, full throttle with the 2 board.
Yep,
You know?
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, they don't lift at all in the kink. You're just rolling.
Are you guys anywhere close to flat in the kink at Road America?
I lift just to give it a little breather, and then I get back on right as I turn in, pretty much just to set the nose, then right back on it.
That's another super sketch. So I'm not raced. I'm not a racer. I do slow laps of racetracks to set cameras up in the morning. Road America, I don't think I had any appreciation for how narrow and uneven the surface of that track
Yeah.
is.
And they repaved it this year now?
They did.
Okay. Yeah,
But-
we're not going to that, but I'm interested to see how the new pavement is.
It looks great.
Yeah.
We'll see if it races great. I'm sure it will, but it's not any wider than it was.
Right. It's. I mean, I think it's the same width as VIR. Maybe.
Sure. Okay. I'd buy that. VIR has a little bit more runoff. Right?
Oh yeah, you got runoff for days.
Yeah.
And
I
there's
don't.
pretty much one. I think it's turn 10, the downhill left crest. That's kind of the only place you can really, go into that
Oh,
wall.
yeah.
Going down to Oak Tree.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Last stop for the 123. They came out ahead of you. Guys there. So no extra position for you guys. You guys are done with stops?
Yeah, we are done with stops. Yeah, we should be good to the end. I'm pretty sure. Maybe I should check on that. Oh yeah, we're good.
You running strategy
you're
too
fine.
while you're doing all this?
No.
Oh, okay.
We've got smarter people than me as they're doing that.
So you guys travel with the whole gang, crew, strategy, engineers?
Engineers.
I say engineers, people who know the car.
That's pretty much me and Bill. We've got Tanner's pretty much our crew chief, my roommate. Kind of calls the shot. He watches the fuel. He'll study up on the tracks that we're going to and look last year, previous year, who's doing what, how many laps, and what kind of time they're averaging. Our friend Nate, he does the fuel and the tires.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's it?
Another friend, Allie, also does fuel, tires. We're all just jack of all trades.
So you guys, with the M4, I guess, more than this car, since this is kind of a one-off.
Mhm.
You guys, we can set up between races, getting ready for the next thing, or you just strip down, rebuild it, and do it again?
We've started getting better with our alignments on that car. We learned a lot at Sebring. We kind of went with the jacked up alignment. Didn't really know until we put on new rears, and I think they were quartered within 45 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
But Bill and I both stepped off the track a little bit on turn 3 there, that little hump before the bridge.
Yeah.
I think it's 3. And I think we knocked it worse out of alignment. And then we went over to Thunder Bunny and GTR, and I'm like, hey guys, I don't know how to align this thing properly. Can y'all please teach me? And so Philip with GTR and the Thunder Bunny guys, because we were aligning it with the Centrics, and they're doing it with the bars.
Okay.
We're actually going to lock out those Centric things because those things can slip, which is annoying. I don't know why they have those two adjusted and adjustable bar. Like the adjustable bar
doesn't
goes
make a lot of
to
sense.
a Centric. So it's like one or the other. It's the strangest thing.
Huh.
Yeah. To be honest, we didn't even know it had Centrics until Sebring.
Did the Belgians also not give you a user manual?
Oh, no, not at all.
Yeah. Just worth noting out the window here, I think we're going to work our way towards a white flag here in another lap or so. The number 111 Thunder Bunny car was actually trailing a bit of legit smoke down the front straightaway. It wasn't just water off the back end like I thought it was. But it spent the entire lap behind the 125 Mustang. And I know the 125 is a reasonably quick GP1 car, but it's still a GP1 car. So they've gotten by now down the front straightaway, but for the better part of a lap, it was absolutely parked there.
Yeah, looks like we got a solid dry line everywhere. Kind of makes it sketchy for passing.
That is true.
Yeah.
I hadn't considered that.
Especially with the when it first was wet this morning with the NPO1s, because they're taking a totally different line than I was, and they were where I wanted to be to pass them every time. Now it was really frustrating. I'm like, I can't get around you any other way.
The one thing about those NP01s, they obviously have the arrow, the wing, and the diffuser off the back, and if you keep the speed up, it's great. But it seems like in the wet, you're not anywhere near the speed you need to actually make the downforce.
Right.
So if you're just caught in this no man's land of grip. The car doesn't weigh enough to make a ton of grip in the wet, right?
They're really light.
You're either, balls to the wall driving it, generating downforce and keeping the aero grip up, or you just have no grip at all,
Yeah.
which sounds terrifying.
I really want to see like a day that it's raining all the time, and so teams might actually set it up just for the rain. Because now I don't think any teams are undoing their sway bars or anything like that, because it's never been raining for an entire race day, like guaranteed.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah. Well, the closest we had was Mid-Ohio.
Ohio, yeah.
But
I was going to ask if you were in Mid-Ohio.
Oh, yeah. I was freezing in the car.
We were freezing in the commentary booth, so it worked out. I've never, man, I said yesterday, I don't know, I've never been miserable at a racetrack, but that was close.
Oh, man. I remember waking up, and I stuck my head outside. I'm like, I don't know about this one.
The big mission guys, half their crew didn't want to race because it was so cold and they couldn't get any heat in the tires.
Right.
So they took them to the state penitentiary museum, like 30 miles away. They're like, yeah, we're going to finish up this interview, and then we're going to go out and go have a day with the guys out at the penitentiary museum. We're like, okay.
Yeah, Brad.
Don't blame you.
Brad with round 3, he was trying to get everybody to. We were just going to do a big bowling competition, all the teams.
Man, that sounds like a blast. I would prefer not to repeat that experience.
Oh, yeah.
But,
no, thank you.
We are on the final lap of racing. Mercifully. From NOLA Motorsports Park. It's 6 hours, 59 minutes gone. 208 laps are complete, and the number 58, Stratus Racing, has begun its final tour. And is set to do the double.
The ACP cars.
There goes the 12, with plenty of margin in hand over the 111 Toyota Supra, which would have been the only, I think, battle we had left.
Yeah, they're not far.
I
think the last time they crossed, they were a minute back.
Yeah, definitely too far. And anyway, they're split by the overall race leader.
Right.
So as they head down into the braking zone at turn 13 and 14, the number 58 from Stratus Race, we'll pick them up on the trackside camera. And it's that pale blue prototype, swings out of 15 into the long right-hander at turn 16, back to the curb, and gets on the throttle, avoids the exit curb, onto the front straightaway for the last time. The checkered flag waves, and Stratus 58 goes 2 for 2 at NOLA Motorsports Park, followed not so closely by the number 178 JNR Honda Civic, who has had actually a most impressive and consistent day. Second in GP2, is the second car to take the checkered flag. GTO
52 around turn 15.
A very beat up 52. You see the left front of that car?
Oh yeah, I'm under that car sometimes.
Did you spend any time yesterday working on it with them?
Yeah, I gave the crew beers and everything. The ground was kind of wet. I didn't want to lay down.
I don't blame you. No. They had some work to do on there.
They know what they're doing over there, so I was there for some emotional support.
Gotcha. Pounded the tire wall at the exit of 60.
Yeah, they had to realign all of their cars actually last night. They had a bunch of one came back with a bent control arm that they had to change, and
oh my gosh.
I think Devin, their crew chief, the guy in charge, I think he finally went to sleep last night at 4 a.m. Yep.
Man, I mean,
there's the 12.
You know what you're getting yourself into. So it's a 1-2 for ACP Tangerine Associates. I'm not sure I've called before in the World Racing League. A really, really solid day for both the 52 and the 12 to bring it home 1-2 in GTO. Thunder Bunny Racing will round out the podium 2 for 2 for Thunder Bunny on podiums today with the brand new Toyota Supra. 909 Automatic Racing P4 in GTO. I think will be just a lap off of that number 111. And then, nope, same lap, 1 minute and 13 behind. And then the NFC Motorsports number 123, for all its troubles and struggles today, is going to bring home a top 5 on debut for the Mercedes.
They had pace today, that's for sure.
Have you heard any feedback on how that Mercedes is?
I have not. I need to go over there and talk to them about that. I just like how those things look. Second to the GT4 Aston, I think the new one, those things are...
You're going to have one of those?
Aluminum tub, though.
Oh, really?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I work on a lot at work.
Mm-hmm.
Not GT4 cars, road cars, but they're pretty much all aluminum.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if you hit a wall, there's no cutting and re-welding that all back together.
TLM's got a few of those coming for later in the season.
Yes.
So we'll see how they perform. The Mercedes sounds great. Obviously, the Aston's going to sound great because it's the same engine. So
Well, I gotta go duck out of here. I'm gonna spray
wrap
Casey
up.
Jones in the face with a beer and Randy.
Well, take a video.
I will. I'll send it to y'all. All right, it was good
Thanks for
chatting
stopping
with y'all.
by. Yeah,
Thanks.
take it easy, man. So we're gonna wrap up here at DriverSeye Live as well as Will heads off to go celebrate with the ACP boys and of course the Choice Racing Fellows winners in GP1 today. Moorhead Speedworks finishes second 4 laps off of the 522 M3. Ginger Racing rounds out the podium. How about that, JT?
Absolutely.
Woohoo.
What a job.
9-4 Motorsports, after a second place finish yesterday, takes home a 4th place finish today. Another really, really good finish for that 9-4 car. And we had actually missed this. It was a pretty decent battle for third in GP1 between the 46 and the 3.
Mm-hmm.
Ended under half a minute apart. As is that the 191 stopped on the way into the pit lane?
Yeah, it's been there for a few laps now.
No, I saw it. We were just chatting away. GP2 won by Rapscallion Motorsports, the number 469 from JNR, as we mentioned. Second in GP2, Valdez Motorsports in the number 75 Mazda MX-5. Third in class, a full 17 laps off of the class lead. They got to the checkered flag, and that's what counts. Roberts Motorsports wins GP3, the number 109. We've basically flipped the field from yesterday. AOA third and fourth. Roberts Motorsports there in P1, and the Voodoo Garage NOLA Mazda RX-8 second in GP3, 12 laps off of the class winner. Slightly humorous to note. I only note this because it's one of my favorite things. The number 55 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5 only completed 89 laps. It literally set its fastest lap of the race and then broke.
Outstanding. You love to see it.
Truly one of my favorite occurrences in motorsports. Unironically, just you'll love to see it. Pushed the car so hard it broke. Tough day for AOA anyway, but they did get the 1-2 yesterday. In the 9-hour enduro, we've completed 16 hours of racing from NOLA Motorsports Park. Just the three of us here: Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, and JT Tammy. If you've got anything to say, by all means, feel free to wind us up here, and we'll get to breaking down the booth and our trackside cameras and wrap it up from NOLA.
So I'll start it off here with the WRL Daily Fantasy points total.
Yes.
JT is going to come in the lead right now with 5,000 points. Joseph Moodrock is going to have 2,000 points, followed by Brendan Kazmarek with 1,000.
What got each of us those individual points?
Okay, so JT picked the 58, who won overall. So that's the win. It is what it is. Joseph picked the 147, who came second in class. And then you, Brendan, had picked the 909, which came fourth. Now, that would have put me and you at a tie, because I picked the 59, who also came in fourth. But the 59 was literally 102 laps down, whereas the 909 was only 2 laps down.
So there are no ties here.
No ties.
We're coming up with some tiebreaker, be it laps off the lead or
fastest lap in class or something. Right? Yeah,
Gotcha.
absolutely. So I end up with 50 points, and then Will Choice for picking the 99, who came dead last, will also get 50 points, and that leaves Scott Michaels with nothing.
Well, sure. He wasn't here.
Right, exactly. So I'm at least ahead of Scott Michaels. I am firmly in fourth place with Will Choice.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. It's actually kind of fun.
Not a problem.
I'm here for that.
And so as we get more guests who are cool with our tomfoolery, we can start to involve them as well. And so we can have a separate category for guests who join us and see who the best guest is at the end of the year.
Oh, I like that.
All right.
Game. JT, I suppose.
Yeah, another day of good racing. It's nice when you can do a hot poles on track. We only had 3 full course yellows, so we got to see lots and lots of racing today. Saw battles in pretty much every class. It was good up and down the field, and I'm really looking forward to Road Atlanta and Barber. We'll see lots more of this.
Yeah, I don't think it's race one of the year. It's a 37. Let's say it's a half full grid, right? And there are teams that are prepping new cars for this year, still tearing down or rebuilding from NOLA at the end of last year. But it's a good opportunity, and it has been a good opportunity for your season-long interest to come out and get some points. In the best case scenario, and even in the worst case scenario, to come out and have a good weekend of racing at honestly a track that I think is starting to establish itself as, okay, maybe it's not the iconic American motorsports venue, but it's got a good place for endurance racing. Sports cars seem to take to it quite well. It was largely clean, especially today, like JT mentioned. We got through with only 3 full course cautions, and we were able to really lean into some actually pretty decent racing. I think it was an incredible scene setter in GP1. I think the battles we saw at the beginning of the race today in particular, not unlike we've seen in the past, but knowing what's coming in GP1, I think we're set up for something special there. And I think it's a really good opportunity to prime ourselves for what is coming, which are 2 really, really good events. The GT-only event at Road Atlanta, the full field event at Barber Motorsports Park at the beginning of March, and really launching ourselves into what the rest of the season has in store for 2023. In some ways, it's business as usual for us here at DriversEye Live. This is our 3rd season, kicking off our 3rd season of coverage of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. And in other ways, it's another step forward. And another step forward for the series, another step forward for us. Certainly, we can tell by the number of people that have been in the race control room today that there's been a further investment in making the series, upping the level of competition and officiating, and just taking it and bringing that next step to what the World Racing League can be, ought to be, and to some degree already is. So, with that all in mind, I'm tremendously looking forward to what Road Atlanta has in store for the World Racing League. DriversEye Live, for our troubles, are splitting duties that weekend. We'll be, of course, on site. Ryan West will be on site at Road Atlanta for the GTU, GTO only affair at Michelin Raceway. I will be headed to Circuit of the Americas to go check out the Hoosier Tire SCCA Super Tour down there at one of the Formula One venues here in the United States as well. Feel free to tune into both of those and stay with us. Super Tour is some great sprint racing. WRL, we know what it is. It's awesome. And the next race we get here is going to be awesome. So follow us on DriversEye Live on Facebook, at DriversEye Live on Instagram, and by all means tune in the 2nd weekend in February for plenty more amateur racing action from around the United States. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, for Ryan West and for JT Tammy. For Zach Johnson on production, and Joseph Mudrak, who joined us yesterday, guest commentator, apparently, Will Choice, who joined us at the end of both races this weekend. Thank you all for being with us from NOLA Motorsports Park in Avondale, Louisiana, for round 1 of the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. See you all in a few weeks' time from Road Atlanta.